What if the very throne that commands empires is built on the bones of the dead? The spectre of Selim I looms over the Ottoman Empire like a thundercloud ready to burst. A man who seized power with the swiftness of a scorpion sting, his reign was drenched in blood and ambition. The questions are stark: was he a visionary conqueror or a ruthless tyrant cloaked in the guise of glory? What haunted him in the dark of night, whispering secrets that twisted his heart? Picture a battlefield where the air smells of iron and ash, where death isn't an end but a currency. Selim's rise to power was no fairy tale, it was a hellish odyssey, rife with betrayal and intrigue. He set out to unify the Islamic world with an iron fist, brandishing both sword and faith like a madman wielding a double-edged knife. Was he a prophet or a pawn in a game no one could comprehend? The whispers in the shadows speak of the Grand Vizier, a figure both feared and revered, plotting his next move like a chess master with a sinister grin. Can you feel the tension crackling like static electricity? With every secret meeting in dimly lit chambers, Selim danced on the knife's edge of treachery. Blood was spilled not only on the battlefield but also in the hallowed halls of power where rival sultans met grisly ends. And those who dared oppose him? They vanished as if they never existed, leaving nothing but echoes of their screams. Picture the opulence of his court, where silk flowed like a river, and laughter masked the madness beneath. What dark humor lurked in the corridors of Topkapi Palace? A court jester mocking the very fate of the empire, while Selim plotted his next conquest over a goblet of spiced wine. The laughter reverberated, thick with irony. Would the jester's jokes become Selim's own tragic fate? The conquests roll like thunder across history. Egypt fell, a jewel in Selim's crown. But was it conquest, or was it a curse wrapped in gold? For every city he won, a ghostly spectre seemed to follow, a reminder that power has a price. In a world where alliances are forged by blood and betrayal runs rampant, who can be trusted? Who wears a loyal mask while harboring daggers beneath their robes? As the empire swelled, so did the whispers of dissent. The enigmatic figure of Selim I sat on a precarious throne, sipping from the cup of destiny, unknowing that each victory might lead him one step closer to his own demise. The chess pieces shifted, and the next move could spell catastrophe. What happens when the architect of an empire becomes its greatest threat? The line between savior and destroyer blurs, leaving chaos in its wake. Can one man's ambition reshape the world or unravel it entirely? Enter the twisted labyrinth of Selim I's life, where every corner holds dark secrets, and the echoes of the past shout truths you never dared to consider. Will you dare to peel back the layers? Or will you join the ranks of the unknowing, forever haunted by the shadows of Selim's empire? The night was thick with shadows, a heavy cloak of darkness that wrapped itself around the palace walls like a whispered threat. The air was electric, pulsing with the kind of tension that makes hearts race and palms sweat. In the dim light, a flickering candle cast trembling silhouettes, and the room was filled with the unshakable scent of impending doom. I remember the distant sound of a sword clashing against another, the metallic ring echoing through the halls, a ghostly reminder of conflicts brewing just beyond the heavy doors. It was a harbinger of tumultuous nights to come, setting the stage for a life that would be marked by blood and ambition. In that flickering light stood Selim, a boy on the precipice of manhood, grappling with the weight of his lineage and the crushing expectations of a nation. His heart thudded like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the battles that raged not only outside but within. He was the son of a sultan, a title born with a crown but forged in the fires of rivalry. The shadows whispered tales of fathers and brothers who had fallen, all too eager to seize the throne that Selim would one day inherit. The family name, a bastion of power, felt like chains binding him, each link forged in blood. But it wasn't just the looming spectre of the throne that tormented him. No, it was the undeniable presence of his mother, a woman whose fierce love was laced with the bitterness of 1,000 betrayals. I remember her voice, a haunting melody that wrapped around him like a serpent, urging him to seize his destiny, to become great, to be anything but weak. Her expectations were as sharp as the daggers hidden beneath the silks of her gown, and her dreams for him were as vast as the empire itself. Selim, she would say, her eyes burning with an intensity that could melt stone, you must surpass your father. You must be better. But better meant brutal, and the weight of that truth hung heavy in the air. It was a dance of love and fear, a twisted ballet where every misstep could lead to ruin. He felt the ground shifting beneath his feet, the earth itself warning him of the treacherous path ahead. In a different corner of that sprawling palace, with its marble halls echoing with the laughter of courtiers, there was a boy with the soul of a lion, his brother, Ahmed. They were inseparable yet irrevocably divided, brothers bound by blood but torn apart by ambition. Ahmed wore a mask of easy charm, a smile that could disarm even the most hardened hearts, but beneath that facade was a heart aching for acceptance. The brothers shared more than just a childhood, they shared the weight of expectation from a mother who loved fiercely but divided loyalties with her fierce love. I remember the day the tension shattered. One moment, laughter filled the air like the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, and the next, it was a battlefield. The two boys stood facing each other, the unspoken rivalry crackling between them. "You only want the throne because you fear what I can become," Ahmed spat, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. Selim's breath caught in his throat, the truth stinging like a slap. It was an accusation that cut deeper than any blade. But the room was filled with ghosts, not just of their tumultuous relationship, but of a lineage stained with betrayal and blood. Their father, the Sultan, loomed larger than life in their memories, an ever-watchful figure who had wrestled against the tides of time and fate. I remember his presence, it was a gaping maw of jealousy and ambition. He had crushed rivals, silenced dissenters, but in doing so he had carved a path filled with obstacles for his own children. Selim felt that weight, too, a suffocating reminder that greatness was often achieved at a painful cost. As the brothers circled each other, the tension thickened, a palpable force that could ignite at any moment. Selim's fists clenched, feeling the pressure of a future that demanded blood. "I will not be weak," he vowed, the words spilling from his lips like a desperate prayer. But the ache in his chest told him that weakness is often the mask of humanity, and the throne would demand a price that he wasn't sure he was ready to pay. The palace, with its opulent beauty, was a gilded cage, filled with the laughter of courtiers who danced on the edge of knives, unaware or uncaring of the storm that brewed within. The walls echoed with secrets, with whispers of plots and shadows flitting through corridors like phantoms. Each day was an unwritten testament to the unraveling of brotherhood, the impending clash between two souls vying for the same prize. In those moments, the cosmos itself felt cruel, watching, waiting, a silent spectator to the chaos unfurling beneath its gaze. Time, with its unrelenting march, mocked the boys, ticking away the seconds in a symphony of impending doom. They were young lions, caught between the innocence of childhood and the ferocity demanded by destiny, their lives entwined in a dance of fate that no one could escape. And yet, amidst the chaos, I felt a flicker of hope. A glimmer of what could be how a brotherhood forged in battles fought side by side, rather than against each other. But those thoughts were fleeting, mere wisps of smoke that vanished into the night. In that moment, with the shadows of the past clawing at their heels, Selim and Ahmed stood on the brink, two hearts bound by blood and torn by ambition. The world outside raged on, but within those palace walls, beneath the flickering candles, the real battles were fought, not just for a throne, but for the very souls of two boys destined to become men. The confrontation loomed, thick and heavy with the promise of chaos and heartbreak. The echoes of swords clashing and hearts breaking converged, drowning out the laughter that once filled the air, and I could feel it, the inevitable crash that would come when the brothers were forced to confront the reality of their existence, the choices they would make, and the price of power. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the night held its breath, poised on the edge of a storm. The shadows deepened, whispering secrets that would draw Selim closer to his fate, propelling him toward a destiny that would leave an indelible mark on history. The distant clang of swords echoed through the marble halls of the Topkapi Palace, a symphony of chaos that could wake the dead, or maybe it was the dying. I remember the tension that day, thick as a fog that clung to your skin, wrapping around you like a lover's arms, only to suffocate. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering as if whispering secrets of treachery and ambition. The ghosts of the past watched, gloating, perhaps, as Selim I stood at the precipice of his fate, heart thundering like a war drum. He was a man caught between desire and despair. I saw it in his eyes, an unquenchable thirst for power, a fire that could consume both ally and enemy. His hands trembled, not with fear, but with the weight of destiny. "I will not be weak, I will not falter," he murmured to himself, words that clung to the air, heavy with determination. Behind him, his brother, Ahmed, loomed like a dark cloud, a shadow of what Selim might have been, full of doubt, burdened by the expectations of a world that spun on the axis of blood and betrayal. The ancient clock tower struck, resonating through the stone corridors, and time felt like a cruel joke, an ever-ticking reminder that every moment slipped away like sand through fingers. I remember the chill that settled in the marrow of my bones as I watched Selim fixate on the throne, its gold glinting wickedly, a siren's call draped in velvet. To ascend meant to grasp the power of 1,000 suns, but also the burden of 1,000 souls, a double-edged sword thirsty for blood. Selim! Ahmed's voice pierced through the clamor, quaking with a mix of fear and anger. You think you can just take what isn't yours? It was the kind of accusation layered with a brother's love, twisted into a weapon. Father favors you, but I am the rightful heir. There was desperation in his tone, a plea masked as a demand. Rightful heir? Or just a coward? Selim shot back, fire igniting in his belly. His words were knives, slicing through the thin veneer of brotherly affection. You tremble at the thought of action, while he paused, his breath hitching. I am willing to sacrifice everything. Silence fell like a heavy curtain. The weight of their shared past hung between them, childhood dreams tainted by a rising tide of ambition. I could almost hear the laughter that had once filled those hallways, now replaced by the rancid scent of betrayal. The air was alive, crackling with electric intensity, every heartbeat screaming for resolution as they faced each other like two storm clouds ready to burst. Then came the whispers, ghostly fragments of the court swirling around us, carrying the scent of roses and blood. Selim must go, they murmured, voices dripping with malice, visions of knives glinting in candlelight. He grows too bold. A dance of deceit, an intricate ballet of poison and pride. Secrets hid in shadows, waiting, biding their time, ready to strike. I remember the deafening roar of ambition that filled Selim's heart. He had carved his desires into the very marrow of his bones. The throne called to him like a lover's caress, and the thought of his brother's hesitation felt like a betrayal of the blood that tied them. I will not be denied, he whispered, the weight of the world settling on his shoulders with a cruel, unyielding grip. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the palace in hues of crimson and gold, an eerie stillness descended. In that moment, it felt like the universe paused, holding its breath, waiting for fate to unfold. A decision hung in the air, thickening the atmosphere, wrapping around them like a noose. Do you think Father would want this? Ahmed's voice trembled, the vulnerability in his gaze a dagger to Selim's heart. We are brothers. We should stand together. But the words fell like brittle leaves, crumpling under the weight of ambition. And yet, the darkness was seductive. The allure of power whispered sweet promises, with the throne comes strength, with strength comes glory. Every breath they took echoed with the ghosts of their father's legacy, and the spectre of their mother, who had always warned them against the poison of ambition. Beware the crown, she had said, her voice a haunting lullaby, for it is made of thorns. But what is a crown without the blood of enemies? What is a throne without the taste of power on your lips, sweet and intoxicating? I felt the tension spiral, a coiled serpent ready to strike, poised at the moment of truth. Then let blood decide, Selim finally growled, the words heavy and laden with intent. The weight of inevitability crashed over us, and I felt it in my bones, a thunderstorm brewing, ready to unleash chaos upon the realm. Ahmed's eyes widened, fear and fury merging into a tempest that mirrored the turmoil in Selim's soul. And just like that, time splintered. Time, that fickle mistress, reminded us that moments could unravel into eternity, that choices could forge destinies. The clash of blades echoed once more, the palace trembling under the weight of their conflict, their cries weaving into a tapestry of betrayal, ambition, and desperation. This is not just about us, Ahmed shouted, the walls vibrating with his righteous fury. This is about our legacy. But Selim was a man consumed by the fire of the throne. Legacies are built on the ashes of those too weak to fight, he spat back, his determination igniting like kindling struck by flame, a reckless blaze eager to consume all in its path. The world outside grew quiet, as if holding its breath, the stars blinking in anxious anticipation, waiting for the inevitable storm to break. I could almost hear the universe whispering, choose, as Selim and Ahmed prepared to tear their brotherhood apart, each pulse of their hearts a haunting reminder of what was at stake: love, loyalty, and a crown drenched in blood. And there, in that moment, the clock ticked on, each second a heartbeat, each heartbeat a step closer to destiny. The air shimmered with the promise of chaos and the inevitability of choice. What had begun as a whisper would soon erupt into a symphony of violence, forever altering the course of their lives. In the shadows, the ghosts watched, and the universe sighed, knowing that with every storm, something must fall. A single candle flickers in the dark, its flame casting dancing shadows that twist and turn like ghosts of the past. The air hangs thick, oppressive with the weight of whispered treachery and unfurling ambitions. Outside, the city of Constantinople breathes restlessly, its pulse a cacophony of murmurs, ominous, electric. I feel it in my bones, a tremor that seems to vibrate through the very stones of the palace, a reminder that power is as fleeting as the flickering light. I remember the night that changed everything, the moment that sent ripples through the fabric of our existence. The council chambers were alive with tension, men cloaked in silks and ambition, their voices rising like the tide, each word a dagger, each glance a potential betrayal. I remember how my heart raced as I stood there, a mere observer, the weight of history pressing down on my shoulders. The Sultan's favorite, Ahmed, his eyes were wild with fear and desperation, his thoughts a tempest that could erupt at any moment. "What if it all comes crashing down?" he whispered, more to himself than to anyone else, yet I could hear every syllable as if it were a death knell. Oh, Ahmed, noble yet flawed, a man whose loyalty is a double-edged sword. I saw the way his hands trembled, betraying his outward composure, a facade that couldn't hold against the storm. He was not just a man, he was the embodiment of hope and despair, a fragile vessel caught in the whirlpool of our empire's fate. "We are on the brink, aren't we?" he asked, his voice barely audible above the rising clamor, and I could only nod, my own heart echoing the truth that hung heavy in the air. Then there was Elif, a woman who carried the weight of her lineage like a crown of thorns. She sat perched on the edge of her seat, her gaze piercing through the chaos, a hawk surveying its prey. I could see the fire in her eyes, the resolve that had been sculpted by years of watching powerful men dance around her, oblivious to the storm brewing within her soul. "I will not be a pawn," she declared, her voice cutting through the din, a sword drawn in defiance against the tide of history. She was both a beacon of strength and a flame that could consume us all, and I was drawn to her, as moths are to fire, knowing all too well the danger of being too close. The room vibrated with murmurs of conspiracies, alliances formed and broken like the fragile threads of a spider's web, shimmering yet precarious. "They will rise against us," whispered one man, a shadow in the corner, his eyes gleaming with greed. "The Safavids are lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike." Fear rippled through the council like a disease, contagious and crippling. I felt it seize my heart, a tightening coil that threatened to suffocate me. I remembered the tales of slaughter, of cities reduced to ashes, of lives extinguished in an instant. "Foolishness!" Ahmed snapped, his voice rising above the tide. "We must act." But what did action mean when the very ground beneath us was shifting? I watched as the men around him exchanged glances, their minds already plotting, their hearts betraying their loyalty. A flicker of doubt crossed Ahmed's face, and in that moment, I saw it, the chasm of uncertainty that lay beneath his bravado. "Will they turn on us?" he pondered, and I could taste the bitterness of betrayal on my tongue. Outside, the moon hung heavy, its light spilling into the chamber like a cold hand on our shoulders. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, the ghosts of sultans long gone, their legacies woven into the tapestries that adorned the walls. I remembered the stories told by my grandmother of empires rising and falling like the tides, and suddenly, it all felt so real, so tangible. Would we, too, be just a footnote in the annals of history? Elif stood then, her resolve unyielding, and I felt the weight of her presence, a force of nature that could not be ignored. "Listen to me," she implored, her voice steady like a warrior preparing for battle. "We must unite. We cannot allow fear to divide us." And there it was, the spark of hope amidst the chaos, a desperate plea that stirred something deep within me. I wanted to believe in her vision, to see a future where our empire stood unbroken, unyielding against the tide of enemies that threatened to engulf us. Yet, as I gazed into the eyes of my companions, I realized that hope was a fragile thing, easily crushed beneath the relentless weight of ambition. They will betray us, I thought, feeling the cold fingers of despair creeping back into my heart. The clock on the wall ticked away, each chime a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers like grains of sand. The arguments escalated, voices rising and falling like the waves crashing against the shores of our beloved city. I could see the fear etched into the faces of those around me, mingling with the greed that propelled them forward. I remembered the tales of betrayal that had echoed through the halls of power, the blood that had stained the very ground we stood upon. Could we truly trust one another, or were we all just players in a deadly game, each move calculated, each breath a potential turn? And then silence fell, a heavy blanket that smothered the room. All eyes turned to me, waiting, expecting. My voice felt small, but I spoke anyway, my words trembling with the weight of my emotions. What if we are the architects of our own demise? I asked. The room held its breath, every heart pounding in unison, an echo of uncertainty that reverberated through the night. In that moment, I realized we were not just players in a game of politics, we were the very essence of the empire, fragile and fierce, caught in the tempest of history. Shadows loomed large outside, the city whispering secrets to the night, and I felt the cold breath of fate against my neck. We were united and divided, strong yet fragile, teetering on the edge of something vast and ungraspable, a storm that had yet to break. The candle flickered, the flame a heartbeat, a reminder that we were alive, that we mattered. In that charged silence, I realized that this moment, this fragile tableau of humanity, was where the future would be forged, where the echoes of our choices would resonate through the ages. And as we stood there, poised on the brink of an uncertain tomorrow, the shadows of our past loomed larger than ever, whispering of the battles yet to come. The darkness was thickening, a shroud that promised to swallow us whole. The moon hung low over the city, casting a silvery sheen on the marbled streets that echoed with whispers of despair. The air was thick with tension, the kind that clung to your skin like an unwanted shroud. Shadows danced in the corners, and the distant clang of metal against metal sent shivers racing down spines. Selim I stood at the edge of a precipice, not on a cliff but on the brink of history, a moment suspended in time that held the weight of empires. I remember the chaos. I remember the faces contorted in fear and anticipation, glancing toward their sultan, awaiting a sign, an order, a decree. Selim, with eyes like storm clouds, bore the burden of countless lives on his shoulders. His heart raced, not with excitement but with a haunting awareness of the lives that hung in the balance. The tension rippled through the air, wrapping itself around every soul, whispering of impending doom. And there was Zeynep, a woman of unmatched resilience, her spirit ignited against the encroaching darkness. She stood among the throngs, her heart pounding like a war drum. Selim's gaze found hers, an electric connection sparking in the midst of the turmoil. She felt the weight of his decisions like chains around her neck, each link forged by the fear of failure, a fear that gnawed at him, even as he wore the crown. "You can't let them down," her eyes said, pleading silently, even amidst the clamor. The ghosts of his predecessors haunted him, their specters lurking in the shadows. Am I worthy, he thought, a question that clawed at his mind like a ravenous beast. The realization struck hard, leadership was not merely about wielding power, it was about bearing the unbearable, the heavy mantle of decision-making that could alter the course of lives. Each heartbeat was a reminder of the responsibility weighing on him. Selim moved forward, each step resonating with a chilling finality. He was not just a man, he was a storm, a cyclone of ambition and fear, swirling through the minds of those who dared to follow him. And yet, beneath the bluster was a man riddled with doubt, a ruler who understood that greatness often came cloaked in loneliness. Would they remember me as a conqueror or a tyrant, he wondered, as the air crackled with unvoiced questions. Then there was David, a soldier whose loyalty was as fierce as a lion's roar. He watched Selim, feeling the pulse of the moment in his own veins. The fear of failure churned within him, a tempest that mirrored Selim's own. We fight for him, yet he fights against himself, David thought, grappling with the dichotomy of admiration and sympathy. To serve the Sultan was to confront one's mortality, and he knew it all too well. In the dark corners of his mind, the spectre of death loomed like an unwelcome guest, whispering promises of glory in exchange for blood. As Selim's voice rose above the tumult, it was a clarion call that cut through the fog of uncertainty. He spoke not just with authority, but with a raw, visceral honesty that tore at the hearts of his men. "We either conquer or we perish," he proclaimed, his voice a roaring flame that ignited the crowd. Hope flickered in their eyes, but it was a fragile thing, like the last light of a candle before the wind snuffs it out. The weight of his words hung between them, a palpable tension that drew them closer to the edge of fate. Zeynep felt that heat, the simmering intensity of Selim's resolve pulling her in. In that moment, she saw not just a ruler, but a man wrestling with the ghosts of his past, the shadows of his lineage. "What price will you pay?" she wanted to ask, but the words were swallowed by the tide of history crashing around them. The answer was written in the lines on his face, in the way he clenched his fists as if they could mold the very fabric of destiny itself. The ambience thickened, a blanket of anticipation enveloping the scene as Selim turned to face his people, a tempest contained in his frame. "I will not falter," he declared, the words resonating like a war drum in the hearts of all who heard. But inside, he felt the tremor of panic. What if he was wrong? What if the very fire he ignited consumed them all? Each breath became a struggle, a fight against the weight of expectation and the haunting silence of doubt. Through the swirling chaos, David stepped forward, his heart pounding with an unyielding fervor. "We trust you," he shouted into the maelstrom, his voice barely breaking through the fear, but it carried the weight of 1,000 unsaid words: loyalty, love, fear, hope. Each syllable hung in the air, suspended like the moon above, illuminating the darkened corners of their souls. Selim met David's gaze, a silent acknowledgement passing between them, a shared understanding of the stakes. The line between heroism and madness was razor thin, and somewhere in that moment of connection, Selim felt a flicker of purpose. Together, he thought, the word igniting a feral heat within him. Together, we will carve our names into the fabric of time. But lurking beneath that fierce determination was an abyss of uncertainty. The clock ticked louder, a relentless reminder that time was slipping away, and Selim's heart raced with the fear of failure lurking just beyond the horizon. Every decision weighed heavy, and he could almost feel the chains of history binding him, shackling his choices to the past. Zeynep's heart ached, observing the man before her, the duality of a warrior and a haunted soul. She wanted to reach out and pull him from the brink, to tell him that even the mightiest of men could falter. "You are not alone," she longed to whisper, but the words remained trapped within her. Instead, she stood firm, grounding herself in the moment, ready to follow him wherever this storm might lead. As the tempest surged around them, the reckoning drew closer. The air crackled with tension, and the city awaited Selim's next move, a collective heartbeat resonating in the silence. In that moment, Selim I stood not just as a sultan but as a vessel of history, flawed, relentless, and utterly human. The shadows of doubt and the flickers of hope danced hand in hand, weaving a tapestry of fate that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. And as the world held its breath, poised on the edge of uncertainty, Selim knew that the next moment would define everything: the choices made, the lives altered, the stories etched into the annals of time. With each beat of his heart, he embraced the chaos, ready to unleash the storm that would either bring glory or ruin. The clock, relentless and unforgiving, ticked on. The air crackled with an unholy tension, a darkness settling over the city like a shroud. I remember the night the stars blared red, illuminating the horizon with an otherworldly glow. In that moment, I stood at the edge of a precipice, feeling the weight of countless souls hovering over me, whispering their fears, their prayers, their curses. The distant sound of prayer echoed through the narrow streets, mingling with the cries of the wounded and the laments of the forsaken. Selim I, the Sultan, the Conqueror, loomed larger than life, a spectral figure draped in opulence, yet marred by the stains of divine ambition. His eyes, dark and burning with zeal, could pierce through the fabric of reality itself. He believed himself to be the Caliph, the rightful leader of the faithful, but in his quest for supremacy, he became a paradox, a man torn asunder by faith and blood. I remember the whispers in the shadows, the loyalists who followed him like moths to a flame, and the dissenters who dared to dream of a different world, one where religion was not a weapon, but a balm. Across the city, I met Fatima, a woman whose heart beat like a war drum behind her silk veil. Her spirit flickered like a candle caught in a storm. She was devout, yet fiercely independent, caught in a web of conflicting loyalties. Her father, a scholar revered by many, had been crushed beneath the heel of Selim's ambition, accused of heresy for questioning the Sultan's divine right. I felt her pain, her heart break, a raw wound that bled openly in her eyes, even as she prayed for peace. I remember my father's voice, she would say, her hands trembling as she clutched a tattered prayer rug. He spoke of love, of unity. Now, we are divided by a crown forged in blood. And then there was Ahmed, a soldier wrapped in the armor of duty, yet shackled by doubt. His loyalty to Selim was a double-edged sword, glistening with promises of glory but tainted by the injustices he witnessed. I remember the first time I killed, he confessed, his voice a quavering whisper, a ghost of the man he once was. The terror in their eyes, the ache in my heart, it's a weight I carry like a stone. He fought not just for the Sultan, but for the faith that had been twisted and molded by the hands of men. As the sun set over the horizon, he wrestled with an insatiable conflict, the haunting realization that faith should uplift, not destroy. The city itself was a character in this unfolding drama, its streets alive with the pulse of fervent prayer and whispered dissent. I could taste the grit and grime of the marketplace, feel the sweat of the laborers as they toiled under the watchful gaze of the minarets, their voices rising like smoke to the heavens. And in the shadows, a tapestry of rebellion began to weave itself. Some called for the blood of the unjust, others sought solace in the teachings of a past that promised peace. But peace was a fleeting dream, torn asunder by Selim's iron grip. Tension mounted like a storm brewing on the horizon. I remember the night the call to prayer echoed through the streets, its sound reverberating like a war drum. Fatima stood on her balcony, her face illuminated by the flickering light of a single candle. They speak of divine right, yet where is the divinity in this suffering? She cried, her voice cracking like fragile glass. We are mere pawns in a game played by gods. I could see the fire reflected in her eyes, the fire that burned for her fallen father, for all the innocents caught in the tempest of power. And Ahmed, caught between duty and morality, felt the weight of his sword pressing against his side like a relentless reminder of the blood on his hands. God is watching, he muttered under his breath, as he stood guard outside the Grand Mosque, the very heart of Selim's empire. But what if he's turned his back on us? The echoes of his doubt danced in the air like specters, haunting him with every breath. With each passing day, the rift between his loyalty to the Sultan and his love for his people widened like a chasm. The confrontation was inevitable, a storm on the horizon, a clash of faiths and ideals. I remember the night when the city erupted in defiance, when Fatima stood at the forefront, her voice rising above the chaos. We are not mere subjects. We are the children of this land, and we will not let our faith be a weapon in this war. The fervor of her words ignited the crowd, a wildfire of hope in the suffocating darkness. But Selim's gaze was cold, his faith unwavering, a man blind to the suffering he wrought. As Selim approached, his presence loomed large, an embodiment of divine wrath, yet beneath that polished veneer lay the trembling heart of a man who feared the very legacy he sought to build. You dare question the will of God? He thundered, a voice that could shake the foundations of heaven. But the crowd stood resolute, the air thick with defiance, the scent of burnt offerings wafting through the night. Ahmed felt the pulse of rebellion surge through him, a heartbeat that synchronized with the cries for justice. We are not afraid, he roared, stepping forward, his sword gleaming in the moonlight, a symbol of a cause greater than himself. In that moment, the city was a crucible, a place where faith and power collided with explosive intensity. I could feel the air thickening, time itself holding its breath as the weight of history hung in the balance. Each heartbeat echoed louder, a drum summoning the chaos of truth and consequence. The shadows whispered secrets, the ghosts of the past beckoned for retribution, and the stars above bore witness to a reckoning that would reshape the very fabric of belief. Fatima, Ahmed, and Selim, their fates intertwined, a tapestry woven with threads of faith, ambition, and sacrifice. I stood there, engulfed in the maelstrom, feeling the tension ripple through my bones, the longing for resolution twisting my heart. The night stretched on, a canvas painted with the colors of rebellion and hope, fear and faith, a reminder that in the darkest of times, the human spirit strives for light, even when the shadows threaten to consume it whole. The clock ticks, a sound heavy with foreboding. Each chime echoes through the stony halls, a countdown to chaos. Outside, the shadows stretch, clawing at the last flickers of daylight, as if the very world knows what's about to unfold. I stand there, heart pounding, the weight of betrayal pressing against my chest like a vice. The air is thick, almost suffocating, swirling with the scent of iron and inevitability. I remember the way the moon hung low in the sky that night, round and pale as a ghost's face, watching over us, bearing silent witness to the storm we had brewed. I was too naive then, too eager to believe in the bonds we forged. But power is a jealous mistress, she whispers promises sweet enough to drown in, while her fangs are poised, ready to sink deep. Henry, my oldest friend, has eyes that burn with ambition now, the light in them replaced by something colder. I see it flicker in the dark, a predator stalking its prey. He moves through the room, an unsettling grace about him, each step calculated, deliberate. There's a tension in the air, electric and raw, and I feel it crawl along my skin. I remember when we laughed under that very moon about greatness, not knowing that we were merely pawns in a game far larger than ourselves. Do you think we can rule this kingdom together? I had asked, my heart full of dreams. His laughter had echoed back, so beautiful, so full of promise. Now, it rings hollow, a ghost of what once was. And then there's Clara, the one who never wanted any of this, yet here she is, trapped like a moth in a flame, flickering between loyalty and survival. She stands near the window, her silhouette sharp against the waning light, a portrait of conflict. I catch a glimpse of her face, twisted in anguish, and I ache for the girl I once knew, the girl who smiled like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. But that girl is gone, replaced by a woman hardened by the cruel demands of power. I can't watch this, she whispers, her voice barely rising above the shadows. This isn't us. We had dreams, Henry. We were supposed to lift each other up. I can see the tremor in her hands, a silent plea for the old days, for the laughter we shared over cups of cheap wine and plans that felt limitless. But dreams dissolve like smoke in the wind when power is at stake. Dreams? Henry scoffs, and it feels like a knife twisting in my gut. We're past dreams, Clara. This is about survival. This is about not being the one who is cast aside. His words slice through the room, sharp enough to draw blood. The truth lingers in the air, thick and bitter. It chokes me. I remember stories of kings and queens, of battles fought not just with swords but with hearts turned to stone. I remember thinking they were legends, tales spun to entertain, but now I see the reality. This is the same twisted narrative, unfolding before my very eyes. The tension crackles, and I can almost hear the walls whispering secrets, ancient and dark. They have seen blood spilled for less, they know the cost of ambition. I think of the ghosts that haunt these halls, those who once dared to grasp for power and lost everything. Do you think you can eliminate me, Henry? I step forward, my voice steady, masking the fear that gnaws at my insides. This isn't a game. This is real life. There's blood on our hands already. He turns, his expression transforming, a mask slipping to reveal that familiar hunger. Only the weak fear blood. Only the foolish cling to friendships when the crown is at stake. My heart sinks, his right. But at what cost? I remember the day we vowed to protect each other, to be more than just shadows behind a throne. Now, that promise feels like a noose tightening around my neck, dragging me toward a reckoning I never wanted. Clara's sob is soft, but in this heavy silence, it resonates like a gunshot, shattering the strained peace. You don't have to do this, Henry. We can walk away. A tremor dances through her voice, woven with desperation. The idealist in me wants to believe her, wants to turn back time, to reclaim the innocence we've lost. But he shakes his head, determination set in his jaw, the shadows behind him amplifying the resolve in his eyes. This is the only way to ensure we don't end up like them. The words hang heavy in the air, weighted with the realization of how far we've fallen. The clock chimes again, each note a reminder of the choices laid before us, each echo a heartbeat pounding in the void. I can feel the pressure building, the impending storm ready to break. I glance at Clara, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and it cuts deeper than any blade. I want to scream, to tear down the walls of this prison we've built around ourselves, but the words falter on my lips. In that moment of silence, I understand the weight of our decisions. The ghosts of our past swirl around us, watching, waiting. Time feels elastic, stretching just long enough for the final act to play out. The air grows thick, charged with tension, and I know that the confrontation is inevitable. The lines are drawn, and whoever takes that first step will pull the rest of us into the abyss. I feel the pulse of history, of fate, of something larger than us all, pressing down, ready to consume. A single breath binds us all. The shadows elongate, intertwining, and I can't help but wonder if we are already lost. I remember the laughter, the dreams, the innocence. And yet, here we stand, on the precipice of annihilation, friends turned adversaries, and all that remains is a choice. And as I look into Henry's eyes, I realize that the struggle for survival is just the beginning. The true battle lies ahead, deep within the heart of ambition, the kind that can consume everything, leaving only ashes behind. Outside, the night deepens, the stars blinking out one by one, and I feel it, the weight of history, of decisions made and paths taken. Time drips like melting wax from a candle, and in this moment, we are all but shadows, flickering against the encroaching darkness. The game is afoot, and the stakes have never been higher. The air crackled with the tension of unspoken fears, a weight hung over the camp as thick as smoke from a dying fire. And there, amidst the shadows and flickering torchlight, stood Iskender, a soldier whose heart pulsed with the fervor of a lion yet trembled like a leaf caught in the wind. His grip tightened around the hilt of his sword, a lifeline in a world spiraling into chaos. Around him, the clamor of men sharpened, frantic whispers of doubt, desperate hopes clashing like steel against steel. He could hear it, that gnawing uncertainty that slithered through the ranks, wrapping its cold fingers around their hearts. Tonight, we face the wrath of the enemy, breathed Selim, the Sultan, his voice a deep river cutting through the tumult. His eyes glinted with a feverish intensity, the spark of ambition igniting a fire within his soul. He stood bare-chested, the moonlight tracing the contours of his body, every muscle taut with the weight of expectations. He was both king and commander, a man caught on the precipice of history, and yet as he surveyed the faces of his men, he felt the crushing burden of their loyalty. I remember the first time I held a sword, Iskender confessed to no one in particular, almost drowned out by the rising storm of emotions. I was a mere boy. Hell, I barely knew which end was sharp. I thought honor was a gleaming blade. Now, it feels like a curse. How do I wield this honor when darkness looms, and it is my own flesh that may betray me? His throat tightened, a deep well of fear and longing coiled within him. He didn't want to die, didn't want to let down the very people who depended on him. Yet the more he thought about it, the less he felt like a warrior and more like a blooded canvas, waiting for a final stroke of despair. Across the fire, Zeynep, a fierce archer and Iskender's closest ally, stood with arms crossed, her gaze unyielding. The flicker of the flames painted her features in a dance of light and shadow, yet the fire in her heart was a burning coal, relentless and consuming. Her mind raced, days spent training, nights spent dreaming of her father's stories of glory and valor. "We cannot falter," she said, her voice a fierce echo. Selim aims to reform the military, to cast aside old ghosts and forge a new destiny. But if we cower now, if we let fear seep into our bones, what will become of our dreams? Her words were an unyielding force, a clarion call that momentarily shattered the wall of despair encircling Iskender. He remembered her laugh, bright like the dawn breaking over the horizon, and how it had once filled him with courage. But now, the laughter felt like a distant memory, tainted by the darkness creeping in. Would they even survive this battle to create a new legacy? An uneasy silence fell, broken only by the crackling of firewood. The wind howled, carrying whispers of forgotten warriors, shadows of those who had fought and lost. Selim's ambition loomed like a ghostly spectre, promising glory yet draped in uncertainty. The Sultan's reforms, modernizing the army, embracing new tactics and weaponry, learning from the West, were all well and good, but what did it matter when the ground swallowed men whole, when the air thickened with the scent of blood and fear? "Tonight, we reshape the future," Selim declared again, his voice rising, galvanizing the men around him. Each of you is a thread in the fabric of this empire. Together, we will weave a tapestry that will tell stories for generations to come." His words held power, sparking a flicker of hope. Yet beneath that hope was an undertow of dread, an awareness that victory was never guaranteed. "I remember," Iskender murmured, the words slipping out against his will. "I remember the tales of blood-soaked earth, of men rising as shadows to claim their place among the stars. I remember," he trailed off, battling the tumult in his mind. He gripped his sword tighter, feeling the rough leather handle warm against his palm. "But what if we become the shadows? What if we are the ones who fall, never to rise again?" Zeynep stepped closer, her fierce gaze piercing through the fog of doubt. "We fight not just for ourselves but for those who came before us, for those who will come after. If we surrender to fear, we become nothing but echoes of the past, mere phantoms haunting the battlefield." Her conviction enveloped him, blending with the cool night air, and for a fleeting moment, Iskender felt the spark of courage ignite a flicker of light within him. The tension surged again, the distant thrum of drums echoed through the night, a primal call to arms. Shadows flickered, and the horizon bled into an inky abyss, where the enemy lurked unseen. The clock of fate ticked louder, each beat resonating with the weight of destiny. Iskender felt it deep in his bones, the urgency of time running out, the inevitability of conflict drawing near. "Tonight, we fight," Selim's voice rose like a battle cry, trembling with the weight of countless dreams. "Not for us alone, but for the Empire, the future that lies beyond this moment." He turned to face the men, the firelight igniting passion in their eyes. They were not just soldiers, they were warriors forging a new path, a collective heartbeat trembling in the night. And there, as swords were drawn and arrows narked, Iskender felt the world around him fade into a haunting silence. The shadows danced with eerie grace, whispering of glory and of doom, of the fragility of life and the permanence of death. The moment expanded into infinity, a swirling vortex of emotion, where fear and hope collided with devastating beauty. In this crucible of chaos, in the darkness thick as a shroud, he stepped forward, heart racing, each breath a prayer. For now, the night pulsed with the promise of change, or the echo of despair. The stars hung above, indifferent witnesses to the trials of men, and as he moved into the fray, Iskender felt the weight of destiny upon him. Would he rise, or would he fall? Only the dawn would reveal the truth, and in that uncertainty lay the heartbeat of history itself. The flickering light of a single oil lamp dances across the darkened room, casting shadows that stretch like the specters of forgotten dreams. I stand at the window, the chill of the night air biting at my skin, my heart pounding like a war drum. Outside, the cries of battle echo through the streets, an ominous symphony of clashing swords and desperate shouts. The city feels alive, breathing its dread into the very marrow of my bones. I remember the day everything changed, the day the Safavids declared war, igniting a firestorm that would consume us all. A figure appears, silhouetted against the glowing embers of the hearth. It's Amir, his face drawn tight with worry. "We can't stay here," he whispers, urgency lacing his voice like poison. I see the tremor in his hands, the way they itch for the hilt of his sword, a weapon that now feels as heavy as his conscience. Amir, my brother, my confidant, has always been a man caught between worlds, between loyalty and rebellion, purpose and despair. He teeters on the brink of something monumental, and I can taste the fear on my tongue. "I can't leave," I say, my voice trembling like a child lost in a tempest. "Not when the city is burning." My heart aches for the people, for the dreams that vanish like smoke. The Safavid forces march forward, relentless, their banners snapping like the wings of crows overhead. I remember the laughter that used to fill these streets, the aroma of spices mingling with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Now, the air is thick with ash and unfulfilled promises. What about our mother? Amir's eyes flicker with a pain I've known too well. We can't just abandon her. He knows the truth, that she's already trapped in a nightmare of her own making, her sanity fraying like the threads of an old tapestry, each unraveling strand whispering secrets of the past. I remember her stories of glory, of battles fought and won, but now they feel like curses. The ground trembles beneath us, and the distant clash of steel sends shivers down my spine. There's a futility in it all, a desperate dance of power and ambition. I think of the Shah, standing proud, his gaze piercing and cold as a winter night. He believes he can reshape the world, but in his quest for dominance, he forgets the blood that stains the earth. Do you think they'll stop? I ask, my voice a mere wisp of sound. It carries a weight of longing, a threadbare hope that feels almost absurd. Amir shakes his head, grim determination etching lines across his brow. No. They crave our submission like a wolf hungers for flesh. I remember the stories about the Safavids' rise, how they emerged from the ashes of a fractured land, painted as heroes in the eyes of those desperate for salvation. But heroes often wear masks, and beneath their noble veneer lies a hunger for power that blinds them to the suffering they sow. Outside, the din of chaos grows louder, a cacophony that pulls at my heart like a tide. I step away from the window, drawn to the warmth of the hearth, its flickering light a fragile beacon in the encroaching darkness. I feel the shadows stretching, clawing at the corners of my mind, whispering of inevitable loss. The ghosts of those who have fallen rise before me, civilians caught in the crossfire, soldiers torn between duty and conviction. Each face is a reminder of what is at stake. Should we fight? I ask, the words tumbling from my lips like stones dropped into still water. Amir's expression shifts, uncertainty etched into his features. Fight or flee, it matters little now. The Safavids will not stop until they have claimed this land. But something stirs in me, a restless ember ignited by the cries of the city. My thoughts spiral, visions of blood-soaked streets, of friends who once shared laughter now lying lifeless in the dust. I see the faces of those who trusted Amir and me, who believed in a tomorrow that no longer feels certain. We can't just let them destroy everything, I say, anger boiling beneath my skin. We owe it to them to stand and fight. Amir's gaze hardens, and I see the flicker of fear in his eyes, fear not of the enemy, but of the recklessness that lies within us. And what if we fail? He asks, each word a jagged edge slicing through hope. What if our defiance costs us everything, Mother, our lives? I want to scream, to shake him out of his resignation. I remember the fire in his spirit from days long past, the boy who dared to dream of freedom against insurmountable odds. A sudden crash resounds from outside, a door splintering, a scream piercing the night. I freeze, the world narrowing down to this moment, this choice. My heart races, I feel the weight of history pressing down on us, a force that cannot be ignored. I step closer to Amir, grasping his shoulder, my voice a fierce whisper. Whatever happens, we face it together. A brief flicker of understanding passes between us, an unspoken pact forged in the furnace of desperation. We hear the footsteps approaching, the shadows lengthening as the enemy draws near. The air feels electric, charged with urgency and fear, a thick miasma that clings to our skin. As the door swings open, revealing figures draped in the colors of conquest, our resolve hardens. I know this is just the beginning. The campaign against the Safavids is more than a clash of swords, it is a battle for our very souls. The consequences will ripple through generations, shaping destinies and rewriting the stories that bind us to one another. Each heartbeat is a reminder of the stakes at hand, each breath heavy with the weight of choices yet to come. In this moment, nothing else matters but the fight against oppression, against despair. I am ready to step into the unknown, to embrace whatever darkness lies ahead. We stand shoulder to shoulder, a fragile line against the storm, knowing that whatever lies beyond this chaos, we will face it together. I stand in the heart of a swirling storm, the earth trembling beneath the weight of ambition and fear. The sun hangs low in the sky, a bruised orange ball caught in the grip of twilight, casting long shadows over the vast expanse of Chaldiran, where destiny will forge its cruel path. The air is thick with tension, a palpable silence that wraps around me like a shroud, broken only by the distant clang of swords and the muffled cries of men. I remember the taste of iron, the scent of sweat and terror, the haunting echo of what is to come. Shah Ismail of the Safavid dynasty stands tall, his heart pounding like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the mountains he has climbed, the blood of his kin that has soaked the earth beneath him. His thoughts flicker like candle flames, illuminating his deepest fear, defeat. A fierce pride surges within him, each breath filled with the hope of uniting Persia under the banner of his vision. But there's a darkness lurking in his heart, the dread of failure whispering incessantly. I remember when my father taught me to wield a sword. He said it was an extension of my will. The will can crumble like dry earth. The weight of his crown feels like lead on his brow. Is this the moment when the world will remember him as a king, or as a ghost? Across the battlefield, the men of the Ottoman Empire gather beneath the watchful eye of Sultan Selim I, the conqueror who thirsts for expansion, his ambition a living, breathing beast. He stands with a steely resolve, gazing across the horizon where the banners of his enemies flutter, taunting him. I remember the stories of my ancestors, the invincible shadows that roam the lands, whispering promises of glory. Am I worthy of such legacies? His heart aches, not for the enemies he must vanquish, but for the legacy he fears he will never achieve. Each soldier around him embodies his dreams, yet with every heartbeat, he fears they may become mere numbers in a tale of bloodshed. The sky darkens, the clouds heavy with the weight of an impending storm. Thunder rumbles in the distance, a portent of the chaos to come. I can almost feel the electric tension crackling in the air, a harbinger of violence and valor. The armies are gathering like wolves before the hunt. I remember a time when the sun shone bright over the fields, a time before the world spiraled into conflict, where dreams weren't bathed in the red of war. But those days are shadows now, lost to the ravages of ambition. The battle begins with a thunderous roar, a symphony of clashing steel and cries that pierce the air like arrows. I can almost taste the adrenaline, thick and metallic on my tongue, as the soldiers charge at one another with a fervor that defies reason. Ismail's troops surge forward, his heart a wild beast, pounding against the confines of his chest. For Persia, they scream, a chorus of voices rising like a prayer, yet beneath that zealous chant lies a tremor of doubt, a questioning of fate's cruel hand. Selim watches as the tide of warriors crashes against one another, the brutality of it all unfolding like a nightmare. Every swing of the sword, every cry of despair, echoes in his mind, a cacophony of the living and the dying. I remember my mother telling me that every battle is a dance of death, a series of steps leading to a final bow. Will this be my bow? His hands tremble slightly, the grip on his sword faltering as reality closes in, the weight of his throne pressing down on him like a stone. Clashes reverberate across the battlefield, each impact a reminder of mortality. The soldiers draw their swords, faces contorted in fierce determination, but also in fear. I see young eyes, barely more than boys, staring into the abyss of violence, and I feel their terror, it grips me like a vice. Will my life matter? They seem to cry, each clash of steel underscoring their desperation. They are caught in an unforgiving tide, swept away by the currents of fate. Ismail's stratagem is unfolding beneath the chaos, a fierce and fiery plan forged in the crucible of desperation. He maneuvers his forces with an intensity that sends chills down my spine. A pincer movement, he had declared, his voice steady like the unwavering sun. Yet, even as he commands, he feels the doubt gnawing at him. What if my heart is the one that fails? Every clash of the sword against the shield, every sound of a body hitting the earth is a ticking clock, counting down the seconds to despair. Selim, on the opposite side, is no less fervent. He strikes with the weight of history behind him, his sword cutting through shadows and dreams alike. This is my moment, he breathes, as he rallies his men, his voice a clarion call amidst the chaos. But as he fights, he senses an emptiness within, the creeping dread that his empire may be built on quicksand. I remember my father's last words, "Conquest is a fleeting shadow. How can I chase what may elude me?" The battle rages on, a swirling tempest of humanity lost in a dance of death, and I feel the very ground beneath me quaking as destinies collide. The cries of the fallen merge into a haunting melody, a dirge for those who dared to dream. I'm transfixed, trapped in this moment where glory and ruin intermingle like lovers entwined in a desperate embrace. Every heartbeat echoes louder now, a reminder that life hangs by the thinnest of threads, frayed and fragile. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting the battlefield into a twilight haze, the outcome hangs in the balance. Bodies litter the ground, a testament to ambition and the price of dreams. The weight of sorrow hangs heavy in the air, and I remember that in this dance of shadows, victory feels hollow, each triumph etched into flesh and bone is a reminder of those lost. The great game of thrones continues, a relentless cycle of power, passion, and pain. The winds shift, carrying the cries of the vanquished and whispers of the victors, but in this moment, all I feel is the heartbeat of despair echoing against the silent drums of history. The Battle of Chaldiran, a tragic tapestry woven with threads of ambition, fear, and the relentless pursuit of legacy, unfolds relentlessly, drawing me deeper into its embrace, as I know, oh how I know, the story is far from over. The night was thick with an unsettling silence, broken only by the distant echoes of hooves pounding relentlessly against the cracked earth. I remember standing there, breathless, as shadows danced along the remnants of crumbling walls, remnants of a city caught in the throes of war. It was a stifling feeling, the weight of uncertainty clinging to me like a shroud. My heart drummed in sync with the rising chaos, a tempo of fear, hope, and an insatiable thirst for power. In that moment, I was not merely an observer, I was entangled in the lives of two men, both flawed, both driven. There was Akbar, a soldier carved from the bedrock of ambition, whose piercing eyes burned with the desire to carve his name into history. I remember how he gripped his sword, knuckles white against its hilt, as if it were a lifeline in the swirling tempest of uncertainty. "We fight not just for land, but for legacy," he would often say, his voice low and fervent, tinged with a desperation that haunted his every word. His dreams were infused with crimson, the color of conquest, but the ghosts of fallen comrades whispered against his conscience, urging him to remember the price of glory. Then there was Farhad, a scholar, his heart heavy with the burden of knowledge. He was a man doubting the righteousness of the Ottoman cause, wrestling with ghosts from his past. I remember the way he'd gaze into the night sky, as if searching for answers among the stars, or perhaps hoping to find solace in the darkness. "What is expansion but a hunger for more?" he would muse, a bittersweet smile flickering on his lips. "We build empires on the backs of the broken." His thoughts were entwined with dreams of peace, yet the clashing swords of war echoed relentlessly in his ears. Each battle he witnessed further chained his spirit, each fallen soldier etching his heart with despair. The Safavid War had ignited a firestorm, a cataclysmic clash that rippled far beyond the borders of battle. It wasn't just a fight for territory, it was a collision of ideologies, a stark reminder of humanity's ugliest inclinations. I remember the blood-soaked earth beneath my feet as the whispers of the fallen filled the air, each breath heavy with the weight of their sacrifice. The Ottomans, steadfast and unyielding, pushed forward, driven by an insatiable hunger for expansion, but at what cost? The skies blazed with an ominous hue as Akbar and Farhad stood at the precipice of a decisive battle. I could feel the tension coiling around us like a noose, tightening with every passing second. It was a cacophony of valor and terror, the air thrumming with the cries of men, the clashing of steel, the heart-wrenching cries of mothers mourning their lost sons. A world spinning on the axis of ambition, each rotation fueled by the flames of conflict. The soldiers, once strangers, now forged into brothers by the fire of war, shared an unspoken bond, a pact sealed in blood and tears. "Do you understand?" Akbar shouted, his voice rising above the clamor, raw and fervent. "This battle is our destiny. We cannot falter." His eyes shone with fervor, but beneath that bravado lay a flicker of doubt, a whisper of fear creeping into the corners of his soul. Each moment stretched thin like the fragile threads of fate, and I could see the weight of expectation bearing down on him. Farhad stepped forward, his brow furrowed, wrestling with a storm of emotion. "But at what cost, Akbar?" "We seek to build an empire, but all we sow is sorrow. Our victory comes with a funeral dirge." He spoke with the intensity of a man who knew the price of ambition all too well, his words dripping with the anguish of countless lives lost in the chaos of conquest. The night was alive with fraying nerves and unspoken fears as the men prepared to clash once more. The air was thick like incense, a miasma of hope and despair swirling together, intoxicating and lethal. I remember the smell of smoke and sweat, the pungent tang of war that lingered in the back of my throat. The distant sound of drums pulsed like a heartbeat, echoing the urgency of fate's cruel dance. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of fire and blood, the soldiers surged forward. I watched as Akbar lunged ahead, his sword slicing through the air, a harbinger of destruction. But there was Farhad, caught in the crossfire of his convictions, his heart torn between friendship and morality. He ran, not toward the enemy, but toward the truth, a desperate attempt to save the soul he had nearly lost. In that harrowing moment, the battlefield transformed into a stage of chaos, a tapestry woven with threads of life and death, hope and despair. I could feel the pulse of history in the air, each heartbeat echoing a promise of legacy, but also a warning, a reminder that empires built on the ashes of the fallen would one day crumble into dust. And then it happened, the confrontation, the clash of ideals that had been brewing beneath the surface. Akbar, driven to the precipice of glory, met Farhad's gaze, a silent acknowledgement of their diverging paths. "You can't turn back now," Akbar roared, his voice a mixture of desperation and fury, embodying the fervor of 1,000 ambitions lost to the winds of time. But Farhad stood firm, resolute, a pillar of humanity amid the chaos. "Look around you, Akbar. What do you see?" His voice trembled, raw with the weight of truth. "This is not conquest, this is annihilation. We are drowning in our own ambition." The world around them faded into a blur, a haunting reminder of the lives they had touched, the lives they had lost. The sun dipped low, a crimson orb sinking into the embrace of darkness, as silence fell over the battlefield. The war was not just a clash of swords, it was an echo of every heartbreak, every dream shattered in the relentless pursuit of power. I remember the stillness, the haunting quiet that followed, an eerie lullaby to the souls that wandered the earth, lost and forgotten. And so, the impact of the Safavid war rippled through the ages, a haunting melody of ambition and consequence, whispering in the ears of those who dared to dream. Akbar's desire for glory clashed violently with Farhad's longing for peace, leaving a ripple of emotions trailing in their wake. I cannot forget the weight of their conflict, the pulse of history that throbbed beneath our feet, echoing into the abyss of time. The night is still thick with the tension of what has been lost, and yet, the journey continues, ever spiraling onward, a haunting reminder that the battles we wage are not merely for land, but for the very essence of our humanity. The cycle of ambition and despair endures, each beat of history reverberating in the depths of our souls, urging us to confront the ghosts of our past. The night was heavy, thick with the scent of smoke and blood, as if the very air were mourning the souls lost to ambition. I stood there, beneath the blackened sky, the stars smothered by ash, listening to the haunting cries of men and horses alike, a symphony of chaos that echoed through the ancient valleys of Egypt. The moon, a pale witness, hung low, casting eerie shadows that danced like ghosts on the stones beneath my feet. I could feel the pulse of the earth, vibrating with the weight of decision, the heart of the empire, thumping louder with each breath I took. In that moment, the world felt both vast and impossibly small, a single heartbeat amidst a cacophony of war. Selim I, the Sultan, our Sultan, his eyes glinted with a ferocity that ignited the air around him. He was a man wrapped in contradictions, a lion dressed as a king. His passion for conquest was palpable, a fierce longing that burned within him like a wildfire. But it was a fire that threatened to consume him, to consume us all. I watched him, feeling the tension crackle like static, a storm brewing beneath the surface of his composed facade. He was here for more than land, he was here for legacy. And the Arab lands, those sacred realms, whispered to him like a siren, seductive and treacherous. Beside him stood Ibrahim, his closest advisor, a man who wore wisdom like a cloak, but whose own heart bled with uncertainty. I could see it in the way he clenched his jaw, the way his fingers trembled slightly at his side. He was torn between loyalty to his sultan and the fear that loomed larger than the darkest shadows that enveloped us. "Selim," he said, voice barely a whisper above the din, "they will not yield easily. You know this." Selim turned to him, fire ignited in those deep-set eyes. "Yielding is not an option, Ibrahim. The time for hesitation has passed. The glory of the empire demands more." Each word was a strike of a hammer, forging destiny in the heat of the moment. I felt the chill of dread creep up my spine. What was glory but a mask for bloodshed? I remembered tales of battles fought under the scorching sun, of men whose faces morphed from pride to panic in the blink of an eye. The city of Cairo loomed ahead, rich with history, teeming with secrets, and I could almost hear the whispers of its ghosts, warning us, cautioning us to tread lightly. And then there was me. I stood among them, a mere spectator in a grand drama, my heart a tumult of admiration and fear. History, they say, is written by the victors, but what about those voices silenced by the clamor of swords? I felt their presence, a haunting reminder of the cost of ambition. I remember the stories told by flickering candlelight, of heroes and monsters, of the dreams that crumbled under the weight of reality. I could barely grasp the enormity of what was unfolding, yet I was tethered to it, bound by the gravity of their choices. The night deepened, shadows stretching like fingers toward the horizon. As we approached the walls of Cairo, the air thickened with the scent of impending conflict. I could taste the salt of sweat, feel the weight of swords strapped to tired bodies. Every soldier wore a face carved from stone and fear, bravado masking unease. They were young men, boys really, caught in a tempest of fate. I watched as they exchanged fearful glances, their laughter a thin veil over the trepidation that gripped their souls. Selim lifted his sword, a glimmer of steel against the pale moon. For the Empire, he shouted, and the echo of his voice resonated through the air, igniting a fire in their hearts. Yet beneath that fervor lay an undercurrent of dread, a reminder that empires were built on the bones of the fallen. I felt the shiver course through me, the ghost of 1,000 warriors urging caution. But Selim was a man possessed, standing upon the precipice of history, his eyes reflecting the tumult of ambition and the sorrow of sacrifice. I remember, he muttered to himself, a mantra woven with longing and resolve, I remember what it means to be a ruler, to be a conqueror. And then came the first clash, the terrible rending of steel against steel, the cries of men as they rushed into the fray like moths drawn to a flame. The chaos erupted around us, a cacophony of violence that shattered the night, and I was swept into the tide, the pulse of battle thumping in my ears like a war drum. Selim was a whirlwind, a tempest of fury, cutting through the ranks of bewildered foes, while Ibrahim fought with a calculated grace, each strike a testament to his inner turmoil, the struggle between duty and the haunting specter of what they were doing. The city of Cairo, rich with history, became a battleground, a canvas for blood to paint its savage artistry. I could see the light fade from the eyes of men as they fell, dreamers turned to dust, leaving behind echoes of despair. I felt the weight of their anguish settle upon me, a cloak of sorrow I could not shake. "This is glory," I whispered to the shadows, but they offered no answers, only the relentless rhythm of battle. And then there was a moment, just a heartbeat, when I glimpsed Selim's face, illuminated by the flickering flames, a visage of both determination and desperation. I saw the flicker of a doubt, a question lingering just beneath the surface. What price was he willing to pay for greatness? My heart ached for him, for the man who sought to conquer the world and yet fought within himself. The battle raged on, a tapestry woven with pain and victory, and I was caught in its relentless grasp. The cries of the fallen became a haunting melody, a dirge for dreams sacrificed at the altar of ambition. I stood frozen, a spectator amidst the storm, knowing that history would remember this night, but at what cost? As the dust began to settle and the echoes of swords faded into haunting silence, I could see the aftermath, a city bruised and battered, its heart still beating but veiled in shadows. I felt the weight of realization crash upon me. This was not merely about land, it was about souls lost and dreams shattered. Selim stood tall, victorious yet haunted, Ibrahim at his side, both men bound by their choices, their hearts heavy with the ghosts of the fallen. The night held its breath, and I felt the pulse of fate thrum in the air, a reminder that the tale was far from over, the shadows still lurking, waiting to claim their due. In that moment, I realized that history is not just written, it is felt, a visceral echo of triumph and tragedy that would ripple through the ages. And as the dawn broke, casting light on the blood-stained ground, I knew that the journey was just beginning, the dawn of an empire tinged with the bittersweet taste of conquest. The air was thick with dust and desperation, a choking haze that swirled around the soldiers as they marched, boots striking the parched earth in brutal rhythm. The sun hung low, a molten orb on the horizon, dripping shadows that danced like specters among the crumbling ruins of an ancient glory. I could almost hear the whispers of the pyramids, their stone faces etched with the memories of rulers long gone, mired in a past that felt so achingly close yet impossibly distant. I remember the moment when Jamil, the commander, staggered, his pride cracking like the parched ground beneath him. I watched his face twist in agony, a fleeting flicker of vulnerability that vanished as quickly as it appeared, swallowed by the weight of his armor. How many lives had he traded for a moment of power? How many dreams had he crushed beneath his boot? Each question hung in the air like the last breath of a dying man, suffocating under the weight of ambition. "Keep moving," he barked, the commander desperate plea disguised as authority. But my gaze drifted, drawn to the flicker of hope in the eyes of a child peering through the tattered curtains of a crumbled home. Her innocence seared into my memory like a brand, a stark contrast to the harsh world around her. She was a ghost of what this land could be, a fleeting reminder that amidst the chaos, the human spirit longs for something more. I remember the clash of metal on metal, the raw sound of ambition colliding with desperation. As the battle raged, the ground trembled, the cries of the fallen echoing like a haunting melody. Each scream was a plea, a prayer, a curse hurled into the void. And there was me, standing among the chaos, torn between the loyalty to my commander and the empathy for the souls caught in the tempest we had unleashed. Then there was Layla, fierce, unyielding, a storm in human form. She moved among the chaos like a wraith, her courage igniting the air. "You think you can control this land?" she shouted, her voice fierce as a tempest, cutting through the din with a razor's edge. "You cannot conquer the heart of a people." But even as she spoke, I knew the truth. She was as much a prisoner of fate as any of us, her heart shackled to the very land we sought to dominate. Her defiance was intoxicating, but it was her vulnerability that drew me in. I saw the flicker of fear behind her eyes, the way her hands trembled under the weight of her convictions. "You think you can save them?" I whispered, my voice a hushed betrayal. But she was no savior, and neither was I. We were just shadows dancing in a dying light, clinging to the remnants of hope like moths to a flame. There was a moment, the heartbeat stretched into eternity, when I caught the scent of burning oil and flesh, the acrid tang of despair. I watched as men fell, one after the other, their lives flickering out like candles snuffed by an unseen hand. And there, in the midst of the dying, I felt it, the raw, gut-wrenching urgency to survive, to fight, to scream. The shadows grew long, twisting and writhing like the souls of the lost, and I felt the weight of their anguish pressing down upon me. I remember when the night fell, cloaking the battlefield in a thick silence, broken only by the distant wail of mourning. Somewhere, an owl hooted, an eerie reminder that life still thrived in the dark. Jamil stood resolute, his eyes shining with a feverish intensity as he plotted our next move. But I could see the ghosts of the fallen lingering at the edges of our firelight, their faces twisted in agony, begging for release. "You think the desert will bow to you?" Layla asked, her voice a mere whisper against the night. "You think the sands will forget the blood you spill?" She stepped closer, her breath warm against the chill of the night. "We are not conquerors, we are thieves in the night, stealing what we cannot own." And in that moment, the world shifted. The murmur of the winds carried her words, spiraling into my mind, twisting around my heart. I felt the pulse of the desert, listened to its heartbeat, and realized we were all players in a game far older than us, a cosmic dance of power and destruction. I was a man tethered to a legacy of violence, yet here stood a woman unafraid to challenge the darkness. Then came the clash of swords, the guttural growls of men lost to fury and fear. I lost myself in the chaos, each swing of the sword a desperate attempt to carve out my own destiny. My heart raced, pounding against my ribs like a caged animal, and in the midst of it all, I caught a glimpse of Layla, her eyes alight with defiance. She fought not just for her people but for something greater, something that transcended the very ground we fought on. But the price of freedom was steep, and with every victory, I felt the shadows closing in, creeping toward us like a tide of dread. I would not allow Jamil to define this moment, I would not let fear dictate my choices. I could feel it then, the cosmic weight of our actions, the understanding that every blade drawn against another bore the weight of our humanity, the pulse of life battling against the encroaching dark. "Do you see?" Layla cried, her voice slicing through the din like a beacon. "This is our land. Our memories. Our blood." Her hand raised, as if to summon the very spirits of the earth to rise with her. I realized then, in that moment of clarity, that we would not simply conquer Egypt, we would become part of its story, woven into its fabric, for better or worse. And as the dust settled, I felt the impending storm, something vast and uncontainable, a darkness that awaited. The path to control was littered with the bones of the past, and I was left standing on the precipice, the echoes of our choices reverberating in my mind. The battle was far from over, it had only just begun. The night grew colder, and with it, a haunting silence whispered promises of what was to come. My heart pounded with anticipation, knowing that we were merely pawns in an ever-unfolding drama, where the lines of right and wrong blurred into the shadows that loomed ahead. The moon loomed overhead, a ghostly orb casting a silvery light over the streets of Cairo, illuminating the dust that hung thick in the air. It was the kind of night that felt pregnant with foreboding, where the whispers of history danced on the wind, and the shadows stretched long, like fingers reaching for something, someone. A scream erupted, raw and unfiltered, shattering the silence like glass. I remember the sound, a cacophony of despair that pierced through the heart of the city. It was then that I felt the walls closing in, the weight of fate pressing down on my chest. Yusuf stood at the window of his crumbling home, the wooden shutters creaking like a dying man's breath. His fingers trembled, brushing against the worn surface of the glass, a portal to a world unraveling before his eyes. A soldier, no more than a boy, marched past, his rifle slung carelessly over one shoulder, a reminder of the fragile line between power and desperation. Yusuf's heart raced. He could feel the tension crackling in the air, a tightrope he was balancing on, every heartbeat echoing the impending chaos. I remember how he looked, dark eyes glistening, haunted by a past that he couldn't escape. He was a man burdened by choices, by the ghosts of his family's legacy that loomed larger than life. The whispers of his father echoed in his mind, warnings draped in the fabric of betrayal. "Trust no one," the elder had said, his voice a grim reminder of their fractured past. But here he was, on the precipice of an insurrection, scouting the horizon like a hawk waiting to swoop down on its prey. Across the street, Layla crouched behind a pile of rubble, her breathing shallow, eyes darting like a trapped animal. She was the heartbeat of the rebellion, a firebrand draped in shadows. The blood of martyrs ran in her veins, and every mission carried the weight of their sacrifices. "Tonight, we will take back our city," she had declared, her voice fierce, igniting flames in the hearts of those gathered. But now, as the thundering boots approached, doubt gnawed at her resolve. She remembered the stories etched into the alley walls, the laughter of children, the aroma of spices wafting from street vendors, suddenly feeling like relics of a life that could vanish in an instant. "Where are you?" The words slipped from her lips, a prayer, an invocation for courage, as if they might conjure the spirit of those who had fought before her. The moonlight caught her determined gaze, a reflection of the fire raging within. She clutched a faded photograph of her brother, a ghost smiling back at her, a reminder of what was lost and what remained to fight for. A promise whispered into the night, echoing through the corridors of her heart. I could feel the pulse of the city beneath my skin, the way Cairo breathed, alive with the struggle for freedom, yet so painfully aware of its own fragility. In that moment, I remembered the clock in the tower, its hands frozen at midnight, a symbol of time caught in a loop of despair. The city was a labyrinth, twisting and turning, but tonight it would be the stage for a reckoning. Yusuf's gaze shifted back to the street, his pulse racing. He could see the glint of metal, the soldiers drawing closer, their faces hardened by duty, a darkness creeping into their hearts. Fear wrapped around him, a choking vine threatening to pull him under. But he had made his choice. He had chosen to stand, to fight, even when the odds were stacked against him. "Layla!" He called, his voice barely above a whisper, but it sliced through the night's tension like a knife. She turned, eyes wide with recognition, the weight of the moment crashing over them like a tidal wave. She nodded, and in that shared glance, they forged an unbreakable bond, a pact sealed in the fires of desperation. They were not alone, they were the heartbeats of a revolution yearning to break free from its chains. As the soldiers marched into view, the air thickened with a suffocating dread. Yusuf's fingers twitched, longing for the familiar comfort of his father's blade, but he had set it aside, hoping to wield words instead of steel. Yet words had their own weight, and he felt the enormity of his choice unraveling in slow motion. He remembered the stories of dreams shattered under the heel of tyranny, the faces of those who had fought and fallen. A shudder coursed through him, igniting a fire that burned brighter than fear. The tension snapped like a taut string, and suddenly the air was alive with shouts, the clash of metal, the cries of the wounded. Layla surged forward, her heart thundering in her chest, each step a battle cry. The city erupted around her, a cacophony of voices rising up in defiance, drowning the soldiers in a tide of humanity. she fought not only for herself but for every voice that had been silenced. I remember the moment as vividly as the pulse of a drumbeat, a collision of lives, hopes, and dreams. The chaos swirled around her, a tempest of emotion, fury, and resolve. Every scream reverberated through her soul, every blow was a reminder of what had been lost. She pressed on, driven by an insatiable hope that flickered like a candle against the encroaching darkness. Cairo held its breath, the air thick with the scent of sweat and resolve. The moon watched, a silent witness to the unfolding drama, to the pain and the sacrifice. Time seemed to stretch, every heartbeat echoing a promise, a prayer whispered into the chaos. And just like that, in the eye of the storm, as the soldiers fell back, the city roared to life. A wave of sound surged through the streets, a chorus of defiance that shook the very foundations of oppression. Layla and Yusuf found themselves at the forefront, caught in a current of emotion so powerful that it transcended fear. It was a moment suspended in time, where the past and future collided, a fleeting glimpse of what could be. Yet, as the dust settled, shadows lingered, whispers of a darker fate breathing life into their victory. Cairo was alive with rebellion, the fire ignited, but the battle was far from over. Each heartbeat carried the weight of the uncertainties that lay ahead, a tapestry woven with threads of hope, fear, and an insatiable hunger for freedom. And as the moon hung overhead, I felt the pulse of the city intertwine with my own, each breath a testament to resilience, each heartbeat a promise that the fight would continue, echoing through the relentless corridors of time. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into a dark, restless sea. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as the distant clang of swords rang out like church bells announcing a funeral. The air crackled with tension, a symphony of heartbeats pulsing through the dusty streets of Cairo, where shadows danced in the flickering torchlight. One breath, and the world felt alive with dread. I remember, oh, how I remember, the chill of fear creeping up my spine like a thief in the night. Khadija leaned against the carved stone wall, her dark eyes glimmering with defiance, but the quiver in her voice betrayed her. "They're coming for us, Ibrahim. We must decide, fight or flee." Her fists clenched at her sides, but I could see the tremor in her fingers, the beautiful facade of strength barely holding up against the truth. She, the daughter of merchants, had always walked the line of loyalty, half Mamluk, half Egyptian, but right now, she was just a woman caught between worlds, balancing on the knife's edge of history. Ibrahim, a towering figure with a heart as vast as the desert, stood with a sword that felt heavier than the world on his shoulders. "Integration's a lie," he spat, voice like gravel. "We've shared our blood, our land, but they will never accept us." With every word, he sliced through the silence, his anger a sharp blade. He had fought hard to carve a place for himself among the Mamluks, but now the bond strained like a frayed rope ready to snap. I could see the pain etched into his brow, a man torn between ambition and loyalty, each choice a dagger twisting deeper into flesh. The night thickened with anticipation, shadows coiling around us like serpents. "What do you want, Ibrahim?" I asked, my voice barely breaking free from my throat. "What will you fight for?" I already knew it was for Khadija, for the life he dreamed of with her, a life woven with the threads of love and hope, but the truth hung in the air like a ghost. "Freedom," he said, voice breaking like glass under pressure. "To be seen as more than a pawn in their game." A pained laugh escaped him, echoing against the stone like a haunting melody. "Look at us, Khadija. We are but shadows in their court, and I refuse to be a shadow anymore." The weight of his words pressed down, a storm gathering on the horizon. I could see the Mamluks beyond the gates, their banners snapping in the wind, fierce and proud, a lion's roar echoing in the night. I could feel the air thickening, heavy with the scent of impending conflict, a heartbreak boiling over. Khadija stepped closer to Ibrahim, her voice barely a whisper. "Then we must make our choice. Together." The words hung between them, a fragile promise that felt like a spark against the gathering darkness. I wanted to scream, to tell them that choices were shackles, each one a weight that could drag them into the abyss. But the truth was that in this moment, I was powerless, a mere observer in their tragedy. Time slipped like sand through fingers. Memories flickered, Khadija laughing in the marketplace, Ibrahim training under the scorching sun, their lives so intertwined with the pulse of the city. Yet now, it felt as if the city was a spectre, laughing at our desperation while we stumbled through its labyrinth. I remember, Khadija's voice trembled, pulling me back into the moment. I remember the first time we met. You were so sure of yourself. There was a softness in her eyes that twisted my heart, a light that pushed against the encroaching darkness. And yet, here we are, in the shadow of a war we never asked for. The laughter that once echoed in the street seemed a distant memory, a fragile bubble about to burst. Ibrahim's chest heaved with emotion, and he turned his gaze to the horizon where the first hints of dawn began to creep in, painting the sky in hues of blood and fire. They will come for us, Khadija. They will come, and we will be ready. His voice was a tempest, raw and untamed, igniting a spark of hope even as it trembled with fear. The tension thickened between them, a pulse that was palpable, electric. And then, in that charged silence, I felt the world shift. A shadow moved across the moonlight, the looming forms of armored men approaching, their intentions as dark as the night. The clatter of hooves on cobblestones rumbled through my bones, each sound a countdown to inevitable chaos. Khadija looked at me, her eyes wide, the weight of the moment crashing down like thunder. What do we do? It was the question we all feared, hanging in the air, heavy and laden with uncertainty. My heart raced, a wild thing caught in a cage, desperate to escape. Fight, Ibrahim said, voice fierce, a promise made in the firelight. We fight because our love is worth more than their hate. The determination in his voice ignited a flickering flame of courage in all of us, but courage doesn't always shield you from the sword's edge. As they readied themselves, I was struck by the sheer absurdity of it all. Two lovers caught in a maelstrom, determined to carve their lives from the chaos. I thought of their future, what could be, what might never be. The very essence of the cosmos felt like it was tilting, challenging the fates to intervene. The darkness was closing in, and I was left standing on the precipice of their fate. I felt small, an inconsequential thread in the tapestry of their lives. But their fire was alive, burning bright against the dawn, and I was drawn into their world, unable to look away from the impending storm, the conflict as inevitable as the rising sun. I remember the stillness before the storm, and in that moment, everything shifted. Each heartbeat echoed like a war drum, the night holding its breath, teetering on the edge of something immense. They stood there, ready to fight against the shadows, and I was left clutching the remnants of hope, the fear, a swirling storm of emotion that held us captive in its embrace. The battle was looming, and with it, a promise that change was inevitable. The air crackled with tension, a palpable charge that sent shivers down the spines of all who dared inhabit the grand chamber. Darkness draped the walls like a shroud, only the flickering torches casting eerie shadows that danced nervously, reflecting the unease settling in the hearts of the men present. Selim I stood there, a towering figure, a living embodiment of power and dread, his expression a storm of ambition and wrath, staring down the council with eyes that promised despair to the dissenting. I remember, he spoke, his voice a low rumble, the last time I showed mercy. The memory clutched at his throat, like a noose tightening with every syllable. He was not there to indulge in the past, he was here for the future that trembled before him, fragile as gossamer in the wind. Among the gathered men, a younger counselor, Ibrahim, felt the weight of Selim's gaze press upon him like the very earth itself. He was a scholar, a thinker, yet in that moment, he found himself wishing for the comfort of ignorance. Your Majesty, he stammered, the people, they need stability. War will not grant them peace. The words hung in the air, a desperate plea flavored with fear that made Selim's lip curl in disdain. I remember, Selim echoed, my father clinging to his fading empire, whispering sweet nothings of peace as our enemies sharpened their blades. Where did that lead? To ruin. Ibrahim's heart raced, not only for his own life, no, it was much larger than that. It was the heart of the empire, beating like a wounded bird, fluttering toward inevitable destruction. In the corner of the chamber, a figure cloaked in shadow studied the scene with a detached intensity. Hatis, Selim's sister, felt the tension binding her chest as she witnessed her brother transform before her eyes. He had always been ambitious, but this? This was something different, a desire burning in him, an insatiable hunger. Selim, please, she whispered, though the words trembled in the void. There is more to ruling than bloodshed. More, he spat, his voice like thunder, echoing off the cold stone walls. What is more? A throne of roses, petals gently falling as our enemies surround us. You preach of peace, Heartis, while I see the shadows closing in. His eyes blazed with a fury that could ignite the very air. Heartis's heart ached for the child she once knew, that innocent boy who dreamt of gallant knights and heroic tales. But that boy had faded, lost in the mire of power and violence. You will become a ghost, Selim, haunting your own legacy, she murmured, the weight of her words crashing down like the relentless tide. Outside, the sounds of the city drifted into the chamber, cries of merchants, laments of the downtrodden, laughter of children too young to grasp the storm brewing just beyond the castle walls. The world continued to spin, unaware of the tempest raging within its heart. Ibrahim swallowed hard, feeling like a mere pawn on a board where kings and queens danced to a tune of blood. I remember, he whispered to himself, the cries of the innocent. Memories flooded him, faces of those who had suffered beneath the weight of war. He clenched his fists, the warmth of conviction igniting within. Selim, listen to their cries. They are not just casualties, they are lives. Selim's gaze shifted to Ibrahim, piercing as a dagger. And what of honor? He challenged, the tension slicing through the air. What of the honor that is lost when we cower from our enemies? What of the legacy we leave behind? Heartis stepped forward, the flickering light casting her features in soft relief against the encroaching darkness. Legacy? Or ghosts? She countered. You speak of honor, of legacy, yet you tread a path that will lead to your own ruin. The blood of innocence will not sit still, it will rise, Selim. It will haunt you. The room held its breath, time stretched into an eternity where every heartbeat echoed a profound truth. Selim's jaw clenched, the conflict raging within him like a tempest, ambition battling against the haunting echoes of morality. For a fleeting moment, doubt flickered in his eyes, a spark of vulnerability. But it was fleeting, drowned beneath the weight of resolve. I will not be a coward, he growled, a voice steeped in defiance, a promise to the shadows that thrummed in the corners of the room. I will not let my name fade with the whisper of the wind. Fear coursed through Ibrahim's veins, a chilling realization that history was not written in the ink of peace. It was carved in the stone of blood and bone, a relentless march toward an uncertain future. But at what cost, Selim? What price for your name? The words hung in the air, a lifeline cast into a raging storm, both a plea and an accusation. I remember, Selim said, his voice cracking, the taste of my mother's tears when our empire began to crumble. He turned away, the pain etched deeply into his soul. I cannot allow that to happen again. Heartis stepped closer, her heart pounding. This was a moment, charged with electricity, a fracture point where the past collided violently with the present. You're losing yourself, brother. You stand at the precipice, and I fear for you. But Selim's resolve was like iron forged in fire, he could not turn back. The city outside continued to breathe, unaware of the storm brewing within the castle walls. A clock ticked ominously in the silence, each stroke reverberating like a beating drum, heralding an uncertain fate. Then let my ghosts guide me, he declared, a furious brightness in his eyes, for I will become Caliph, and I will reclaim what is rightfully ours. The shadows around them thickened, the weight of centuries pressing down with cruel insistence. Each sentence seeped into the marrow of existence, a stark reminder that the world was both beautiful and terrifying, a dance of light and darkness, forever intertwined. And as the chamber echoed with the finality of his declaration, the walls themselves seemed to whisper warnings of what was yet to come. Time slipped away, like sand through fingers, each grain an acknowledgement of the fragile line between glory and ruin. The clock's hands moved inexorably forward, ticking away the moments that could change everything. In that charged atmosphere, the confrontation etched deep marks in their hearts, binding them together in this moment of crisis. The stage was set, a puppet show of power and sorrow, where the strings were tangled, and the puppets were all too human, caught between the weight of their choices and the echoes of their past. The shadows loomed larger, the stakes climbed higher, and the world outside continued its relentless churn, oblivious to the agonizing struggle unfolding within the walls. This was the essence of the Caliphate, a realm caught in a tempest, where dreams danced dangerously close to nightmares. And it was just the beginning. The sirens wailed like banshees, slicing through the thick, humid air of Istanbul, a city teetering on the precipice of its own transformation. I stood there on the crowded street, heart racing, the pulse of the city thrumming underfoot. The ground felt unsteady, as if the very stones beneath me were whispering secrets of a past long buried, while the shimmering Bosphorus glinted in the fading light, indifferent to the chaos unfolding. Shadows danced on the crumbling walls, and I could hear the low murmur of conversations, fear and anger swirling and colliding in the air like storm clouds ready to burst. I remember the moment when Yasin's eyes caught mine across the street, the way they flickered with something primal, something desperate. He was clutching a battered sign that read, "Save our homes," his fingers white-knuckled, trembling from the weight of 1,000 fears. It was a symbol of defiance against the iron grip of progress. Just behind him, the monstrous silhouette of a new luxury high-rise loomed, steel and glass rising like a dark titan, ready to swallow the heart of this old neighborhood whole. I could see the apprehension etched across his face, the way hope and despair collided, each vying for dominance. Then there was Layla, her spirit a wildfire amidst the encroaching gloom. She moved through the throngs of bodies, her determination cutting a sharp path, a beacon flickering in the twilight. I watched as she spoke to the crowd, her voice a soothing balm yet laced with urgency. "They want to erase us," she cried, arms outstretched, trembling with fervor. "But we are not just buildings. We are lives, memories, our stories are woven into the very fabric of this place." Her words ignited something within me, a spark of rebellion that ignited my soul, pulling me closer into the whirlwind of emotion swirling around us. The air was thick with tension, a tangible weight resting on shoulders that bore the history of generations. I could almost smell the past, a bittersweet aroma of spices mingling with the bitterness of displacement, the taste of nostalgia drenching the atmosphere. People were crying out, voices rising and falling, a chorus of anguish and hope. Each shout was a heartbeat, each cry a reminder that we were alive, that this moment was raw and pulsing with possibility. Yet, as I stood there, the laughter of a child drifts through the chaos, an eerie juxtaposition. A small girl clutched a balloon, her innocence floating above the tumult. I wanted to reach out to her, to shield her from the storm brewing around us, but my feet were rooted in place, fear gripping me just as tightly as the asphalt held the memories of countless footsteps. I felt the growing despair in Yasin's clenched jaw, his silent rage bubbling just beneath the surface, ready to erupt. He was fighting not just for his home, but for his very identity, the essence of who he was woven into those walls, a tapestry of memories now under threat. Layla's voice carried over the crowd, a siren call that resonated deep within me. "We stand together. We are the heartbeat of this city." I felt it, the rhythm of her words matching the thud of my own pulse. As she spoke, I caught sight of the darkened windows of the high-rise, the shadows looming behind them like specters, dispassionately watching our struggle, indifferent to our plight. They were here to build, to transform, to erase. But I felt the weight of history pressing down on me, reminding me that this city was a mosaic, a chaotic blend of cultures, stories, and lives, each piece essential to the whole. The sirens grew louder, a screeching reminder that time was slipping through our fingers, the clock of change ticking dangerously fast. I could see the police forming a line, shields gleaming under the bruised sky, their faces obscured, devoid of emotion. The crowd swelled, hearts racing in unison, a collective heartbeat of fear and defiance. I could feel the electricity in the air, anticipation crackling like a storm on the horizon. The moment was fraught with danger, yet intoxicating. Would we fight? Would we stand our ground and face the tide of the relentless future bearing down upon us? Yasin stepped forward, his voice trembling yet resolute. "This is our home. We will not be silenced." His words seemed to echo, ricocheting off the walls, a rallying cry that surged through the crowd. I could see the fire ignite in his eyes, and I felt the heat rise within me as well. The tension thickened, it was almost palpable, a living thing that crackled in the air, waiting to explode. But then, amidst the tumult, I felt a quiet despair creep in, a sense of inevitability. The city was transforming, morphing before our very eyes, and the shadows of gentrification loomed larger, insatiable and cold. I watched Layla, her spirit unwavering, yet a crack emerged, a flicker of doubt dancing behind her brave front. Did she see it too? The sensation that this was bigger than us, that the city was a beast, consuming everything in its path, leaving only remnants behind, a graveyard of memories, of lives lived and loved. And suddenly, the first clash erupted, a crash of shields against bodies, the sound of despair echoing like a death knell. I felt Yassine's hand grip mine, and in that moment, every heartbeat felt like a war drum, pounding with the ferocity of our struggle. This was it, the moment of confrontation, a battle for souls, for the very essence of what it meant to call this chaotic, beautiful city home. As I looked into his eyes, I saw the burning rage mirrored back at me. It was a fire that could either consume us or propel us into a new dawn. I remember feeling the weight of the world pressing down as the shadows of the high-rise loomed, but in that moment, we stood together, heart to heart, defiant against the tide. The transformation was here, a swirling tempest that threatened to engulf us all, but somehow, amidst the fear and heartbreak, we clung to the shimmering thread of hope that we might rise from the ashes. And as the night thickened, I realized that we were not just fighting for our homes, we were fighting for the very soul of Istanbul, a city forever caught in the dance of shadows and light, history and future. The battle had begun, and I was right in the heart of it, pulse racing, emotions raw, ready to confront whatever darkness lay ahead. The air was thick with the smell of burnt incense, a pungent reminder of lives lived and lost, of dreams woven into the fabric of a restless empire. Shadows flickered in the dim candlelight, casting grotesque figures against the walls, as if the very spirits of the past were whispering warnings into the ears of those who dared to listen. I stood in the grand hall of Topkapi Palace, the walls adorned with the intricate patterns of Ottoman artistry, each stroke a testament to the brilliance of human creativity, the kind of beauty that cuts like glass, sharp yet breathtaking. It was here that I first saw her, Layla, her eyes flickering like the candles, alive with desperation, passion, and an unyielding longing for something beyond the gilded cage of her existence. "Selim," she murmured, her voice a haunting melody, "he is a man of iron and blood, but look what he has given us, art, poetry, a world reborn in colors we can only dream of." I wanted to believe her, wanted to feel the warmth of her conviction wrap around me like a beloved cloak. But the truth, the bitter, stinging truth, was that the weight of his patronage bore down like a leaden sky, threatening to crush everything beneath its oppressive might. In a corner, draped in shadows, was Alim, a poet whose words once soared like the larks of spring but now lay heavy on his tongue. He watched Layla with a yearning that twisted inside me. He had once penned verses that ignited fire in the hearts of men, but now his heart was a desolate wasteland, echoing with the silence that Selim's thirst for power left in its wake. "It's easy to praise the patron," he hissed, his voice cracking under the weight of despair. "But who pays the price for this so-called renaissance? The blood of the innocent stains our canvases, Layla." I felt the tension crackle in the air, a thunderstorm brewing as we stood on the precipice of something profound, something terrifying. Layla's brow furrowed, the flicker of hope dimming in her eyes. "Alim, you cannot see the light for the shadows that dance around us." "Selim, I remember the stories, the echoes of his ambition. He's a force, a tempest, but perhaps we can harness it. Perhaps we can rise above the chaos." Rising above the chaos, those words echoed like a drumbeat in my chest, propelling me forward, urging me to confront the looming specter of Selim I. The Sultan, a man made of contradictions, cloaked in the opulent robes of a ruler yet haunted by the ghosts of his conquests. I could almost hear the whispers of his court, the silken tones laced with venom, murmuring about his ambition, his unyielding desire for greatness. The empire stretched before him like a sprawling beast, and he was the master of its fate, or its executioner. Every stroke of his brush, every note played in his court, comes at a cost, Alim continued, his eyes fiery with the embers of rebellion. "Look around you. The artists, the poets, are we not mere pawns in his game? He feeds us scraps of inspiration while draining the marrow from our bones." I stepped closer, heart racing, each breath heavy with anticipation. "But isn't beauty worth the sacrifice? Isn't art the bridge that connects our souls? Layla believes in the power of creation, the transcendence of our spirits." I could feel the warmth of their gazes, the weight of their dreams laid upon me like a tapestry woven of hopes and fears. Layla's expression softened, her voice lilting with a bittersweet melody. I remember when the world was painted in shades of grey, a limb. I remember how it felt to be alive, to live for the moment, to create for the sheer joy of it. Selim may be a tyrant, but his reign will be remembered. Every brushstroke, every line of poetry, will echo through the corridors of history. The room fell silent, the tension thickening, each heartbeat reverberating like a war drum. I could almost see Selim's face, carved in determination, his dreams of conquest reflected in the eyes of his subjects, both terrified and inspired. But for each lavish feast he held, each poet he patronized, there lay a deeper darkness festering, a conflict brewing beneath the surface, a reminder that beauty is not born of blood alone. I turned my gaze toward the window, the moon hanging low in the night sky, casting a silvery hue across the palace gardens. The stars blinked like watchful eyes, and I could feel their gaze upon us, judging, waiting. What if Selim's legacy is not just the art he sponsors but the souls he sacrifices? I whispered, the fear creeping into my bones like an insidious chill. Suddenly, the doors burst open, a gust of wind sweeping into the room, snuffing out the candles, plunging us into darkness. Panic surged through me, my pulse quickening, and I could hear Alim's ragged breath beside me. In the silence, I felt a presence, a coldness that pricked at the back of my neck, a reminder of all we stood to lose. Layla gripped my arm, her eyes wide, filled with fear and resolve. "We have to confront him," she said, her voice fierce, unwavering. "We cannot let this moment slip away. Not when the world is on the cusp of transformation." In that moment, I knew that this was not merely a struggle against a tyrant, nor just a fight for artistic freedom. It was a battle for our very souls, for the essence of what it means to create, to live, to breathe. As the darkness wrapped around us like a shroud, I caught a glimpse of the flickering candles just beyond the door, and I felt the weight of history pressing down, a reminder that we were but grains of sand in the hourglass of time, desperately clinging to the hope that our voices would rise above the cacophony of oppression. And then it hit me. The realization that in Selim's patronage, beneath the layers of opulence and cruelty, lay the heartbeat of a cultural revolution, a revolution that could either lead us to greatness or swallow us whole. The pulse of the empire, quickening and slowing, dancing precariously on the edge of despair and ecstasy. The storm was brewing, we were caught in its eye, and I could feel it coming, like a freight train barreling down the tracks, relentless, unstoppable. I looked at Layla and Alim, their faces illuminated by the flickering light, reflections of the hope and fear that resided within us all. The time for hesitation was over, the time for action had come. And as we stepped into the darkness, I knew the story was far from over. The clash of ambition and artistry would echo through the ages, leaving us forever haunted by the legacy of Selim I. The sun hung low in the sky, bleeding orange and crimson as it dipped behind the jagged rooftops of a city court in turmoil. The air was thick, laden with the acrid scent of smoke and fear. A distant shout pierced the twilight, and I felt it resonate in my bones, a chilling reminder that the world could slip into madness at any moment. I stood there, heart pounding, staring at the gathering crowd, their faces shadowed yet illuminated by the flickering flames of a makeshift pyre. The night was alive with tension, a coiled snake ready to strike. Fatima. I remember her eyes, fierce like twin stars, gleaming with determination yet haunted by the ghosts of her past. She stood at the forefront, fists clenched, her brow damp with sweat and defiance. "We must fight back," she shouted, her voice rising above the chaos. "If we do not protect our faith, we will lose everything." The flames danced in the wind, and I could see the way her words ignited something primal in those around her, a spark of rebellion, a thirst for identity in a world that sought to erase it. But there was another, lurking in the shadows, a man named Amir, torn by doubt and fear. I remember the way he watched Fatima, torn between his love for her and the suffocating weight of tradition. Every time she spoke, he flinched, caught between the safety of the old ways and the dangerous allure of her fiery passion. "Fatima," he whispered, desperation dripping from each syllable, "what if we're wrong? What if we step too far?" His voice cracked like brittle glass, and I felt the fracture of his beliefs, the shattering of his convictions. The smoke curled around us, wrapping like a shroud, and I could almost taste the bitterness of betrayal in the air. There was a time when our faith was a sanctuary, a place where we could find solace. Now it felt like a battlefield, and each side prepared to spill blood over interpretations and dogmas. I watched as the crowd swelled, caught up in the fervor, their chants echoing through the darkening streets like a storm gathering strength. Fatima's resolve was intoxicating, and I felt my heart race as she stepped forward, her silhouette framed by the dying light. This is our moment. We are the guardians of truth, and we will not be silenced. I could hear the sharp intake of breath from Amir, the way he struggled to reconcile the woman he loved with the firebrand before him. His faith was a cage, and she was the key, but he hesitated, fear gnawing at his soul like a ravenous beast. The night deepened, shadows stretching and warping as they whispered their secrets. I remember the old clock tower, its hands frozen in time, a relic of an era long past. It stood tall and proud, a monument to the weight of history, yet even it felt the tremors of change. I felt as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of ideals, the collision of past and future. Amir stepped forward, his voice barely a murmur above the din. But what of those who do not follow? What of the others? His words hung in the air, a heavy shroud of doubt that threatened to suffocate the rising tide of fervor. The crowd faltered, eyes flickering between him and Fatima, uncertainty creeping in like a thief in the night. I could see the fissures opening, the cracks in their collective faith beginning to widen. Other voices matter, I thought, my heart racing with a sense of impending doom. What happens when the fire consumes the innocent? I glanced at the faces surrounding me, filled with a disquieting blend of hope and desperation. I felt their pulse in the air, the collective heartbeat of a people on the brink, and it was intoxicating yet terrifying. The line between devotion and fanaticism blurred, and I wondered who would emerge from the ashes. Amir! Fatima's tone shifted, a blade of ice slicing through the heat of the moment. Are you with us, or are you against us? Her words ignited the crowd again, their fervor rekindled, yet I could see Amir falter, caught in the crosshairs of her passion and his own hesitance. You cannot sit idle while we fight for our lives. The clamor around us surged, a tempest of voices demanding loyalty, demanding action. Time slipped, danced like the shadows cast by the flickering flames. I remember the moments stretching into eternity, each heartbeat a drum echoing the weight of their choices. What is faith, if not a raging storm? I thought, my own heart pounding in response to the chaotic rhythm around me. What is identity, if not the fire that forges us? I watched as Amir wrestled with his own demons, the fear of losing Fatima battling with the knowledge that she might lead them into darkness. His love was a double-edged sword, a wound that cut deep, and I felt each pulse of his doubt reverberate through the night. The clash of ideals loomed like thunder on the horizon, an impending storm that would wash away the fragile foundations upon which they stood. And then, with a voice that could command the heavens, Fatima shouted, "I will not allow us to be silenced. We will rise up." In that moment, the flames erupted, casting eerie shadows on the faces of those who dared to dream, those who dared to defy the oppressive weight of expectation. I felt the heat wash over me, a wave of emotion that threatened to consume us all. I remember the moment everything shifted. The crowd surged forward, swept up in the tide of fervor, and I could feel the pull, an invisible thread weaving us all together, binding our hopes and fears. The tension thickened, a palpable force in the air, and I knew that whatever happened next would leave its mark, a scar on the heart of our people. Will you stand with us, Amir? Fatima's voice cut through the din like a razor, sharp and demanding. All eyes turned to him, the weight of expectation crashing down. In that moment, I felt the world hold its breath, awaiting the answer that could shatter the fragile peace, or forge a new destiny. The clock continued to tick in the background, each second a reminder that time was slipping away, yet neither Amir nor Fatima seemed to notice. They were locked in this dance of emotions, caught in a moment that would define not just their lives but the very essence of faith itself. I felt it, the urgency, the weight of their choices hanging in the air like an impending storm. And I stood there, caught in the current of their emotions, the world swirling around us in a cacophony of hope, fear, and uncertainty, as the flames flickered and danced, casting shadows of what was yet to come. In that moment, I understood, we were all part of this, a collective heartbeat pulsing in the darkness, waiting for the moment when the night would break, and the dawn of a new reality would emerge. The air crackled in Constantinople as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in ominous hues of crimson and indigo. Shadows stretched like dark fingers across the cobblestone streets, whispering secrets of ambition, deceit, and power. A single echoing footstep resounded through the silence. This was no ordinary footstep, it was the heavy tread of Selim I, the Sultan whose very name rippled through the courts of Europe like an uninvited ghost at a feast. His heart raced, thumping within his chest like the drum of war, as he crossed the threshold into a chamber where decisions were made, and empires could crumble in the blink of an eye. Selim, with his piercing gaze, could feel the weight of history pressing down upon him. He was a man forged in the fires of conflict, a ruler who wore his crown with the sharpness of a dagger. He remembered the soft whispers of his mother, her voice a haunting lullaby that spoke of greatness and the blood of his lineage, the Sultan's blood that flowed thick with ambition. It was a bitter reminder that history was not simply written in ink but in the lives of those who dared to seize it. He was driven by a ferocity that clawed at the edges of his mind, a restless yearning for power that felt both intoxicating and terrifying. Across the chamber stood Mustafa, his trusted advisor, a man of sharp intellect and hidden insecurities. His fingers trembled slightly as he held a scroll, a fragile piece of parchment that contained the delicate threads of diplomacy with the European powers, those distant kingdoms that loomed like storms on the horizon. Mustafa's heart echoed with a different rhythm, a symphony of fear and loyalty. A dangerous game, Sultan, he cautioned, his voice barely a whisper. The words hung in the air like a loaded gun, and Selim could feel the intensity of his advisor's concern. Do we provoke the West, or do we extend our hand in peace? Selim's lips curled into a grimace, a reflection of the turmoil within. Peace? Peace is a mirage, Mustafa. He slammed his fist onto the table, rattling the candles, flames flickering like the tension in the room. They will never see us as anything but a threat. They will never see us as equals. We must show them our might. With every beat of his heart, he felt the blood of countless ancestors surge through his veins, their voices urging him on. Power was his birthright, and he would not let it slip away like sand through his fingers. But in the shadows, watching with eyes like cold steel, was Zeynep, a woman whose heart was as fierce as her intellect. A skilled diplomat, she had navigated the treacherous waters of the Ottoman court with grace, but she felt the weight of Selim's ambitions crushing her spirit. Selim, she began, her voice steady but laced with an undercurrent of desperation, what good is a crown if we are left with nothing but ashes? The Europeans plot together, their alliances grow stronger. We cannot fight all wars at once. Selim turned to her, that familiar fire igniting in his chest once more, but there was a flicker of doubt beneath the armor of his resolve. What would you have me do? Bend like a reed in the wind? They want to see us broken, Zeynep. I will not give them the satisfaction. There was a rawness to the moment, a clash of ideals that reverberated in the air. The flickering candlelight cast shadows that danced like specters of their fears, the fear of failure, of betrayal, of losing everything they had fought for. Zeynep stepped closer, her eyes searching his. Sometimes, strength is in restraint. If you show them the Sultan who listens, who values negotiation, they may not fear you. They may respect you. Selim wanted to scream. He wanted to tear apart the fabric of her logic and weave it back into something feral, something primal. The ghosts of history snarled at him, urging him towards war, towards the blood-soaked glory that had defined empires. And if they stab us in the back, he shot back, the bitterness of betrayal thick in his throat. If they bring their armies to our gates while we stand idle, parleying like fools. Or, Zeynep countered, her voice a steady balm to his chaos, what if they don't? What if they see a Sultan willing to listen, a Sultan willing to share the stage? We cannot allow our fears to dictate our fate. Your heart longs for conquest, but your mind knows the truth. Truth, Selim scoffed, is a blade, Zeynep. It cuts both ways. Moments stretched agonizingly. The room was electric, and time itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of wills. Outside, the city whispered its own stories through the rustling leaves and distant cries of merchants closing up shop for the night. The world was vast, yet here they stood, ensnared in a web of destiny, a sultan fueled by ambition, an advisor caught in the currents of moral dilemma, a woman whose voice could spark revolutions and whose heart could break. The clock ticked on the wall, its sound a cruel reminder of the imminent choices. Selim felt the hands of fate tightening around him, the burden of empires resting on his shoulders. He was acutely aware of the fine line he walked, between power and madness, between life and death. He saw reflections of himself in the eyes of Mustafa and Zainab, a kaleidoscope of humanity, despair, and hope. Suddenly, a knock shattered the tension, a herald, breathless and pale, bursting forth with news swirling like a tempest. "Sultan! An envoy from the west approaches. They seek counsel." The room plunged into chaos, a sudden storm of emotions crashing over them. Selim's heart raced anew, the shadows whispering louder, the weight of his crown heavier than ever. Would he extend his hand, or would he raise his sword? The choice loomed before him like a darkened path in an uncharted forest. Mustafa, wide-eyed, looked between Selim and Zainab, sensing the shifting tides of his sultan's resolve. Zainab remained steady, her heartbeat attuned to the moment, a silent prayer woven into her breath. And Selim, with every pulse of his blood, felt the two worlds collide, one of fear and one of unfathomable power. As the herald stood, trembling with the weight of his news, time itself twisted. Every heartbeat echoed in the silence, a countdown to the fateful encounter that would reshape their destinies. The stage was set, and the players were in motion. The air was thick with anticipation, and nothing would ever be the same again. The room shimmered with the tension of 1,000 unspoken words, the weight of history hanging precariously above them, waiting for a single decision to tip the scales. The future lay in the balance, dark and unyielding as night. And as the shadows danced, Selim I stood on the precipice, the world watching with bated breath, ready to embrace whatever nightmare or dream awaited him in the darkness beyond. The cold wind cut through the air like a knife, sending shivers down my spine as I stood on the deck of the HMS Vela Star. The sea roared beneath us, a wild beast thrashing against the iron hull. I breathed in the salty tang, but it felt like the ocean was trying to swallow me whole. I gripped the railing, knuckles white, heart pounding like a war drum. This wasn't just another day at sea. No, it was the climax of a storm brewing for decades, a tempest of ambition, greed, and the unquenchable thirst for power. "Look," shouted Elias, his voice breaking through the cacophony. He pointed toward the horizon, where smoke billowed like a funeral shroud. "They're coming." I turned, my stomach twisting. The ships emerged from the mist, dark silhouettes against the dying light, their sails ominous, flaring like the wings of harpies. My gaze fell on the Argonaut *, our rival, cutting through the waves with an elegance that belied its deadly intent. Among its crew was Captain Dorian, a man whose name reverberated through the Mediterranean like an ancient curse. I remembered the tales, his cruelty was legendary, whispered in the darkest corners of taverns, and now he was here, ready to claim what he thought was his. A voice broke the tension deep within me, a voice I didn't want to listen to. "This is madness, Aelus," it whispered, a haunting echo of my own doubts. Each syllable wrapped around my heart, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. I shoved those fears aside, fear would be my undoing. But that voice, it lingered, relentless. "Prepare for battle!" Elias bellowed, his eyes aflame with fervor. He was my anchor, my constant amid the chaos. A year ago, he was just a boy, and now, fear had carved him into a soldier. I saw the sweat glisten on his brow, the way his hands trembled slightly as he reached for his weapon. I wished I could reassure him, tell him it would be fine, but I couldn't lie. Not now. The Vela lurched, a beast awakening. The deck was slick, treacherous. Each wave crashed against us, a reminder of nature's fury, unbridled and wild. I glanced at the crew. Fear mirrored in their eyes, a kaleidoscope of emotion swirling, doubt, resolve, and something more primal. I was one of them, yet I felt like an island, isolated, adrift in a sea of uncertainty. As the ships drew closer, the haunting calls of gulls spiraled above us, like ghosts foretelling our fate. The air thickened with dread, each heartbeat echoing against the metal walls of the ship. Then, without warning, the silence shattered. A single cannon fired, the deafening roar ricocheting in my skull. My heart leaped, a drum of adrenaline, as the round splashed into the water, our warning shot. Fire, came the command, and the world erupted into chaos. Cannons blazed, smoke billowed, and the stench of gunpowder mingled with the salt of the sea. I stood, frozen, watching the fiery chaos unfolding. The Argonaut responded, cannonballs arcing through the air, a menacing ballet of destruction. I felt the tremor reverberate beneath my feet as the first hit found its mark, one of our crew going down, a scream swallowed by the roar of battle. And there was Dorian, standing tall on the deck of his ship, a shadow among shadows, directing the carnage with chilling calm. I could see the hint of a smile on his lips, a predator reveling in the hunt. I wanted to scream, to hurl every curse I could think of at him, yet I remained paralyzed, my emotions tangled in a web of terror and rage. Suddenly, I noticed Elias racing toward the cannons, his youthful face transformed into a mask of determination. A spark ignited within me. "Elias, wait!" I shouted, but the words drowned in the storm of gunfire and chaos. He was lost in the moment, lost in the battle. Time warped, seconds stretched into lifetimes. I remembered the stories my father told by the hearth, of honor, glory, and the price of ambition. Yet here we were, flinging ourselves into a torrent of violence over an expanse of water, a mere line drawn on a map. What were we fighting for? Control of the Mediterranean? A crown on the head of a king who would never know our names? The absurdity clawed at my sanity. Another cannon fired. The Valar shuddered beneath the force. I stumbled back, my breath hitching. I caught Elias's eye. He was fighting, struggling against a wave of fear, yet I saw something else there, a flicker of doubt that threatened to extinguish his fire. I had to reach him. I had to bring him back from the precipice. I dashed toward him, the chaos swirling around me, an ocean of bodies and cannon smoke. But every step felt like wading through molasses. I remembered the dreams I had of sailing the seas, of adventure, of camaraderie. I remembered the laughter that came before all this. The laughter that seemed so distant now, drowned in the cacophony of death. "Elias!" I screamed, my voice hoarse, desperate. The words were a lifeline thrown into the abyss, hoping he would grab hold. He turned, eyes wide, shimmering with the light of battle and fear. "Alice," he cried, but the call was lost in the roar. Like moths to a flame, the crew surged forward, adrenaline driving them into the fray. Then, in the chaos, time slipped again, everything slowed. The wind took a sharp turn, I saw Dorian's ship lurch, a sudden shift, a moment of vulnerability. Everything felt electric, charged with the weight of destiny. I knew then what I had to do. The ship groaned, the battle raged, and the Mediterranean roared beneath us, but I was focused solely on that fleeting opening. I could feel the pulse of the ocean, the rhythm of the fight. This was not just about ships and cannons, it was about us, about the souls caught in the tempest of war. I took a breath, the salt stinging my eyes, and plunged into the fray, ready to face the ghosts that haunted me. The ocean was vast, but at this moment, the battle was everything. The Mediterranean held our fate, and I would not let it slip away. And somewhere, in the distance, time ticked on, an unyielding clock, counting down the seconds until everything changed forever. The air crackled with tension, thick like the smoke rising from the smoldering ruins of what had once been a thriving city. The sounds of battle echoed in the distance, a cacophony of clashing steel, anguished cries, and the desperate prayers of those who clung to hope like a fraying rope. I stood there, heart racing, as the walls of Rhodes trembled beneath the relentless assault of the Ottoman forces. Each thud against the stone felt like a countdown, a heartbeat, a reminder that time was slipping away, and with it, lives, my life, my friends, my city. I remember the moment I caught sight of Maria, her face pale against the backdrop of chaos. She was crouched by the wall, clutching a makeshift weapon, a rusty dagger she had scavenged from the remnants of a fallen soldier. Her eyes, usually so vibrant, now mirrored the despair that hung heavy in the air. "We can't hold them back much longer," she whispered, her voice barely cutting through the din. I could see the weight of the world in her gaze, the burden of survival pressing down on her fragile shoulders. But Maria wasn't just afraid of the Ottomans, she was haunted by the memories of what we had lost. I remembered the laughter we once shared under the sun, the dreams we spun together like a tapestry of joy, now fraying at the edges. The city we loved was crumbling, and with it, the dreams of a future, our future. The ghosts of our past danced mockingly in the shadows, reminding us of what we stood to lose. Beside Maria stood Davos, his face set in grim determination. He was a warrior, but in this moment, he felt the weight of a different kind of battle. I watched as he tightened his grip on his sword, the blade glinting ominously in the fading light. There was a fire in his eyes, tempered by loss, rage, and a fierce protectiveness. "We have to fight back," he said, voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. "If we go down fighting." It was a call to arms, but beneath the bravado, I sensed his fear, a fear that gnawed at him like a ravenous beast. What if fighting was in vain? What if we lost everything? Moments passed like hours, each heartbeat echoing the impending doom. I could hear the distant roar of the invaders, feel the ground quake beneath their relentless march. Outside, the world was on fire, literally and metaphorically. The screams of the dying mingled with the crackling flames, and all I could think was how quickly everything we cherished could be erased. Life was fragile, a mere flicker in the vast expanse of existence. And then, the first breach. A crash reverberated through the air, a thunderous sound that made my heart stop. The walls we had trusted to protect us were crumbling, and the shadow of death loomed over us like a predator stalking its prey. I turned to Maria, and in that instant, our eyes locked, an unspoken promise, a shared resolve. We would face this together, or not at all. Davos stepped forward, embodying both courage and recklessness. "We need to hold the gate," he shouted, already sprinting toward the sound of destruction. I hesitated, torn between the instinct to protect Maria and the call of duty that echoed in my veins. But she grabbed my arm, her grip fierce. "We can't let them take this place, our home. We owe it to everyone who fought before us." I nodded, an ember of determination igniting in my chest. Together, we dashed into the fray, the chaotic symphony of battle enveloping us. The scent of blood mixed with smoke, a miasma of human despair. Each clash of swords was a reminder of our mortality, the finality of life hanging by a thread. I could see shadows flickering through the smoke, figures cloaked in darkness, their faces obscured, embodying the very essence of our fears. They were not just soldiers, they were the embodiment of our nightmares. Every strike I made felt like a struggle against the inevitable. I fought with every ounce of strength I had left, fueled by raw emotion and the need to protect those I loved. But the weight of doubt gnawed at my core. What if we were just delaying the inevitable? What if this moment of bravery would ultimately lead to ruin? I pushed the thoughts away, focusing instead on the rhythm of the fight, the dance of life and death unfolding before me. Amidst the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Davos, his back against the wall, fighting like a man possessed. But I saw it, the flicker of exhaustion creeping into his movements, the way his breath came in ragged gasps. Each swing of his sword was a plea, a desperate hope that we could turn back the tide. I wanted to scream at him to retreat, to save himself, but that would mean abandoning everything we stood for. And then I saw her, Maria, losing ground, surrounded by shadows. Fear gripped my chest, a vice tightening with each heartbeat. "Maria!" I shouted, but the din swallowed my voice, leaving only the echo of her name hanging in the air like a ghost. I fought my way toward her, a whirlwind of desperation, but the world around us seemed to conspire against our escape. Every push, every shove through the mass of bodies felt like a cruel reminder of fate's indifference. Time slowed, stretching into a haunting limbo as I reached her side, breathless and wild-eyed. She looked at me, and in her gaze, I saw the flickers of hope and despair, a kaleidoscope of emotion. "We can make it," she whispered, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her. "We just have to hold on a little longer." But as the shadows closed in, the reality of our situation tightened like a noose around our throats. The siege was more than an attack on walls, it was an assault on our very souls. Each clash of steel, each scream of agony, was a reminder of the fragility of our existence. Would we emerge as victors or become mere echoes in the annals of history? And just as hope flickered, a flash of light pierced the darkness, a sudden burst of cannon fire illuminating the night sky. The world exploded in chaos, and in that moment, I was trapped between fear and exhilaration, caught in the eye of the storm. We had come to define our lives with battles, but perhaps this was the one we were never meant to win. As the walls trembled and the shadows danced, I realized that perhaps each breath, each moment, was a victory in itself. The siege of Rhodes was not merely a test of strength, it was the crucible that forged our souls. And as the darkness closed in around us, I felt the weight of our fate binding us together, a tapestry woven from the threads of fear, love, and defiance. And so, we fought on, hearts pounding, souls intertwined, as the shadows of our choices loomed large, threatening to swallow us whole. The siege was far from over, and as we braced for the inevitable clash, I couldn't help but wonder what would remain when the dust settled. Would we find ourselves in the ashes, or would we rise anew, forged from the flames of despair? The answer lay just beyond the horizon, waiting in the silence that followed the storm. The air hung thick with the scent of burnt spices and the distant echoes of clashing swords. I stood on the cusp of a marketplace, vibrant yet tense, where the cries of traders mingled with the desperate prayers of the faithful. Selim I, the Conqueror, the Sultan, loomed large, his ambition casting a long, dark shadow over the bustling streets of Istanbul. I remember the day as if it were trapped in amber, shimmering yet heavy with foreboding. The empire's veins pulsed with gold, silver, and the sweat of the laboring class, yet beneath the surface, the impending storm roiled, churning the waters of fate. The first figure to emerge from the haze of memory was Eileen, a merchant's daughter, her life tethered to the shifting tides of fortune. Her dark curls framed a face etched with determination, a fierce spirit simmering beneath her porcelain skin. I remember her laughter, bright against the backdrop of a world steeped in shadows. Yet today, her laughter had turned to silence, drowned by the weight of her father's debts, the creditors swirling like vultures above him. Eileen's heart beat in time with the relentless ticking of the clock, a clock that mocked them all. "Father," she whispered, her voice trembling as she clutched an empty purse, its frayed edges a testament to their fading prosperity. "What shall we do? The spice trade is choked by war. The caravans are but ghosts on the horizon." "Do not speak of ghosts, Eileen," her father replied, his voice gruff, the lines of worry carving deeper into his brow. "We are alive. We will survive. We must." But behind his bravado lay the truth, a truth that tasted bitter on his tongue. They were caught in the grip of Selim's ruthless expansion, the empire consuming everything, its lands, its people, its very soul. And then there was Halil, a soldier in the Sultan's elite forces, a man torn between duty and conscience. The clang of steel resonated with every beat of his heart, each battle a dance with death. He had fought for glory, for the empire, but now he wrestled with the weight of his own choices, the blood of innocents staining his hands. Halil stood at the intersection of ambition and despair, a soldier with dreams once grand, now corroded by nightmares. "Tell me, Halil," a fellow soldier mused one evening as they huddled around a flickering flame, "is it worth it? This endless march for gold and land?" Halil's gaze flickered toward the horizon where the sun descended, igniting the sky in hues of crimson. "I remember when we fought for honor, not for coin," he murmured, the words a lament, a plea lost in the wind. "But now, what is honor?" A whisper drowned in the clamor of wealth. The weight of expectation bore down upon him, a chain that threatened to shackle his very spirit. Selim I, the architect of this relentless machine, loomed omnipresent in their lives, a spectre whose ambition fed on the dreams and despair of those beneath him. The empire stretched itself like a glutton, swallowing lands, cultures, and voices, yet it was built on a foundation of fear. The economy thrived on the backs of the oppressed, each coin a reminder of their sacrifices. I felt it in the pulse of the market, the desperate barter of goods, the weight of loss hanging in the air like a storm cloud ready to break. "Buy my spices, buy my silks." Eileen's voice rang out, But behind her desperation lay the truth. The spices were old, the silks threadbare. "Please, I implore you," she cried, a flicker of hope dancing in the depths of her eyes. "I will trade for anything, even a promise." Promises were as fragile as the porcelain dishes that adorned her family's shop, shattering with the slightest tremor. The empire fed on promises, promises of prosperity that never materialized, promises of security washed away by violence. Halil knew this all too well. He had watched men march to their deaths with dreams of glory, only to find themselves buried beneath the weight of a greater ambition. Eileen and Halil's paths crossed in those tense moments, a dance of fate woven through the very fabric of their existence. She would catch his eye from across the marketplace, an unspoken bond forming in the shared despair. "You fight for a cause," she remarked one day as he passed, "but what is a cause if it crushes the very spirit it seeks to uplift?" Halil's heart constricted, her words a dagger to his conscience. "I fight to protect, to preserve," he replied, but even he heard the hollow ring of his own voice. "Preserve what?" she challenged, her eyes fierce, an empire built on the suffering of its people. "What do you see when you look in the mirror, Halil? Do you see a protector or a destroyer?" Those questions lingered, heavy like the scent of smoke wafting through the air from distant fires. The city was alive yet dying, a paradox mirrored in the hearts of its inhabitants. The night would descend, cloaking them all in shadows, and with it came the whispers of ghosts, of merchants who had lost everything, of soldiers who had given up their souls. The empire teetered on the brink, a fragile edifice of power and despair. I could hear the clock ticking, each second an echo of fate, each heartbeat a reminder of the choices that lay ahead. Eileen and Halil, entwined in their struggles, were but two souls in a tempest, each longing for a glimmer of hope amidst the turmoil. As the moon cast its silvery light over Istanbul, illuminating the paths of despair and desire, I felt the weight of their stories pressing against my chest. Their fates were entwined, a tapestry of choices leading them to an inevitable confrontation. Would they succumb to the relentless tide of ambition, or would they rise, defiant against the shadows that sought to consume them? In that moment, the air crackled with tension, an electric hum that promised change, promising a reckoning that loomed just beyond the horizon, a confrontation that would shake the very foundations of the empire, a clash of dreams and despair, a dance with destiny that had only just begun. The market bustled with the ferocity of a summer storm, the air thick with sweat, spices, and desperation. I remember the way the sun hung like a molten orb above the stalls, casting shadows that danced on the cobblestones, alive with the whispers of merchants hawking their wares. I stood there, a mere observer, as if the world had transformed into a stage, an elaborate play where ambition and fear collided. The cries of vendors echoed, a symphony of urgency, while beneath it all, a darker current flowed. Trade, the lifeblood of an empire, thrummed with an intensity that felt almost like a heartbeat, pulsating, demanding attention. In that moment, I saw him, Yusuf, a trader with eyes that flickered like candle flames in the dark. He was burdened by the weight of his own hope, a hope that seemed to flicker with every passing second. The silks and spices piled high around him promised fortune, yet they were shackled by the ever-looming threat of Selim I's grip, a grip that tightened with every passing day. I could sense the fear coiling around him, striking his heart like a serpent ready to strike. His hands trembled as he bartered, each word a desperate plea, each gesture a silent prayer to the gods of fortune. Then there was Zainab, a woman whose spirit was forged in the fires of resilience. She worked alongside Yusuf, a fierce presence amidst the chaos. Her laughter was a rare bloom in a garden of thorns, but beneath that laughter lay a tempest of longing, a desire for freedom that flickered like the flames of a dying fire. I remember the way she spoke of distant lands, her words painting vivid tapestries of places where trade flowed like rivers of gold, where the weight of Selim's ambition seemed a distant nightmare. Yet each time she spoke, the shadows in her eyes deepened, reminding her of the chains that bound them to this city, a city where dreams collided violently with the harshness of reality. I could feel the air grow thick with tension, a storm brewing on the horizon. Rumors had begun to swirl like ominous clouds. Selim I, the Sultan driven by an insatiable hunger for power, had turned his gaze toward the riches of the East. A war was coming, and with it, the specter of loss loomed large over the marketplace. I remember the way the merchants exchanged glances, eyes wide, hearts racing, as they traded tidbits of fear like currency. Each murmured word felt like a ticking clock, ticking down to a dark reckoning. Yusuf and Zainab stood at the heart of this storm, their lives intertwined in a dance of desperation and resilience. But their bond was fragile, stretched taut by the demands of survival. I remember a moment when the laughter faded, replaced by a silence so thick it pressed against my chest like a weight. Yusuf grasped Zainab's hands, his voice a soft whisper. What if we escape? What if we take our chances beyond the borders of Selim's reach? And in that moment, I could see the flicker of hope ignite in her eyes, but it was mingled with the haunting chill of uncertainty. Where would we go? Zainab's voice trembled, caught between dreams and reality. And what if we fail? What if he sends his men after us? The shadows of their fears intertwined, a tapestry woven with dread and desire. The stakes had never been higher, freedom or futility, their lives balanced on the edge of a blade, glimmering in the harsh light of an uncertain future. The marketplace became a battlefield, the cries of merchants morphing into a cacophony of panic as news spread like wildfire. A caravan, laden with precious goods, had been ambushed by Selim's forces. My heart raced, the pulse of the city echoing against my own. I could feel the fear seep into my bones as merchants gathered, voices rising in a chaotic chorus of disbelief and dread. The specter of war loomed larger, casting its dark shadow over every transaction, every dream. As Yusuf and Zainab stood at the center of the chaos, I could see them wrestling with their own demons. Zainab's heart ached with the weight of dreams unfulfilled, of a life spent in service to a market that could swallow them whole. The thought of fleeing, of chasing the horizon, called to her with a siren song. Yet, the chains of loyalty, of family, of love wrapped around her like a vice, squeezing tighter with every passing second. Yusuf, on the other hand, was a storm of contradictions, a man who yearned for freedom yet feared the unknown. The marketplace had been his sanctuary, a place where he could wield power through trade, but now it felt like a prison. If we don't leave now, he whispered, urgency lacing his voice, we might never get another chance. I watched as he struggled, a raw mix of fear and desperation etched into his features. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the city in a shroud of twilight, the marketplace transformed into a battlefield of emotions. Clocks ticked relentlessly, each passing second a reminder of time slipping through their fingers, time they could never reclaim. The threat of Selim's wrath loomed like a dark cloud, heavy and foreboding. Yusuf's voice broke through the chaos, a fierce declaration that hung in the air like the last echoes of a dying star. We cannot let fear dictate our choices. His words stirred something in Zainab, a spark igniting within her. I remember the way she stepped closer, her eyes shining with defiance. Then let us choose to fight, to live, to breathe beyond Selim's shadow. And in that moment, as the weight of their choices hung in the air, I could feel the pulse of the marketplace shift, shadows intertwined with resilience, dreams mingled with despair. Destiny loomed ahead, a crossroads where they would either shatter under the weight of oppression or rise, as fierce and unyielding as the trade winds that swept through the land. The tension crackled like lightning, every heartbeat a reminder that the role of trade during Selim I's reign was not merely about goods exchanged, it was the very lifeblood of hope and despair, a fleeting whisper that could change the course of lives forever. As the night deepened, the city held its breath, caught in the delicate balance between fear and aspiration, the stage set for a tempest to unfold. The clock ticked relentlessly, each second a muffled heartbeat in the dimly lit government office. Papers lay scattered across the floor, like fallen soldiers in a war that had long ago forgotten its purpose. The air was thick with tension, a palpable dread that hung low, wrapping itself around the throats of those who dared breathe it in. I stood there, frozen, my heart racing, the weight of bureaucracy pressing down on my shoulders like a leaden shroud. From the shadows emerged Myra, her eyes wild, haunted by the ghosts of unfulfilled promises. She was a civil servant, a cog in the machine, but oh, how that machine ground mercilessly against her spirit. We can't keep pretending this system works, can we? She whispered, voice trembling like a leaf caught in an autumn gust, each word a desperate plea for change. I could see the flickering candlelight reflecting in her eyes, illuminating the fear, the passion, the hope that danced perilously on the edge of despair. I remember when we thought we could make a difference, I confessed, my voice barely above a whisper, a fragile thread weaving through the chaos. The faint memory of our idealism felt like a distant star, once bright and full of promise, now dimmed by the suffocating reality of a system that thrived on inefficiency and corruption. Suddenly, a door burst open, slamming against the wall with the force of thunder. It was Ravi, the merciless enforcer of policies, the one who wielded the bureaucratic sword with ruthless precision. His presence was like ice slicing through the warmth of our fragile camaraderie. "You two have no idea what you're dealing with," he barked, his voice grating, a jagged edge that threatened to pierce the last remnants of our resolve. Myra's chin lifted defiantly. "And you have no idea what's at stake. These reforms, they're not just words on a page. They're lives." The fight in her was electric, charging the stale air with urgency, igniting something deep within me. I saw my own reflection in her intensity, fear mingling with the flicker of hope, a shaking flame in the darkness. "Lives?" Ravi scoffed, dismissive, a man trained to ignore the human cost in favor of cold statistics and quotas. "This is about efficiency. This is about control." His words hung in the air, a suffocating blanket suffusing the room with despair. Each syllable felt like a noose tightening around my throat, squeezing the very breath from my lungs. I closed my eyes briefly, and memories flooded back in torrents. Late nights hunched over screens, the glow illuminating our tired faces as we fought for transparency, for accountability. I remembered the laughter in those moments, the camaraderie that felt like a lifeline stretched across an ocean of despair. But with every laugh, there was an echo, a reminder that shadows lurked just outside the glow, waiting for our resolve to wane, to fade into the shadows of complacency. "Do you even see the people?" Myra pressed, voice rising, a crescendo of passion that ricocheted off the sterile walls. "The families waiting for decisions? The children affected by budget cuts? These aren't just faceless entities, they're beating hearts." And in that moment, I could see it, the faces, the stories woven into the fabric of our work. Lives suspended in red tape, each one a thread begging to be pulled free from the tangled web of bureaucracy. The pain in Myra's voice was a mirror reflecting my own turmoil. I stepped forward, fueled by the fire ignited within me. "We can't let fear dictate our actions," I said, my voice steadying, emboldened by the intensity swirling around us. "We owe it to them to fight." Ravi's eyes darkened, a storm brewing in the depths. "You think this is about fear? This is about survival. You think I wanted to become the monster? This system turned me into this." The word spilled from him, raw and jagged, revealing a vulnerability that startled me. A fleeting moment of connection, a glimpse of the man behind the iron mask, and yet the walls he built were as impenetrable as ever. "Ravi," I said softly, "we can change it together. You don't have to be the monster. We can tear down these walls." But as I spoke, I could feel the shadows creeping back in, wrapping around us, stifling the very hope I was trying to ignite. The clock on the wall ticked louder, growing more oppressive, each beat resonating like a drum in my chest, a reminder of our impending doom. Myra stepped closer to Ravi, her eyes fierce. "This is not just about you or me. It's about everyone stuck in this labyrinth of indifference. We are the voices they left behind." And in that moment, she became a beacon, a lighthouse guiding us through the fog, her passion sparking the fire within me once more. But Ravi, caught in his own despair, recoiled. "You think it's that simple? You think you can just waltz in and change everything?" A sneer marred his face, but beneath it, I sensed the tremors of fear and uncertainty. He was losing ground, the fortress of bureaucracy he had built around himself beginning to crack under the weight of our collective resolve. I felt the pull of time, the inexorable march of seconds, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the moment to unravel. "Change isn't simple," I said, my voice steady, "but sometimes the hardest battles yield the most significant victories." The air crackled with tension as we stood there, three souls intertwined in a desperate dance, caught between a future we could forge together and a past that threatened to consume us. Shadows loomed, reminders of our fears, but the light of possibility flickered between us, a fragile promise of what could be. And as the clock chimed again, echoing through the room like a ghostly reminder of our mortality, I knew this moment was just the beginning. The battle for reform, for a new governance and a redefined bureaucracy was one that would stretch beyond the confines of this room. It was a call to arms, a challenge to rise from the ashes of indifference, to carve a path through the darkness. The walls of the office stood witness to our turmoil, but outside, the world awaited, filled with lives waiting for change, stories yearning to be told. We were not just fighting for ourselves, we were fighting for every heartbeat that had been silenced in the name of bureaucracy. In the silence that followed, we took a collective breath, a silent vow binding us together, hearts racing, ready to confront the unknown. The moon hung heavy in the night sky, a blood-orange orb casting an eerie glow over the city of Istanbul, where shadows danced like restless spirits. I remember the chill that slithered down my spine as I stood at the gates of the palace, the weight of history pressing down upon my shoulders. The air crackled with tension, filled with the whispers of men and women who dared to speak of justice, of tyranny, and of a world forever altered by ink and decree. Selim I was in the throes of a storm, not of nature, but of his own making. His throne, a jagged stone meant for a king, felt more like a guillotine. Every moment, every breath he took, was a reminder of the blood-soaked past that clung to his legacy like a shroud. The reforms he penned in the Khana name were not mere words, they were an invocation of power, a desperate attempt to mold the chaos around him into something tangible, something he could control. Justice, he would mutter under his breath, his voice a low growl as he paced the marble halls, echoing off the ancient walls. Justice is a fickle mistress. His eyes, dark as the abyss, held a haunted look, a man caught between vision and reality. I remember the day he summoned me, trembling at the thought of his wrath, the room like a mausoleum filled with the ghosts of the condemned. In that moment, I was not a mere observer. I was a player in his tragic theatre. The ink on the pages of the Khana name still glistened, the scent of freshly spilled blood mingling with the mustiness of the parchment. What is justice, if not a sword in the hands of the powerful? Selim rasped, his fingers trembling as they traced the edges of the document. There was a wildness to his demeanor, a madness that flickered in his eyes, an obsession with order in a world gone awry. I remember my own heart racing, pounding like a war drum in my chest, as I watched him. Opposite him stood Zainab, a woman as fierce as a lioness, whose family had suffered under the weight of the very laws he sought to change. Her spirit was like the wind itself, untamable, furious, full of longing for vengeance mixed with a heartbreaking vulnerability. She was both the fire and the ash, caught in a cycle of despair and hope. "Your words are empty, Selim," she spat, the bitterness lacing her voice echoing against the cold stones. "You speak of justice, yet your pen drips with the ink of oppression." I felt the air thicken, the tension palpable, as her accusation hung between them, a dagger poised to strike. There was a moment, just a heartbeat, when it seemed the world would shatter around us. But Selim's laughter rang out, a dark, mirthless sound that sent shivers racing down my spine. "Empty? You dare call my words empty?" His fists clenched, and for a fleeting moment, I imagined that he might strike her down. Instead, he leaned closer, his breath a whisper filled with the scent of lemons and sweat. "Do you think your suffering means anything to power? That pain is currency I can spend on the throne." The clock in the corner ticked with a maddening precision, each tick a reminder of the relentless passage of time. I felt a rush of nausea, knowing that Selim was trapped in a labyrinth of his own making, and Zainab was spiraling into a darkness of her own despair. She was a ghost in a world of living nightmares, torn between revenge and the promise of a better tomorrow. "I remember the day they took my brother," she whispered, the tremor in her voice cutting like a knife through the thick air. "The guards came like wolves, and he was nothing but a shadow in their eyes. Your reforms will not bring him back, Selim. They will not wipe the blood from my hands." And there it was, truth, stark and unyielding, bouncing off the walls like a pinball, striking at the core of Selim's ambition. He was a king desperate for redemption, a soul haunted by the specters of his past. I could see the internal struggle, the battle raging within him. Would he be a tyrant or a savior? The weight of his choices hung heavy, like the sword of Damocles, poised to drop. "Zainab," he breathed, a flicker of something, pity, perhaps, crossing his face. "I am trying to rewrite the laws of this land. This Khana name is more than ink. It is a lifeline. His eyes bore into hers, searching for common ground amidst the wreckage of their lives. But the chasm between them was vast, filled with the screams of the forgotten. I could feel the air crackling with emotion, the tension surging like a tempest ready to break. It was an electric storm of humanity, the fear, the anger, the raw, seething desire for something better. I remember the way it felt, standing between them, a witness to their struggles. The world outside the palace faded into insignificance. It was just us, the clock ticking, the shadows stretching across the floor. "Justice is a ghost, Selim," Zeynep shot back, her voice rising, filled with the fervor of her convictions. "You think you can conjure it with your pen? You can only create more chains." The passion in her voice was a fire that would not be extinguished, but it was also a dance with despair, the flame flickering dangerously close to the edge. The silence that followed was deafening, a void filled with unspoken words and unfulfilled dreams. Selim's gaze dropped to the Khana name, his heart a battleground between the ache of power and the weight of responsibility. And in that moment, I understood the depths of his torment, the knowledge that every decree he wrote could either save a life or condemn many more to suffer. In that palace, beneath the weight of the moon's gaze, the very foundations of an empire trembled. The Khana name was not just a document, it was a pulse, a heartbeat of a city caught in the throes of transformation. As shadows lengthened and the night deepened, I could feel the world around us teetering on the edge, a precarious balance of hope and despair, every word a breath, every heartbeat a prayer. And so they stood, each a reflection of the other, one tangled in ambition and the other in grief, the ink of the Khana name still fresh, still life-altering. In the silence that enveloped us, the truth was undeniable. History was not a straight path, but a winding road fraught with uncertainty, where every twist and turn could lead to salvation or ruin. The clock ticked on, relentless and unforgiving, reminding us all that the night would not last forever. And as I stood there, suspended in time, I realized that the battle had only just begun, a struggle woven into the very fabric of existence, punctuated by the quills of men and women who dared to dream of a world reborn. I remember the night when the air turned thick with fear, a silence so profound it felt like the world had taken a breath and held it, as if awaiting the inevitable descent into chaos. Shadows danced across the walls of the harem like ghosts, whispering secrets that clawed at the heart. The scent of jasmine hung heavy, mingling with the bitter taste of despair that clung to the edges of every thought. In that moment, my heart raced, not from the thrill of intrigue, but from the dread that comes when the weight of 1,000 unspoken words hangs like a blade ready to drop. Zeynep stood there, her fingers trembling against the silk of her gown, a deep crimson that mirrored the blood that had soaked into the earth below. She was not just another woman in the Sultan's court, she was a vessel of dreams, a flicker of hope swaddled in a world that demanded submission. With each passing moment, her resolve thinned, and I could see it in her eyes, the haunting glow of defiance tempered by the chains of expectation. "I will not let them break me," she murmured, her voice a mere wisp of smoke in the oppressive night. But I, too, knew how fragile her spirit was, how easily it could be snuffed out. And then there was Fatma, the elder, a woman whose face had become a map of her sorrows. Lines carved deep, each wrinkle a reminder of the battles fought and lost in silence. She had seen too much, the bloodshed, the betrayal, the relentless grip of power squeezing the breath from women like a vice. "It was not always this way," she would often whisper, her voice laced with a sorrowful nostalgia. "We were once the muses of poets, the subjects of songs. Now, we are mere shadows, stretching across the walls as the sun sets on our dreams." In the heart of the harem, Zeynep and Fatma navigated a world where every glance could be lethal, where whispers carried the weight of daggers. The looming presence of Sultan Selim I was a constant shadow, a reminder that ambition often comes at the cost of humanity. Under his rule, the very fabric of existence seemed to stretch. Women were pawns on a chessboard, sacrificed for power, their desires eclipsed by the ambitions of men who wielded authority like a blade. Dreams shattered like glass beneath the weight of expectation, and yet, amidst the despair, a flicker of rebellion ignited in Zeynep's heart. "I remember the first time I saw the stars," she said, her voice trembling with unshed tears. "They seemed so far away, as if mocking our plight." There was a longing in her tone that tugged at the threads of my own heart, a desire to break free from the chains that bound us to this life of silence and sorrow. "I want to reach them, to touch the cosmos and scream my defiance into the void." And in that moment, I felt an unquenchable thirst for freedom bubbling beneath the surface, a desire that could not be contained. But Fatma, ever the realist, shook her head, her expression heavy with the weight of experience. Zainab, dreams are for the foolish. They will crush you underfoot like a forgotten flower. The tension between them pulsed thick in the air, electric and alive, as the truth hung unspoken, heavy like a shroud. I found myself caught in the tempest of their conflicting desires, feeling the sharp edges of their pain slicing through the darkness. As the moon climbed high, illuminating the harem with a ghostly glow, the walls began to echo with the distant sounds of conflict, the clash of swords, the cries of men fighting for power, a grim reminder that the world outside was a battlefield. And yet, inside these walls, we were all trapped in our own war, the war against our own bodies, our own spirits. I could feel the heartbeat of the empire thrumming beneath our feet, a raw, pulsating energy that promised both destruction and rebirth. Desperation clawed at Zainab as she paced, the rhythm of her footsteps a heartbeat loud enough to drown out the chaos outside. "I will not be a prisoner of my own life," she declared, her voice rising, filled with a fierce resolve that made the air crackle. "I refuse to accept a future dictated by men who do not see us as anything more than vessels for their desires." Each word was a dagger thrown into the night, sharp and unyielding, a rallying cry echoing through the shadows. And there, in that heart-wrenching moment, time seemed to fracture. I could feel my own pulse quicken, a surge of fear and exhilaration twisting within me. I wanted to cheer for Zainab, to wrap my arms around her and tell her that she was not alone, that her battle was mine too, but the weight of the world pressed heavy on my chest. Fatma's gaze turned steely, her voice dropping to a whisper. "You'll be silenced, Zainab. They will not allow you to awaken the others." But Zainab was relentless in her pursuit, her spirit roaring against the chains that sought to bind her. "Then let them come," she shouted into the night, a challenge, a promise. "I will rise, and I will make them listen." Her eyes burned with an intensity that could have ignited the stars, and I knew then that the night was far from over. Outside, the darkness thickened, as if the very heavens conspired against the women gathered in the harem. The air was electric, charged with the weight of unspoken truths and the rippling undercurrents of rebellion. Shadows whispered secrets, and the walls, soaked in the history of countless women like Zainab and Fatma, stood witness to the birth of a new hope, a tremor of change vibrating through the stillness of the night. I held my breath in that moment, caught between the past and what was yet to come, knowing that the echoes of their struggles would resonate far beyond these walls. The cycle of despair would not be so easily broken, but in the depths of the harem, amid the sorrow and the darkness, the flicker of defiance burned brighter than ever, a candle against the storm. And as the clock ticked toward an uncertain dawn, I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the stories of countless women who had once filled these halls flooding my mind. Each heartbeat resonated with the promise of change, the hope of a new dawn, even as the shadows loomed large. This wasn't just a moment in time, this was a reckoning, a call to arms in a world where women had often been asked to silence their own hearts. The stars seemed to watch, silent witnesses to the birth of a revolution. In that eerie stillness, I understood, this story would never truly end. It would ripple through time, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a saga written in blood and tears, hope and defiance, forever echoing in the night. It was just the beginning. The clash of metal rang through the air, sharp as a knife slicing through the suffocating mists of dawn. I stood there, heart racing, my pulse a drumbeat echoing in a world suspended between life and death. The Janissaries were everywhere, phantoms clad in dark uniforms, their eyes burning with an intensity that could pierce through the blackest of nights. Their presence was palpable, a storm gathering on the horizon, ready to unleash fury upon the unsuspecting. I remember the cold sweat that trickled down my spine, the way my breath caught in my throat. A sudden thought, a whispering fear, what if I am not merely an observer but a participant in this waking nightmare? The city was a labyrinth of shadows and secrets, its cobblestones slick with the remnants of yesterday's battles. Somewhere, a bell tolled, resonating like a funeral dirge. It struck me with a wave of melancholy. This was not merely a military force. This was a crucible of power, where blades and ambition intertwined, where loyalty was as fickle as the shifting winds. I turned to my companions. There was Arif, the unwavering soldier, his eyes a stormy sea of duty and dread. He was a man forged in the fires of conflict, yet beneath those hardened layers lay a heart that ached for a peace he had never known. "We have to hold the line," he said, his voice trembling. "For the Empire." I could feel the weight of his words, heavy like lead, as if he were carrying the hopes and fears of everyone who had ever lived and died by the sword. And then there was Elif, a woman of remarkable spirit, fiery and fragile all at once. She had been raised among the whispers of power, her laughter echoing through halls where decisions were made with the flick of a wrist. "Do you think they'll remember us?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would shatter the fragile world around us. "When the dust settles, will they remember our names, or will we be lost like shadows?" Her words pierced through me, as sharp as the blades they wielded. I could sense her fear, a fear of being forgotten, a fear that this relentless machine of politics and power would grind her into oblivion. The night thickened, wrapping us in its embrace like a shroud, and the Janissaries moved like wraiths among the shadows. I could feel the tension coiling in the air, electric, almost alive. They were not merely soldiers, they were the instruments of an empire, the embodiment of a paradox, loyal yet treacherous, disciplined yet chaotic. In that moment, the reality of their power struck me. They were the heartbeat of a nation, yet they could also be its executioners. "Do you hear them?" Arif's voice was a low growl, reverberating through the darkness. "Their whispers, they plot, they scheme, and we are nothing but pawns on their board." I felt the truth of it, gnawing at my insides. But to whom did the pawns owe their loyalty? The Empire? The Sultan? Or to themselves, their own survival? The clock ticked ominously, each second a reminder that time was not on our side. As the tension escalated, the air thickened with unspoken fears and dreams deferred. I could see the ghosts of ambitions long buried in the faces around me. A fleeting memory crossed my mind, a day spent in the gardens of the palace, laughter among the roses, the scent of jasmine hanging heavy in the air. How naive we were then, blissfully unaware of the darkness lurking just beyond the horizon. Now, the sweet perfume of hope had turned to the acrid stench of impending doom. I remembered those vibrant petals crushed beneath iron boots, their beauty lost in the chaos of war. "Focus!" Arif snapped, breaking through my reverie. His eyes were wild, a tempest of determination and desperation. "We stand together, shoulder to shoulder. If they come for us, we fight." I nodded, although doubt slithered into my heart like a serpent. Was it bravery or foolishness that led men to hold the line against the tides of history? The Janissaries were coming, a wall of flesh and steel, and the weight of our choices loomed like a spectre. Elif's hand brushed against mine, a fleeting touch, electric and grounding. "Whatever happens, remember," she began, but her words were drowned out by the roar of the approaching storm. The Janissaries surged forward, a wave of darkness crashing against us. In that heartbeat, in that split second of time, I saw myself reflected in their eyes, not as a soldier or a scholar but as a mere human, caught up in a world that demanded too much and offered too little. The clash erupted like a thunderstorm, and I felt the ground shake beneath me. The world became a blur of chaos and noise, steel met steel, and the cries of the fallen echoed like a haunting melody. Each swing of my sword felt like a desperate grasp at survival, a plea to be remembered, to matter in the grand tapestry of life. I fought not just for the Empire, but for the echoes of laughter, the whispers of hope, the moments that once felt eternal. Each clash of metal was a reminder that we were alive, and yet, with every heartbeat, we danced on the precipice of oblivion. Amid this maelstrom, time twisted and turned, warping my perception. I saw Arif fighting valiantly, his strength admirable yet tinged with desperation. Was he fighting for the Empire, or for a fleeting moment of glory? I could see Elif, her fierce spirit igniting the shadows around her as she struck down an enemy soldier, but in her eyes, I saw the flicker of doubt. Would she survive to tell her tale? Or would she fade into the annals of history, a ghost among the whispers? And then, in a heartbeat, the world shifted. The Janissaries, relentless, were more than just soldiers. They were shadows of fate, weaving through the fabric of existence, their power both intoxicating and terrifying. I could feel it in the air, a promise and a curse entwined. This was not just a battle, This was a reckoning, an awakening of ghosts long buried in the sands of time. And as the sun struggled to rise, casting an eerie glow over the chaos, I realized we were all caught in an endless loop, a cycle of power and betrayal, of loyalty and ambition. The Janissaries would continue to march, their march echoing through the corridors of history, their legacy a testament to the complex dance of military and political power. I clenched my jaw, and as the fight raged on, I felt the weight of it all, a crushing reminder that even in the darkest of nights, we were searching for our own light, each breath a prayer, each heartbeat a promise. In that moment, the battle was no longer just about survival, it was about existence itself, our names etched in the very bones of the earth. The dawn was coming, and with it, the ghosts of our choices would rise, haunting us forevermore. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a sickle of silver slicing through the hazy darkness. Shadows danced under its glow, flickering like the anxious breaths of men gathered in a tight circle within the dimly lit chamber. The air was thick, suffocating, pregnant with anticipation. It pressed against the walls, pressed against their hearts, and as the whispers twisted and turned, a name emerged, cutting through the tension like a blade: Selim. I remember the first time I laid eyes on him, not the polished sultan of tales and legends, but a man caught in the throes of ambition, feverish and relentless. There was a fierceness in his gaze that sent shivers down my spine. He stood there, a looming figure draped in dark silks, voice low and trembling with unspent energy, each word a portent, each promise dripping with danger. He spoke of alliances, of power that could swing like a pendulum, leaving devastation in its wake. I remember my heart racing, caught in the pull of his charisma, and yet, in the back of my mind, a whisper echoed, "What would this cost?" Across the room, a figure emerged from the shadows, Zara. Her eyes, sharp and calculating, glimmered with the knowledge of clandestine meetings and whispered betrayals. She wasn't merely a strategist, she was a ghost woven into the tapestry of Selim's ambitions, both a confidant and a thorn. I could see the storm brewing in her heart, the way she held her breath just a moment too long as Selim outlined his plans to forge a deadly alliance with the Safavid Empire. The weight of history hung between them, and it was electrifying, crackling with the tension of 1,000 unspoken words. "Selim," she said, her voice cutting through the air like a dagger. "You know the cost. The Safavids will not sit idly by while you weave your web. They will retaliate." Yet even as she warned him, her gaze faltered, revealing a flicker of something deeper, fear, perhaps. Or was it longing? I remember the way the torches flickered, casting shadows that twisted like the very fates they were debating. The room felt small, confined, as if the walls were closing in, driven by the weight of ambition and desire. I could feel the pulse of history thrumming beneath the floorboards, thumping like a heartbeat, telling us that our choices would reverberate across time. Selim's laugh was dark, a sound that echoed with the resonance of 1,000 unnumbered graves. "Then let them come," he roared, eyes blazing, as if daring the universe to respond. "Let them come. I will carve my name into the annals of time." It was intoxicating. I found myself leaning forward, caught in the storm of his conviction, even as dread clawed at my insides. The ghosts of the past lingered just beyond the edges of the light, whispers of those who had been swallowed by ambition, swallowed by their own desire for power. Yet here we were, poised on the brink of another precipice, hearts racing, knowing all too well the cost of the dance we were about to engage in. Zara stepped closer, her resolve hanging by a thread, each heartbeat a silent plea interwoven with her words. "Selim, think. The Persian blood runs deep, and their wrath is legendary. Do you really believe you can turn the tides without consequence?" The sincerity in her voice was laced with desperation, an appeal to the man beneath the facade. I saw her vulnerability, a flickering candle in the draft of a storm, and it pulled at my heart like gravity itself. But there was something unyielding in Selim, a might that most would call ambition and others madness. "I will not be a footnote in history," he thundered, his voice echoing through the chamber, resonating across the very fabric of their souls. "I will be the storm that sweeps away the weak." And in that moment, I saw it, the terrible beauty of power unleashed, the intoxicating rush, the allure of chaos that wrapped around him like a lover. A knot formed in my throat as I wondered, what sacrifices were we willing to accept? As Selim reached for Zura, she flinched, a moment of hesitation, as if she understood the abyss that lay before them both, the chasm they might tumble into together. But Selim was relentless, weaving words that dripped with honeyed promises, painting visions of glory and conquest. With the Safavids at my back, he said, we can stretch our influence beyond the reach of the sun itself. We can claim what is rightfully ours. A cold sweat gripped me as I watched Zura wrestle with her thoughts, torn between the intoxicating call of destiny and the chains of loyalty. I could see the shadows creeping closer, the weight of history pressing down on her, as if the ghosts of those who had fallen before whispered in her ear, urging her toward caution. But caution was drowned in the tide of Selim's fervor, each word a chilling declaration of war, a promise that reverberated in the marrow of our bones. And the clock ticked on, time itself a traitor, counting down the moments until the inevitable clash would happen. A silken thread of fate hung between them. Could love survive amidst this chaos? Could loyalty withstand the test of ambition? As Selim's voice rose above the fray, I could feel the ground shifting beneath us, the very fabric of our existence unraveling. The alliances that would soon form were but shadows cast by the flickering flames of desire and fear. The choices we made in that moment would haunt us, carving their marks into our souls, leaving scars that would never fade. In that dimly lit room, where hearts beat like war drums and shadows whispered of betrayal, we stood on the brink of something vast, something unknowable. The dance of diplomacy and espionage began, a macabre ballet played out against the backdrop of history, where the stakes were not merely power but lives, love, and the very essence of who we dared to become. And as the moon hung overhead, watching, waiting, its silent gaze felt like a judgment, a reminder that in our quest for greatness, we walked a fine line between glory and ruin. The air crackles with a tension that could ignite the very heavens. A crescent moon hangs low, its sickle edge sharp against the obsidian sky, casting haunting shadows on the cobbled streets of Constantinople. I stand there, breath caught in my throat, heart thundering like a war drum. The city feels alive, a beast breathing heavy with secrets and fears, each shadow an echo of those who have walked these paths before. I can smell the damp earth, mingling with the faint, metallic tang of blood, a reminder of the price of power. Selim I sits upon his throne, not as a king but as a predator. His gaze, fierce and calculating, sweeps across the gathered nobles, each one an embodiment of ambition and dread. They all know what lurks in the corners of their minds, the fear of his disapproval. He is both conqueror and asylum, a tempest that can devour them whole. I remember the first time I heard his name whispered like a curse, a prayer, a warning. In the shadows, Isel watches her brother, a mixture of pride and horror twisting her insides. She's not just Selim's sister, she's a witness to his metamorphosis. Once, he was a boy with dreams painted in vibrant colors, laughter bursting like fireworks. Now, he wears the weight of empires on his shoulders, innocent laughter replaced by a silence that screams. The room pulses with unacknowledged tension, and Isel feels it seep into her skin, a creeping cold that wraps around her heart. She wants to reach out, to shake him, to remind him of the boy who used to climb the palace walls to chase the setting sun, but that boy is gone, buried beneath layers of blood-soaked ambition. And then there's Ismail, the loyal soldier, a hulking figure whose very presence demands reverence and fear. He stands at the threshold of the chamber, an unyielding wall of muscle and scars, each mark a testament to battles fought and lives taken. Ismail remembers, oh how he remembers, the thrill of the clash, the taste of victory, the hollow ache of loss. He's been a silent guardian to Selim, a shield against the chaos of the world outside. But now, as he watches the court's machinations unfold, he feels the darkness seep into his bones. Loyalty feels like chains, dragging him down into a pit of uncertainty. Does he not see? Isel whispers, her voice barely rising above the tension, her heart aching with every word. He sacrifices his soul for a crown that will never love him back. Ismail turns his head slightly, acknowledging her without meeting her gaze. He knows the price of power, the cold comfort it offers. He's seen too many men like Selim fall prey to their own shadows, consumed by the very ambition that once drove them. He believes he is forging a legacy, he murmurs, his voice gruff as gravel. But at what cost? The question hangs in the air, a spectre that refuses to be banished. Selim stands tall, a statue carved from stone, but inside, he is a kaleidoscope of fear and fury. Each decision drapes a heavier cloak across his shoulders. I can see the tension in his jaw, the slight twitch of his fingers as he contemplates the threat of rebellion festering just beyond the palace walls. It's all-consuming, like a wildfire sweeping through the dry underbrush. I remember watching as he ripped a flower from its roots, petals fluttering helplessly to the ground, crushed beneath his boot. "Beauty is fleeting," he said, his voice a chilling whisper. "And weakness? It is a disease." In that moment, Isel felt a chill creep into her heart. She, who cherished the beauty of the world, who saw laughter in the faces of children and poetry in the wind, suddenly stood before a man who saw only conquest. "You can't kill everything," she pleaded, desperation lacing her words. "Not without losing yourself." But Selim's eyes blazed with a fury that made the very air tremble. "I am not afraid of losing what I never wanted," he spat, and each word felt like a dagger, sharp and merciless. Time stretches, distorts, as I stand witness to this clash of wills. The clock on the wall ticks ominously, a metronome counting down to an unspeakable reckoning, and I feel the weight of history pressing down, an invisible hand gripping my throat. In the distance, the sounds of the city rise, a symphony of chaos, a reminder of the world that keeps spinning, ignorant of the turmoil within these walls. Ismail's heartache is palpable. He's always been driven by a sense of duty, the unwavering loyalty of a soldier, but loyalty means nothing when the cause becomes unrecognizable. Each thud of his heart feels like a mantra. What if I choose wrong? What if I fail him? He clenches his fists, the memory of the blood he spilled haunting him, asking if it was worth it. The confrontation looms, a storm gathering force. Selim's voice roars, a wild animal unleashed. "I will not be weak. I will not be forgotten." Isel's breath catches. "But at what cost?" she repeats, desperation echoing in her tone. And in that moment, the walls seem to close in, the air thick with unshed tears and unspoken fears. The shadows grow longer, creeping closer, ready to swallow them whole. I know this isn't just a battle for a throne, it's a fight for the very soul of a man overshadowed by the legacy of his own making. The clock ticks on, each tick a heartbeat, each heartbeat a reminder that history does not forgive, nor does it forget. As the tension mounts, the world outside continues its dance, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing within these walls. Time is an illusion, a spiraling vortex that leaves us gasping, scrambling for meaning amid the chaos. The stars above watch with indifferent eyes, their cold light illuminating the shadows, whispering secrets in a language long forgotten. And just like that, we are suspended, trapped in this moment, forever on the cusp of a revelation, a reckoning that feels both inevitable and impossibly distant. The past looms, the present trembles, and the future? Well, it hangs like a spectre in the air, a promise or a curse waiting to unfold. The courtyard echoed with the clang of iron against iron, the sound piercing through the heavy air like a sharpened dagger. Shadows danced on sun-baked stones, flickering in the twilight as the sun dipped beneath the horizon. I could hear the whispers, the murmurs of 1,000 souls, their hopes and dreams entwined in the fervor of the evening. This was not merely a battle, it felt like a symphony of despair and ambition, merging indistinguishably into one frenetic heartbeat. In the thick of it stood Selim I, his eyes ablaze with a fire that could burn through the very fabric of time. He was a king forged in the crucible of war, a man whose resolve felt as immovable as the mountains that framed his empire. Yet, beneath the regal facade, a tempest brewed, raging against the weight of expectation and legacy, like a child thrashing against the confines of a dark, windowless room. I remember watching him, wondering if he could feel the oppressive pressure of history resting heavily on his shoulders, each tick of the clock a reminder of his fleeting reign. "Will they remember me?" he whispered one night, beneath a canopy of stars so brilliant that they seemed to weep. His voice was raw, stripped of the armor he wore so effortlessly in public. He was not just the Sultan, he was a man who feared the void of obscurity. How haunting it was, this man who wielded power over millions, yet remained shackled by the same insecurities that plagued us all. Beside Selim stood Is, a woman whose spirit burned bright against the canvas of the world. Her laughter rang out, a siren's call that could lift even the heaviest heart, yet it was laced with an undercurrent of sorrow. She danced through the palace halls, her footsteps echoing like the memories of dreams never lived, dreams that slipped through her fingers like grains of sand. "I want to be more than a whisper in the night," she would often say, as if the shadows themselves were listening, waiting for her to falter. But it was the art that filled the void, weaving a tapestry of culture that thrummed with life. Painters captured the essence of the human experience in vivid strokes, their canvases alive with color and emotion. I remember one artist, a ghost of a man, hunched over his work, his fingers stained with the hues of his despair. "Art is the only truth," he insisted, each word punctuated by the frantic strokes of his brush. "In a world that forgets, this is our memory." And even in his madness, he was right. Then there was the music, haunting and beautiful, filling the air like the sweet scent of jasmine. Musicians poured their souls into every note, each melody a thread connecting hearts across the empire. I remember a night when eyes closed, let the music consume her, her expression shifting from joy to sorrow in a heartbeat. She was a kaleidoscope of emotion, a reflection of the tumult that surrounded us all. "In this, I find freedom," she whispered, as if the very notes could both bind and liberate her spirit. Yet, as the cultural renaissance flourished, so too did the shadows. The city of Istanbul, with its grand mosques and bustling bazaars, became a theater for both triumph and tragedy. Whispers curled around corners like smoke, tales of betrayal and ambition cloaked in the guise of friendship. Selim's trusted advisor, a man cloaked in ambition, began to weave webs of deceit. "Power is a fickle friend," he would say, laughter echoing like a death knell. "It dances away as quickly as it arrives." I could see the glimmer of doubt in Selim's eyes as he surveyed the city he sought to immortalize. Were these achievements mere illusions, shadows cast by the flickering flames of his desires? The artisans, the musicians, even eyes, they were all a part of a grand design, yet the very fabric of that design threatened to unravel. "Is this the price of greatness?" he mused, his voice a tremor in the night. As the sun set on another day, the air thickened with an impending storm. Tension crackled like lightning, the weight of the unspoken hanging heavily in the air. I saw Ai standing at the edge of the courtyard, staring into the abyss of the night, her heart a battleground of conflicting desires. "I want to create a legacy," she breathed, "but what if it's all for naught?" Her vulnerability cut through the cacophony of ambition, a raw nerve exposed in a world of masks. Selim approached her, the king and the artist, two souls intertwined in their quest for meaning. "We are all echoes of those who came before us," he said, his voice reverberating with a gravity that resonated deep within me. "What we create may fade, but it is the act of creation that defines us." And there it was, the crux of their struggle, the intersection of ambition and vulnerability. The weight of their worlds hung precariously in the balance, a fragile glass teetering on the edge of oblivion. The shadows lengthened, creeping closer, whispering tales of glory and despair, an eerie reminder of what was at stake. As the night deepened, the air thick with the electric charge of the unknown, I felt it, the pulse of history, the heartbeat of art and culture pressing against the confines of time. The clash of swords, the laughter of ghosts, the haunting symphonies of forgotten dreams, all mingled in a storm of emotion that threatened to engulf us. I remember the moment it all shifted, the crescendo of passion and fear melding into a singular, breathtaking instant. Selim took Ai's hand, their fingers entwined like vines seeking sunlight, clinging to one another against the dark. "Together, we can carve our names into eternity," he declared, a wild fervor igniting within his chest. But I could see the shadows drawing closer, and I held my breath, waiting for the inevitable clash, the collision of dreams and reality, the ephemeral against the eternal. This was not merely history, it was the very essence of humanity, raw and unfiltered, a tempest of emotion swirling around them as the curtain of night fell heavy upon the world. The stage was set, the players were poised. I felt the thrill of anticipation, my heart racing in sync with theirs, knowing that this was just the beginning of a tale that would haunt the ages. The night was thick with tension, an electric pulse that thrummed through the air like a heartbeat of a wounded beast. Shadows danced on the crumbling walls of the ancient mosque, flickering in the dim light of oil lamps, casting ghosts of the past that seemed to whisper secrets of betrayal. The air was heavy, soaked in the scent of burnt incense and fear, a concoction that could choke the brave. Outside, the distant wail of sirens melded with the angry shouts of the people, a haunting melody of despair and fury echoing down the narrow streets. I remember the moment vividly, the way my heart raced as I watched Hassan, his face a mask of pain and passion, standing at the threshold, torn between two worlds. He was a Shu'ay, but tonight, drenched in the blood of the past, it felt as if he belonged to neither side. His hands trembled, not from fear but from an insatiable need to reconcile the contradictions that lay within him. I had known him for years, his laughter once filled the corners of this very mosque, but now it felt like a tomb, echoing with the specters of fallen brothers, fathers, and friends. "Why can't they see?" he rasped, his voice cracking under the weight of his anger. "We're all just trying to believe in something. Why does it have to be us against them?" I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the edge of this precipice, but the distance between us stretched like a chasm, filled with histories of resentment and grief. The world outside roared, an uproar of chants from both sides, a cacophony clamoring for blood. Then there was Amina, her eyes alight with defiance and sorrow, standing just behind him. Her heart was a battlefield, torn between loyalty to her father, a staunch Sunni cleric, and her love for Hassan. I saw the tremors in her hands as she clutched the tattered prayer rug, a relic of the peace that once shrouded their community. She was young, but the weight of centuries rested heavily on her shoulders. "You don't understand," she cried, her voice rising above the chaos. "It's not just faith. It's survival." I remember her words chilling me to the bone. Survival. In that moment, it felt like a death sentence wrapped in hope. The night was painted with blood-red emotions, and the city was a tinderbox, ready to ignite. I could sense the tension coiling tighter, suffocating us all. "Stand with me, Amina." Hassan's voice was raw, desperate. "We can't let this hatred consume us. Love is stronger." His plea hung in the air, fragile as a single candle flickering against the storm. But Amina was caught, tethered to her family's legacy like a marionette, bound to strings she didn't know how to cut. Time twisted and turned, a clock gone mad, ticking louder with every heartbeat. I remember glancing outside, seeing the figures gathering like storm clouds on the horizon, faces painted with rage, brandishing weapons that glinted in the moonlight. The chants grew louder, swelling like a monstrous wave that threatened to drown everything in its path. "Faith should unite us, but look!" Hassan shouted, his voice rising like a battle cry. "It drives us apart, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake." In that moment, I felt the universe shift, an alignment of stars and destiny spiraling around this one point in time, two souls trapped in a storm of animosity that raged for centuries. Amina stepped forward, her face set in grim determination. "I choose my people," she declared, but her voice cracked, betraying the turmoil within. The pain of her choice sliced through the air, a visceral reminder of the price of loyalty. I could see it in her eyes, the battle raging beneath the surface, where love fought against the unyielding tide of tradition. Yet, this confrontation was only the beginning, the first spark in a dry forest, begging for a single match. I could almost feel the ground trembling beneath our feet, the very earth alive with anticipation, waiting to erupt. The night sky seemed to lean in closer, as if the cosmos itself was watching, holding its breath. I remember the gunfire that followed, echoing through the streets like thunder. Amina screamed, and the sound pierced through the chaos, a pure note of despair that shattered the moment, splintering reality into shards of crystal pain. Hassan lunged toward her, a reflex born of instinct, love blinding him to the danger. I could feel the world around us collapsing, the air thick with the metallic scent of fear and the bitter tang of loss. And then came silence, a terrifying, suffocating silence that swallowed the cries and shouts, leaving only the remnants of what had been a vibrant community. Broken dreams lay scattered like autumn leaves, each one a testament to the battles fought and lost. I stood there, immobile, watching as Hassan cradled Amina's fallen form, his hands trembling, a fragile bird caught in a storm. This was the reality of a world divided, a tapestry woven from threads of faith and doubt, love and hatred, pulled tight until it threatened to snap. I remember the look in his eyes, the moment of realization crashing down like a tidal wave, drowning out everything else. They were on opposite sides of a chasm that had been carved by centuries of bloodshed and betrayal, yet in that instant, they were bound by something far greater, an unquenchable thirst for understanding, for connection in a world intent on tearing them apart. The words of the past echoed in my mind, remnants of a history that felt all too present, reverberating through the silence. "We are all children of the same sky," they said, but the night was dark, and it felt like a curse rather than a blessing. I watched as the shadows lengthened, the night closing in, wrapping around us like a suffocating shroud. The tension was palpable, a living entity that could not be ignored. The city was on the brink, and the stars above bore witness to a tragedy unfolding, an endless cycle of love and loss, of faith and despair. As the first light of dawn threatened to break, I realized this was not an ending but a beginning, an eternal struggle echoing through the ages, spinning stories of hope and heartbreak, tying us all together in ways we could not yet fathom. And here we stood, amidst the chaos, trapped in the throes of a tempest that refused to relent, a story that was far from over. The sun hung low over the city, a bruised orange ball, casting long shadows that flickered like the dying breaths of men. I remember the air thick, suffocating, as if the world itself conspired to choke us with its despair. In the narrow alleys, cries echoed, sharp as a knife, cutting through the haze of fear. Panic had become the pulse of Istanbul, throbbing in time with the dread that seeped into the very stones of the streets. A woman stumbled, her eyes wide, pupils dilated, clutching a lifeless child to her chest, as if the warmth of its tiny body could ward off the grasping cold of death. "Help me," she cried, but help had fled, leaving only shadows behind to mock her agony. I remember how I stood among the crowd, paralyzed, as if the weight of her grief had settled on my shoulders. A glance at Hassan, my childhood friend, and I saw in his eyes a flicker of something dark, a fear that twisted his heart, and I knew he felt it too. Hassan was a man of conviction, a man who believed in the power of medicine, yet now, he was just a hollow shell, haunted by the ghosts of the sick and dying. "We must do something," he whispered fiercely, his voice trembling, as though he dared not disturb the somber reality engulfing us. But what could we do? The city was a cauldron of disease, a festering wound, and the healers were as lost as the damned. I remember thinking how ironic it was, those who once savored the sweet nectar of life were now prisoners in a world gone mad. As days blurred into nights, we found ourselves in the shadow of the Sultan's palace, where Selim I sat, a ruler wrapped in silk and arrogance, his throne a grotesque monument to power. I could see him, even from the streets, a figure draped in opulence, unaware of the cries that rose like smoke from the dying city. I dared not approach the gates, for what could a mere commoner say to a sultan so drenched in his own grandiosity? But then, one fateful evening, a whisper trickled down the alleyways, a rumor that twisted like a serpent. "He is enacting policies," they said, eyes wide with fear and disbelief. "Public health measures." I remember laughing, a bitter sound that echoed in the darkness. What could policies do against a plague that turned bodies into husks, that fed on hope and excreted despair? Yet, I knew I had to find Hassan, to see if he too could feel the weight of this absurdity. The day he arrived at my door, his face pale and drawn, I knew something had shifted. "They think the answer is quarantine," he spat, anger boiling in his veins. "They want to lock us away, to pretend the disease will simply vanish." I could see the shadows dancing in his eyes, the flicker of panic that threatened to consume him. But what of the ones already afflicted? What of the families torn apart? I felt his turmoil resonate within me, a mirror reflecting my own fears. And what of us, Hassan? What if we too become shadows in this grim tale? But he wouldn't have it. "We must fight," he insisted, desperation lacing his words. "We must be the voices of the voiceless." Days passed, a blur of sickness and decay, the city a theater of horror where the actors wore masks of suffering. I remember one night, the streets alive with whispers that felt like knives. "The Sultan will cleanse the city, he will rid us of the plague." They spoke of fire and blood, and I shivered, a cold wave of dread crashing over me. Hassan had become a beacon in this darkness, rallying families, urging them to seek out the afflicted, to care for those shunned. But for every life he saved, I saw him crumble a little more, each fallen soul a weight upon his heart. "I cannot bear it," he confessed one evening, his voice barely above a whisper. "Every face I see, every cough that echoes, they haunt me. I am becoming a ghost, tethered to this suffering. I reached out, grasping his arm, trying to anchor him to the living world. You are not alone, my friend. We will bear this burden together. Then came the night when the Sultan's decree rang out, a clarion call to arms that sent shivers through the city. We shall quarantine the sick, cleanse our streets. His voice was smooth, polished like the marble of his throne, but it cut deeper than any knife. The cries of the desperate mingled with the clinking of gold, a macabre symphony of excess and neglect. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the city into darkness, I remember the suffocating silence that followed. Families torn apart, loved ones dragged from their homes, left behind to fade into shadows. Shadows, ghosts that would haunt us, the echoes of laughter turned to cries. Hassan and I stood on a rooftop, the moon a cold witness to our despair. What will we do? I asked, my voice trembling. But his eyes burned with a feverish intensity. We will fight, he said, a fierce determination igniting within him like a flame against the encroaching darkness. We will not let fear consume us. We will stand for those who cannot stand for themselves. And in that moment, I felt the weight of our plight shift. The shadows that had threatened to swallow us whole began to recede, if only slightly. I remember the taste of hope, bitter and sweet, blossoming amidst the ruins of our reality. But as dawn broke, the city stirred again, a living, breathing beast, still twisted in the throes of its illness. The cries of the suffering would not be silenced, and beneath the veneer of policy, I felt a darker truth linger. The plight of the afflicted was far from over, the battle had merely begun, and with it, the reckoning of souls stood at the threshold, waiting to be confronted. The air was thick with the scent of blood and betrayal, a miasma that clung to the palace walls like an unshakable curse. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat as the echoes of screams reverberated through the stone corridors. Shadows danced in the flickering light of torches, whispering secrets of power and despair. I remember the chill that crept down my spine as the reality of the moment settled in, the death of Selim I, a sudden fracture in the very foundation of a dynasty. In the dimly lit chamber, I caught a glimpse of him, Suleiman, the son of the fallen Sultan, standing at the precipice of his destiny, his brow furrowed in turmoil. His eyes, mirrors of a tempest, flickered with doubt. Could he embrace the mantle of power, or would the shadows of his father's reign swallow him whole? I remember how he clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, as if physical pain could drown out the cacophony of expectations crashing around him like waves against a crumbling cliff. Outside, the world was ablaze with the fervor of 1,000 hungry hearts, waiting, watching, ready to tear apart the fabric of the empire at the slightest whisper of weakness. Suleiman felt an unbearable weight pressing down on his shoulders, the crown that should have gleamed with honor felt instead like a noose tightening, drawing him closer to the abyss of despair. I remember that moment, I remember the way he hesitated, a spark of vulnerability betraying the warrior facade. Then there was Ibrahim, the Grand Vizier, tangled in loyalties that twisted like serpents around his heart. A friend to Suleiman, yes, but also a man who had tasted the bitter fruit of ambition and knew its price. I could see him lurking in the shadows, eyes glinting with a mix of admiration and fear. He too felt the crush of impending war, the insatiable hunger for power that threatened to tear them apart. The Sultan is dead, Suleiman. How long before the vultures circle? He rasped, voice low and urgent, as if saying it louder might summon the very demons they feared. In that moment, I could feel the tension simmering, a cauldron of desire and treachery. Do you trust me? Suleiman's voice was a low murmur, each word laced with desperation. I could see him searching Ibrahim's face for reassurance, for a flicker of loyalty that might anchor him to sanity in this storm of chaos. I remember, I whisper into the darkness, feeling the nostalgia of that fragile moment. The way the air shifted, thickening with unspoken words, both men wrestling with their fates, one destined to wear the crown, the other burdened with the knowledge of what that crown could cost. Trust was a rare commodity in this Game of Thrones, and the stakes were rising with every heartbeat. The walls began to close in, the atmosphere growing electric. Outside the palace, whispers of rebellion stirred, like restless spirits eager to escape their confines. I could almost hear the clash of swords in the distance, the cries of men turned beasts in their madness for power. Each sound was a reminder that the moment of reckoning was approaching. I could feel my pulse quicken, each beat sinking with the gathering storm. Selim was a tyrant, Suleiman spat, anger sparking in his eyes. But I will not be like him. I am not my father. The weight of those words hung in the air, heavy like an iron chain. His resolve was a flickering flame in the suffocating darkness, a testament to the conflict raging within, a struggle between the fear of tyranny and the longing for greatness. And there stood Ibrahim, torn between loyalty to his friend and the haunting echoes of ambition that whispered like venom in his ear. Every heartbeat echoed the conflict, a relentless reminder that the path they tread was fraught with peril. "You must be strong, my Sultan," he urged, desperation lacing his voice. "The empire needs a leader who can wield power without fear." The world outside was a tempest, a swirling vortex of ambition and unrest. Whispers of revolt danced on the lips of discontented subjects, each one a reminder that the moment of reckoning was upon them. I could feel the palace tremble under the weight of history, a ghostly reminder of those who had come before, lovers and murderers alike, all caught in the web of power. Time felt distorted, stretched and twisted as I stood witness to this unfolding drama. The clock ticked on the wall, each second resounding like a death knell, a countdown to chaos. I remember the shivers of anticipation that coursed through me, the thrill of witnessing this moment when a boy would be forged into a ruler, when innocence would be lost in the fires of conflict. And then it happened, the moment when everything shattered. A loud bang. The doors of the chamber swung open, and shadows poured in, like a dark tide threatening to engulf them both. The air turned electric, heavy with the scent of fear and the promise of violence. "Suleiman," a voice boomed, echoing with authority and threat. "Your father is gone, but the throne is not yours alone to claim." I felt a collective gasp emerge, a shared breath held tight in the throats of all present. The future of an empire hung in the balance, and the clash that was to come would echo through time, like a distant thunderstorm, relentless and unforgiving. I could see Suleiman's face harden, the mask of the ruler slipping into place. I could feel the tension spiral, each heartbeat pounding like war drums. The air was thick with anticipation, the audience of ghosts, those who had lived, loved, and died for power, holding their breath. I remember how the fire in Suleiman's eyes igniting a fierce determination that would propel him forward into the abyss. The crisis was no longer just a succession, it was a reckoning. With every second that slipped by, I could sense the inevitability of a clash that would define not just a man, but the very fabric of an empire. And as the shadows stirred, I knew, without a doubt, that the game had begun, the players ready to dance on the edge of a blade, the consequences unfathomable, the outcome uncertain. And so, the night deepened, and the weight of destiny loomed large, pulling us all, inexorably, into the unknown. The shadow of an ancient city looms, the walls whispering secrets of bloodshed and glory. Night drapes its velvet cloak over Istanbul, but the echoes of the past pierce through the darkness like shards of glass. I stand in the heart of it all, the air thick with tension, caught between the weight of history and the burden of memory. The moon hangs low, a ghostly witness to the confrontation brewing beneath its pale gaze. "Selim!" I hear the name called out, reverberating through the cobblestone streets. It's a name that drips with significance, a name that stirs a restless spirit within me. I remember the stories, the conquests, the blood-soaked triumphs. But in this moment, it's not the grand tales that seize my heart, it's the weight of the men behind the legend. The characters who danced in the shadows of his empire, two souls intertwined in a tragic tapestry. There's Prince Ahmed, the soft-spoken dreamer, his eyes lit with a fire that could rival the sun. He stands across from me, trembling with the burden of his destiny. Fear clings to him like a shroud. "I never asked for this," he whispers, voice trembling like a fragile leaf in autumn. He carries the weight of expectation, a future forged in steel and blood, yet all he longs for is the gentle touch of a serene life. And then there's Selim. How do I even begin to describe him? A whirlwind cloaked in ambition, his presence crackles like the air before a storm. In his eyes, I see the ghost of a ruler desperate to carve his name into the annals of history, to be remembered not just as a conqueror but as a god. "I will not be forgotten," he vows, voice low and seething, a promise that echoes through the ages, a curse, perhaps. I feel the intensity of his ambition like a hot coals pressed against my skin. "Do you think your name will echo through time?" Ahmed challenges, a flicker of fire igniting his spirit. Will it outlast the blood that you spill? The words hang heavy in the air, thick with the stench of impending conflict. The weight of the question crushes against us, as if history itself is waiting to answer. Blood is the ink of empires, Selim retorts, his voice a dark melody that sends shivers down my spine. And I will write my saga in every drop. There is something chillingly intoxicating in his certainty, something that makes me realize that this moment, this clash of wills, is a mere fragment of a larger design, a spiraling dance of fate that has been choreographed long before these men drew breath. The city trembles beneath the weight of their ambitions, caught in a liminal space. The shadows of the past flicker, ghosts of the Ottoman Empire whispering through the alleys like phantoms, their stories woven into the very stones upon which we stand. I can't escape the feeling that history itself breathes through us, its pulse quickening with every heartbeat, eager to be told. Do you remember your dreams? Ahmed asks, a sudden shift in the atmosphere, a fragile moment of vulnerability piercing through the tension. His face softens, the fierce prince melting into a boy haunted by the weight of his lineage. I remember the laughter of children, the scent of jasmine in spring. I remember peace. His eyes glisten with unshed tears, the vision of a life untainted by power and greed. I ache for him, for the future stolen by ambition, his hands, trembling with uncertainty, clutching at air. Selim's gaze hardens, a fortress of steel rising around his heart. Dreams are for the weak, he snaps, and I can almost feel the walls of this city close in tighter, as if they too are afraid of this rift, this fissure that threatens to tear them apart. We are not made for dreams. We are made for greatness. The words hang in the air, charged with an electric energy that vibrates through my bones. The city, alive with a pulsating rhythm, becomes a character in its own right, watching as the two men grapple with their fates. I feel it in the stones beneath my feet, the dust of forgotten battles swirling around me. There's a darkness that lingers, an unshakable sense that the ghosts of all those who walked before us might yet rise again, their stories intertwined with ours in a never-ending loop. I remember the laughter that once filled the palace halls, the songs that danced in the rafters, only to be replaced by the chilling silence of ambition consuming everything in its path. I remember the blood that soaked the earth, the cries of those who dared to defy. You think you will be remembered? Ahmed's voice trembles, a flicker of defiance sparking in his chest against the onslaught of Selim's looming shadow. What is greatness if it breeds only sorrow? It is the sacrifice that makes us immortal. Selim howls, the fury of his ambition erupting like a volcano, molten determination spilling into the night. His words dance like fireflies, elusive yet burning bright, pulling me deeper into the maelstrom of their conflict, the very air thickening with tension. I stand there, helpless yet transfixed, a witness to this clash of titans, the dreamer and the conqueror, locked in a dance as old as time itself. The air crackles, electric with unspoken words and unfulfilled desires. I will not be a footnote in your saga, Selim, Ahmed declares, voice steady, an anchor amidst the storm. I will not disappear into the annals of history without a fight. And just like that, the fragile balance shatters. The past crashes into the present, a tidal wave of emotion sweeping through the streets, threatening to engulf everything in its path. I feel it too, the ache of longing, the fear of insignificance, the desire to carve our names into the fabric of time. As the confrontation looms, I sense the weight of their choices, the haunting realization that every decision made here will ripple through the ages, intertwining their fates with the very essence of history itself. The clock ticks, the shadows lengthen, time hanging suspended, pregnant with anticipation. I can't look away, I can't escape the magnetic pull of their destinies, an inevitable collision drawing nearer, a storm ready to break. And just as I think the world will split open, I realize this is only the beginning. The echoes of their choices will ripple outward, forming a connection that transcends their moment. History is alive, breathing, and I am caught in its embrace, a mere observer to the cyclical dance of dreams and destinies. The night is far from over, and the true story, like the city itself, remains shrouded in shadows, waiting to unfold. The rain fell, heavy and relentless, as if the heavens themselves wept for the sins of the earth. I remember the restlessness of the palace. An eerie silence hung over the grand halls, punctuated only by the distant sound of thunder rumbling like an angry beast. Shadows danced against the walls, flickering candlelight casting grotesque figures that twisted and writhed as if alive. In that moment, I was standing in the depths of a storm, both outside and within. Selim, the Sultan, paced the marble floor, his footsteps echoing like a heartbeat in the stillness. His face, a mask of torment, betrayed a man caught between ambition and uncertainty. I saw it in his eyes, a flicker of doubt intermingled with the burning desire to carve his name into history, to be more than just another ruler lost in the annals of time. He was a spectre of power, hunting shadows, both of those he sought to conquer and the demons that clawed at his own spirit. Across the vast chamber, his mother, the formidable Gulbahar, watched him with a mixture of pride and fear. She, too, bore the weight of expectation, a lineage steeped in glory and shame, the blood of 1,000 ancestors coursing through her veins, demanding greatness. I remember her hands wringing together, calloused from years of labor but soft with maternal instinct, trembling as she whispered silent prayers to a god who seemed far too distant. As the storm raged outside, so too did the tempest within Selim. "What am I becoming?" he murmured, a broken plea escaping his lips as if the very walls would collapse under the strain of his torment. The ambition that burned in him was both flame and forge, crafting a legacy while threatening to consume him whole. In his heart, he battled the ghosts of his forebears, their victories echoing like sirens, luring him toward actions that would seal his fate. I remember the night vividly, the air thick with electricity, as if the very atmosphere held its breath, waiting. He had just returned from a campaign, blood-stained and weary in a way only a soldier could know. The victories were palpable, land seized, foes crushed underfoot, but the cost was written on his soul. "Look at what I have done," he said, voice trembling, "and yet I feel nothing. Am I a man, or merely a monster clad in a crown?" Gulbahar stepped forward, her voice low and steady. "You are both, my son. Every ruler must wear the mask of a monster to protect his realm." Her words, sharp as a dagger, sliced through the air thick with despair. The truth was a bitter pill, yet it was the only antidote to the poison of indecision. She knew the power of art and literature, the legacy they could forge. "Do not let the ink of your story run dry, Selim. Paint your realm in blood and glory." He turned to face her, fury igniting in his gaze. "But at what cost, mother? Every stroke erases another piece of my humanity." Oh, how the air crackled with the intensity of their exchange. Even the shadows paused, waiting for resolution or destruction. In that moment, the palace, this opulent prison, felt like a stage set for tragedy, where every soul played its part with fervor and desperation. The echoes of the storm outside foreshadowed the turmoil to come. I remember the creeping sensation of inevitability, like a tide pulling me under, dragging Selim deeper into the abyss. As he stood there, torn between the man he was and the conqueror he was destined to become, I thought of all the tales spun from the silk of his reign. They would be woven into the fabric of Ottoman literature, yet each tale would carry the weight of his choices, a haunting melody of triumph and terror. Suddenly, the room was split by a flash of lightning, illuminating Selim's face, twisted in anguish, and for an instant, he looked like a god, sculpted, fierce, untouchable. But the moment passed like the thunder, and reality crashed down upon him. He was just a man, grappling with shadows that whispered secrets of betrayal and loyalty. Would he sacrifice his own heart for the sake of history? Would he drown in the ink of his own story? Gulbahar, sensing the swell of chaos within her son, reached out, her voice a soothing balm. "Selim, what you create with your hand can be beautiful, but remember, the greatest art lies in the heart. Do not let the crown overshadow your soul." In her words lay a paradox, a brutal truth that weighed as heavy as the rain pounding against the palace's stone walls. I remember the clock ticking, each second a reminder of mortality, of the fleeting nature of power. Selim's breath hitched as he faced the looming specter of his legacy, grappling with the question that echoed like thunder in his heart: am I worthy? Amidst the storm, a fragile silence fell, heavy and laden with promise, a moment where time itself seemed to hold its breath. I felt a shift, a crack forming in the very foundation of their emotional conflict. The tension was unbearable, a taut string ready to snap. And I was there, anchored in that moment, feeling it all, the fear, the heartbreak, the relentless pursuit of something greater than oneself. But Selim, caught in the tempest of his own making, stepped toward the window. The storm howled, a cacophony of nature reflecting the chaos within. He whispered to the night, daring the cosmos to respond, "I will be remembered, or I will not be at all." And just like that, the air shifted, heavy with the weight of impending doom or unbridled glory. And as I stood there, amidst the tumult of emotions, I realized that this was not merely Selim's story, it was an echo that resounded through time, an endless loop. A tale of ambition, sacrifice, and the haunted corridors of power where the line between man and monster blurred, forever entwined in the rich tapestry of Ottoman literature and art. The memory of that stormy night lingered like a ghost, a reminder that the struggle between the heart and the crown was timeless, vivid, and achingly human. The throne room was thick with the weight of history, the air electric with anticipation. Shadows danced along the ornate walls, whispering tales of bloodshed and glory. Sultan Murad stood at the center, his eyes burning with a fire that could consume empires. He was a man forged in a crucible of chaos, a king who wielded fear like a weapon. Outside, the clamor of the city faded into an unsettling hush, the kind of silence that precedes a storm, like the moment before a blade meets flesh. I remember the first time I saw him, his presence was a tempest, unpredictable and raw. He wore his crown like a noose, and every decision was a desperate gamble, each choice a stone tossed into a chaotic sea. Such pressure! I could feel it in the marrow of my bones, the constant questioning, how does one rule over a kingdom so vast, so mercurial? The weight of the past pressed down, how did he measure against other sultans who wore the turban before him? Suleiman the Magnificent, whose conquests painted the world in shades of glory, or Mehmed II, the conqueror of Constantinople, whose ambition turned the pages of history. In the dim light, Murad's voice cut through the silence, a visceral growl. What would they say of me? His eyes darted to the tapestries that depicted battles won and lost, faces of men long dead yet ever present. They call me a tyrant, a madman. But are they not blind to the ghosts that haunt this seat? So many have come before, and yet here I stand. And then there was Qadir, the young vizier with dreams bigger than the empire itself, his heart split between loyalty and desperation. He watched Murad with a mixture of reverence and dread, for he knew the price of ambition. The weight of the Sultan's gaze was almost unbearable, like the sun burning too close to the skin. Qadir's hands trembled as he clutched the scrolls of policy, the ink still fresh and the words heavy with consequence. "Your Majesty," he whispered, "with each decree, you carve your name into the flesh of time. But remember, not all legacies are made of stone." Oh, the audacity of youth! I could see the fire in Qadir's eyes, the reckless hope that dared to challenge the storm. But what did he know of shadows? How could he understand the terror of a ruler who must dance with the specters of betrayal? Murad's laughter echoed through the chamber, a sound like shattering glass. Legacies? They are mere whispers lost in the wind. I will be remembered for my might. Yet, beneath that bravado lay an undercurrent of fear, an awareness of the razor's edge upon which he balanced. Murad was both a lion and a lamb, a tempest and a stillness. In moments of quiet, when the city was lulled into sleep, he would sit alone, grappling with the ghosts of his predecessors. The clock on the wall ticked away the seconds, each pulse a reminder of time's relentless march. I remember the faces, he would murmur, a ghost himself, their shadows loom large over me. The tension rippled in the air, Qadir could feel it tightening around his throat like a noose. The weight of comparisons was an unbearable burden, each great sultan looming like a spectre. Suleiman, the lawgiver, revered for his wisdom, Ahmed I, whose blue mosque stood as a testament to grandeur but whose life ended in shadows. And there was Bayezid, who fell prey to his own recklessness, a king undone by ambition and betrayal. The room crackled with the weight of those histories, and Qadir's heart raced. "What if you're different, your Majesty?" he ventured, the words tumbling out in a rush, as though they might escape and be lost forever. "What if you carve a legacy of your own?" Murad's eyes narrowed, the storm brewing anew. Different? Is that what they want? To be unlike the greats that came before? Or to be worse? His voice dropped to a whisper, the kind that reverberates in the soul. To be forgotten, Qadir is a fate worse than death. The silence that followed was profound, thick with unspoken fears and unshed tears. Qadir shifted, the weight of history pressing down on him, a cloak that stifled breath. He had seen the toll it took on men like Murad, each decision a dagger thrust into the gut of the empire, each choice a sacrificial lamb on the altar of power. Then make them remember you, he urged, desperation lending an edge to his voice. Make them fear you, but also make them love you. That is your power. The Sultan's expression faltered, just for a moment, revealing the man beneath the crown. I could have sworn I glimpsed the boy he once was, a mere child too young to bear the weight of the world. But then the mask snapped back into place, the storm raging anew. Love? What do I need love for when fear commands respect? Qadir felt a tremor of despair, the kind that clutches at the heart like icy fingers. Because, Your Majesty, fear alone breeds hatred. And a ruler must navigate the tempest of the heart. With that, the air shifted, tension thickening like fog rolling over a battlefield. The shadows whispered secrets, each creak of the ancient floorboards echoing the weight of unfulfilled dreams. I could feel the history swirling around them, a dance of specters and echoes, enveloping them in a cocoon of uncertainty. As the confrontation loomed, the specter of the past felt ever closer, every heartbeat a reminder of the men who had come before, each comparison a blade sharpened against the bone of ambition. Murad turned away, his gaze fixed on the far wall, where portraits of his ancestors stared back with hollow eyes, judging, waiting. In that charged moment, I understood, the struggle between legacy and identity was not merely a king's burden. It was woven into the fabric of humanity itself, a question that echoed through the ages, across the hearts of rulers and dreamers alike. Your legacy is your choice, Qadir whispered, voice trembling like a candle in the wind, but it's a choice forged in the crucible of your heart. And as Murad stood at the precipice, poised between fear and hope, between shadows and light, I felt the chill of uncertainty wrap around me like a shroud. The clock ticked on, relentless, and the shadows loomed larger still as the voices of the past beckoned, urging the Sultan to define himself against their spectral silhouettes. What would he choose? What path would he carve through the darkness? The weight of all that was yet to come hung in the air, a promise and a threat, leaving me breathless, craving more. And deep inside, I knew, the story was far from over. The night draped the world like a heavy shroud, the air thick with the scent of impending doom. The flickering torches cast long, jittering shadows against the walls of the palace, their light dancing like frantic spirits trying to escape the weight of history. Beneath this dim glow, Selim I, known as Selim the Grim, stood at the precipice of his own ambition, heart pounding with the rhythmic melancholy of 1,000 souls trapped in the past. His grip tightened around the hilt of his sword, that cold steel whispering promises of power and blood. Around him, the whispers of his advisors hung thick in the air, a symphony of anxiety and ambition. What would be the price of his conquest? What toll would it extract from the empire already soaked in the shadows of strife? I remember feeling a chill crawl up my spine, the collective breath of the room holding tight, as if the very walls were listening, waiting for the moment when a single flick of Selim's wrist could shatter the delicate balance of life itself. But fear was a ghost haunting the corners of his mind. Selim's thoughts raced, tangled like a frayed rope. He craved greatness, yet the weight of his lineage pressed down upon him, a heavy cloak stitched from the fabric of other men's failures. In the flickering candlelight, the scars of his predecessors whispered tales of betrayal, revolution, and bloodshed. I remember thinking that power was not merely a throne, it was a curse, a chain that bound you to the very blood you spilled. His gaze drifted to his half-brother, the ever-watchful, ever-scheming Ahmed. Ahmed, with his sharp eyes and sharper tongue, stood like a vulture awaiting the right moment to swoop. Their bond, once forged in the innocent laughter of youth, had twisted bitterly into a rivalry soaked in resentment and envy. I could see it in the way Ahmed leaned slightly forward, claws poised to strike, words sharpening like daggers. "Selim," he said, his voice smooth as poison, "have you considered the consequences of your ambition? The empire is fragile, it trembles under the weight of your desires. The blood of our ancestors stains each stone of this palace. Will you add yours to the mosaic?" I remember the tension crackling between them, thick enough to slice. A suffocating silence enveloped the chamber, and I could almost hear the hearts of those present skip, caught in a web of fear and loyalty. Selim's jaw clenched, muscles taut, and with each breath, the air seemed to condense into something darker, something primal. The echoes of distant battles filled the air, the clash of swords, the cries of the fallen, each sound a ghostly reminder of what lay ahead. Was he worthy of the legacy he sought? Or was he merely a puppet dancing on the strings of fate, orchestrated by the very shadows he wished to conquer? Yet in that moment of doubt, Selim remembered. He remembered the stories told to him as a boy, tales of gods and monsters, of empires built and torn down, of a world where the weak were crushed beneath the boot of the powerful. He remembered the moment he had tasted blood for the first time, not the sweet red of victory, but the bitter tang of fear. In that memory, he found his truth, forged in the crucible of ambition and despair. He had long been a spectator in his own life, watching the grandeur of others while his own spirit rotted in the shadows of the palace. But now, a fire ignited within him, a hunger that demanded to be fed. And with it came a realization: the world had no place for half measures, it was all or nothing. "Ahmed," he said, the words like a stone dropped into still water, rippling outward into the silence, "I will carve my name into the annals of history, and if I must drown in blood to do so, then so be it. I will be remembered." His voice rang through the chamber, and the other advisors shifted nervously, as darting like caged animals. They knew too well the terrible beauty of ambition. They had seen it consume the great and the meek alike, a relentless tide washing over everything, leaving only bones and ash in its wake. But Ahmed's face twisted, a mix of admiration and fear. "You mean to bring the empire to its knees," he warned, the words sharp enough to cut. "The lands we seek to conquer are not merely territories, they are the hearts of men. Do you not fear that in your quest for power, you may unravel the very fabric of our empire?" In that instant, an echo of the past washed over me, a reminder of those who had stood before empires, eyes glazed with the madness of glory. I could almost hear the laughter of fallen kings, the weeping of queens betrayed. The weight of their choices pressed down upon Selim, a legacy that could crush a man whole. But Selim shrugged off the chains of doubt. "Fear is for the weak," he replied, a fierce glint in his eyes. "To be great, one must embrace the darkness. I will not be afraid." As the shadows deepened, the air thickened with an electric anticipation, crackling with the promise of chaos. Decisions hung like blades over their heads, waiting to drop. This was the moment when dreams collided with despair, and the consequences would echo through history like a haunting refrain. I remember the stillness, the silence that preceded the storm, as the world held its breath. Lives would shatter, kingdoms would tremble, and the future hung on the precipice of Selim's next move, vibrating with a tension that promised both greatness and ruin. Here, in this nexus of ambition and fear, Selim I stood, on the brink of destiny, at war with himself and the ghosts of history. His choices would ripple outward, shaping the empire, defining the Ottoman lineage for centuries to come. The night was his canvas, and with each stroke, he would paint a future bright with conquest yet dark with the shadows of sacrifice. And in that darkness, we all waited, hearts pounding, breathless, drawn into the tempest that was Selim I. The air hangs heavy, thick with unspoken dread. Shadows cling to the walls like secrets long forgotten, and the flickering candlelight dances nervously, casting the room in a surreal glow. Selim I, the once mighty Sultan, sits hunched on his grand throne, eyes glazed over, as if the weight of the world rests unevenly on his shoulders. His breath is shallow, rasping like the whispers of ghosts asking for solace. Time feels like a cruel jester, mocking his very existence. Around him, the palace thrums with a tension that sends shivers down the spines of those who dare to enter. And there's Ahmed. Young, ambitious, a soldier molded in the fires of loyalty and ambition, he stands at the entrance, heart hammering like a caged bird desperate for freedom. "Your Majesty," he ventures, voice trembling, as if the very walls might swallow him whole. The Sultan's eyes flicker, a fleeting spark of recognition buried beneath layers of agony. Ahmed remembers when Selim's gaze was sharp, fierce, when he ruled with an iron fist. Now, it is dull, clouded by the specter of mortality. I remember, Selim mutters, voice a ragged whisper, "the day I conquered, the day I was a god." But those triumphs are ghosts now, mere wisps of fog, dissipating in the harsh light of reality. The empire, vast and sprawling, is crumbling like an old parchment map, edges curling, ink fading. Ahmet feels a pang of something deep and unnameable, the kind that makes his stomach churn. "Your Majesty, we cannot ignore the whispers." They say, he hesitates, the words sticking in his throat like stones. The Sultan's brow furrows, and for a moment, his eyes sharpen. There's a flicker of his former self, a glimmer of the lion who once roared across the fields of battle. "Finish it!" Selim barks, his voice echoing in the hollow chamber, power lacing through the desperation. "They say there are plots against you," Ahmet presses, feeling a surge of courage as he steps closer, defiance igniting within him. "Your own blood seeks your throne." The Sultan's expression morphs, a tempest brewing beneath the surface. Ahmet knows the risks, knows his words could bind him to the gallows, but he also knows, he feels, something must be said. The Sultan's face twists, a mask of turmoil painted with the colors of betrayal and sorrow. "My blood? My own flesh." The disbelief cracks like thunder. The palace, once a sanctuary, feels like a mausoleum, echoes of laughter now replaced with the wailing of the wind outside, as if the universe itself mourns. And in the shadows, hidden from sight, is Layla. A woman of fierce spirit, she has watched the man she loves unravel, her heart a battlefield where love and fear wage war. She is a silent witness to the decay of a once great empire, and the despair of a ruler who once commanded the heavens. "Selim," she whispers, stepping into the flickering light, her voice trembling like a leaf in a storm. He turns, eyes narrowing, searching for solace in her gaze. "Layla," he breathes, and in that single word, a lifetime of shared dreams and unfulfilled promises hangs heavy between them. She remembers the night spent beneath a blanket of stars, laughter echoing in the silence, dreams of a future painted with the colors of hope. But those dreams feel like ashes now, scattered in the winds of fate. "I cannot lose you," she says, desperation clawing at her insides. "You are my son, Selim. Do not let them extinguish your light." The universe freezes, time becomes a tightrope strung between their hearts. Ahmet watches them, feeling like an intruder in their world, overwhelmed by the raw longing that fills the room. "Your love is a chain, Layla," Selim replies, voice thick with emotion. "It binds me, suffocates me as surely as my enemies do. I must fight, must bleed for this empire, for my legacy." He looks at Ahmet, the weight of his gaze a challenge. But what legacy? One of betrayal? Or one that ends in shadows? "Fight," Ahmet urges, stepping into the fray. "You are a warrior. Let them come. Let them see your strength, your fury." The words spill out of him, a plea wrapped in urgency. "We will stand with you." Selim's laughter is bitter, a dark echo against the walls. "Strength? My strength is an echo of the past. Look at me." He gestures wildly, voice rising to a fever pitch. "I am a dying star, burning out, and all that remains are the memories of fire. I remember the battles, the blood, the screams of victory. Now I am but a shadow of that man." Layla's heart shatters at the sight of him, a giant reduced to dust. "No. You are still the Sultan. The people still love you." "Love," he snaps, shaking his head. "Love is a fickle mistress, Layla. One day she holds you close, the next, she casts you aside. My people speak of love, but they whisper of daggers behind my back. And there it is, the truth, raw and aching, the very thing that binds them all together. Betrayal lies like a coiled serpent, ready to strike, and in that moment, the room feels impossibly small, as if the walls might close in and swallow them whole. "What should we do?" Ahmet asks, eyes wide with fear and determination. The question hangs in the air, heavy with expectancy. But before Selim can respond, a crash reverberates through the palace, a sound that shatters the fragile thread of their moment. The door bursts open, and shadows spill in, figures cloaked in darkness, eyes glinting with malice. "Your Majesty," a voice taunts, cold and dripping with disdain. "Your reign ends tonight." Time shifts, the air crackling with tension, as the world outside fades into a distant memory. In that heartbeat, Selim's past collides with his present, a violent clash that shatters the very fabric of their existence. In that room, where dreams once soared like birds and love wrapped around them like a gentle breeze, everything is about to change. The weight of betrayal, the sharpness of fear, the ache of love, all collide in a moment that will echo through the ages. As the shadows advance, Selim, Layla, and Ahmet stand at the precipice of fate, hearts pounding like war drums, and the night devours the light, plunging the palace into an abyss of uncertainty. The time for choices is gone, the moment of reckoning has arrived. And as the world tilts on its axis, they brace for the storm. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of burnt flesh as Selim I stood among the ruins of his ambition. Around him, the echoes of battle reverberated like a haunting melody, a dirge for the slain. Shadows danced on the walls of the crumbling palace, flickering like the last vestiges of hope clinging to life. Every heartbeat felt like a countdown, a metronome marking the impending doom that coursed through the veins of his empire. "Can you feel it?" whispered Zeynep, her voice trembling as she clutched the tattered remnants of her family's banner. The fabric, once vibrant and proud, now lay dulled by the grime of war. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, reflecting the chaos that swirled around them. "Can you feel the weight of our dreams crushed beneath the boots of the invaders?" Selim turned to her, a man torn between the ghosts of his past and the monstrous shadows of his future. He was a king, but in this moment, he felt like a child lost in a tempest, his heart pounding wildly against his ribs as if begging for escape. "Zeynep, I thought I could change everything," he murmured, the words tasting like ash on his tongue. "I thought power would quench our thirst for glory." But glory was a fickle mistress, and Selim had seduced her with blood, his own and that of countless innocents. The battlefield stretched before him like a tapestry woven with sorrow, each thread a memory of triumph turned to torment. He remembered the way the sun had glinted off his sword, how the cheers of his soldiers had filled the air like a sweet, intoxicating perfume. "We are destined for greatness," he had proclaimed, his voice a thunderclap against the sky. Yet now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, bleeding into a canvas of despair, he felt the weight of his crown, not a symbol of authority, but a shackle that bound him to his failures. The ghosts of his choices echoed in the silence, and he found himself haunted by the faces of the fallen. "What have I done?" he whispered, a question laced with the bitterness of regret. In the distance, the clamor of swords clashing rang like a sinister symphony. The city, the jewel of his reign, was now a cauldron of suffering. He saw the families huddled in doorways, clutching each other as if their grip could shield them from the horror outside. He remembered his promise to Zeynep, to protect them all, to be their savior. But promises, like dreams, evaporate in the light of reality. "You wanted to conquer the world, Selim," Zeynep said, her voice now a low growl, a storm brewing within her. "But what have you truly conquered? Lives? Hearts? Or just your own humanity?" Her eyes, once a soft shade of honey, now burned with a ferocity that pierced through the darkness. How could he explain the conflict raging within him? Each victory tasted like bile, a reminder that the price of ambition was steep. "I remember the first time I held a sword," he said, his voice trembling with the weight of nostalgia. "The thrill of power, the intoxicating promise of conquest. I remember how the crowd roared for me, how I felt invincible." The memory was a bittersweet echo, a reminder of the boy he once was before ambition had twisted him into something unrecognizable. Zeynep stepped closer, her expression softening momentarily. "But Selim, did you ever stop to ask yourself what it would cost? Did you ever think of the families torn apart, the children who will grow up without fathers?" Her words were a dagger, piercing through the armor of his pride. He turned away, unable to meet her gaze, as the walls of his heart crumbled. In every shadow lurked a memory, a whisper of betrayal. "I have sacrificed everything for this throne," he said, his voice cracking under the weight of shame. "And yet, it feels like I have lost myself in the process." The night wore on, thick with tension, as the shadows of doubt crept closer. Selim felt the walls closing in, as if the universe itself conspired to smother him in darkness. He thought of the bloodshed, the families torn asunder, not just numbers in a ledger, but souls lost to his insatiable desire for power. In that moment, he realized he was not merely a king, he was a harbinger of despair. but deep within him, a flicker of defiance sparked. "I can't undo what I've done," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "But I can still fight for something greater. For redemption." The word felt foreign, yet strangely comforting, a lighthouse in a stormy sea. Zeynep's eyes softened, filled with understanding and yet burdened with doubt. "Will redemption make up for the lives lost?" she asked. "Can you truly change, Selim?" The skepticism in her tone was a mirror reflecting his own fears back at him, and he felt his resolve falter. He thought of the great empires of the past, kings and warriors who had risen and fallen like the tides. Their stories were written in blood, a testament to the fleeting nature of power. "I will not be a ghost haunting these streets," he declared, his voice rising, resonating with a fervor that ignited a fire within his soul. "I will face my demons, whether they be on the battlefield or within myself." And as the night stretched on, each tick of the clock echoed like a heartbeat, a reminder that time was slipping away. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a silent witness to a man caught in the web of his own making. Selim stood at the precipice, teetering between the man he was and the man he longed to be. In that moment, the world outside faded, leaving only the whisper of his heart and the ghost of possibility. And just as the dawn threatened to break the horizon, Selim knew he had to fight, not just for his empire, but for his very soul. The battle was far from over, it had only just begun. The air hung heavy with dread, a palpable silence cloaking the room like a shroud. Selim I sat upon his throne, vibrant silk shimmering in the flickering torchlight, yet his eyes were storms of uncertainty. The echoes of distant battles resonated through the palace corridors, whispers of blood and conquest swirling around him like ghosts. He was a man marked by ambition, driven by an insatiable hunger for greatness, yet this very quest gnawed at the edges of his sanity. I remember the scent of iron and smoke. I remember the cries of the dying, a chorus as haunting as any melody. Two figures loomed large in Selim's mind, Shah Ismail of the Safavid Empire, a fierce opponent wrapped in the mystique of a rival ruling house, and his own inner self, torn between the warrior he was expected to be and the man he wished he could become. Shadows danced in the corners of the hall, their movements a testament to the internal conflict that writhed within him. "Is this what I wanted?" Selim whispered, more to himself than anyone else. His fingers trembled as he traced the intricate carvings on the armrests of his throne, the wood familiar yet somehow foreign, like the echo of a long-lost friend. Each groove told stories of power, of blood spilled on foreign soil, yet the weight of that power pressed down on him like a leaden cloak. A figure moved from the shadows, an advisor, his face gaunt and pale, with eyes that flickered with the flames of desperation. "Your Majesty, the Empire waits for your command." "Our armies are poised, ready to strike," he implored, words tumbling out like hastily spilled secrets. "Ready to strike," Selim repeated, the phrase tasting like ash on his tongue. He could feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating, a noose tightening around his ambitions. But at what cost? His heart raced, a wild drumbeat echoing the chaos in his mind. Across the empire, a young soldier named Mehmet toiled under the weight of his own dreams. I remember the dirt beneath his fingernails, the sweat trickling down his brow as he trained day after day, eyes fixed on the horizon that shimmered with the promise of glory. Yet glory, he learned, was a fickle mistress. He had witnessed the horror of battle, the faces of his comrades etched forever in his mind as they fell, one by one, like leaves in autumn. "Why do you fight?" a fellow soldier had asked him once, his voice hoarse from the dust of the battlefield. "What do you hope to gain?" Mehmet had shrugged, a laugh bubbling up from somewhere deep within him, absurd and out of place. "I don't know. Maybe a fancy title? Perhaps a corner office with a view." The others had chuckled, but the laughter felt hollow, like the echo of a bell tolling in an empty church. The truth gnawed at him, a fear that he was simply a pawn in someone else's game, a cog in the relentless machinery of Selim's ambition. And Selim, lost in that grand palace, was acutely aware of the lives he commanded, the lives he could extinguish with a single word. He was not just a ruler, he was a butcher, a poet, a king, all wrapped in one. As he gazed out at the sprawling city, its rooftops kissed by the crimson hues of dusk, he felt the weight of countless souls resting upon his shoulders. "Am I a tyrant?" he pondered aloud, his voice barely rising above a whisper. The advisor shifted uneasily, as if the question itself was a venomous snake ready to strike. Or am I a savior, destined to lead my people to greatness? The palace wall seemed to close in on him, the intricate patterns of the tiles shifting and swirling like the currents of fate. Shadows flickered, forming ghostly figures of those who had come before him, men with crowns and swords who also had sought power but found only ruin. With every heartbeat, Selim felt their presence, their whispers urging him to tread carefully. Outside, the sun dipped below the horizon, and night spread its inky fingers across the land. Mehmet, caught in the throes of fear, stood before his fellow soldiers, adrenaline coursing through him like fire. Are we to be mere fodder for Selim's ambitions? He cried, a wild passion igniting in his chest. Or will we carve our own destinies? His words ignited a spark, a flicker of rebellion against the looming presence of Selim. Like moths to a flame, his comrades rallied around him, their faces a kaleidoscope of hope and despair. They were not just soldiers, they were brothers, bound by a shared yearning for purpose. But Selim, in his tower of dreams and shadows, was not blind to the murmurs of dissent. He felt the shift in the air, a tension crackling like lightning. What is loyalty? He mused, the question reverberating through the empty halls. Is it forged through fear, or can it blossom in the heart? A storm brewed within him, a tempest of rage and sorrow. He could see the arc of history bending around him, the weight of his decisions echoing through time. Would he be remembered as a tyrant or a visionary? The souls of his ancestors whispered in the dark, their voices mingling with the clamor of his soldiers, a cacophony of ambition and anguish. Choose wisely, Selim, he cautioned himself, a lone tear tracing a path down his cheek. For the legacy you leave will haunt the shadows long after you are gone. The night deepened, and the city pulsed with life, a throbbing heart that resonated with every soul within it, all entangled in the drama of power, ambition, fear, and hope. And as Selim prepared to make his choice, the universe held its breath, waiting, watching, reminding him that history is never a straight line but a labyrinth of echoes and shadows. In that moment, as the clock ticked into a new hour, the story of Selim I, the man and the myth, unfurled its wings, soaring into the unknown. The players were set, the stakes were high, and the past was ever present, a ghostly whisper in the air, a reminder that every choice holds the weight of eternity.